prepared to enter a world stranger than you have ever imagined. The world of witchcraft, magic, and ritual.
Did we nail it? Yes, we did, but my camera is not set up. Actually, I forgot to set up my camera zoom. There we go. Get that beautiful bokeh effect, and I forgot to turn on my lighting effect, so I look extra orange today. How's it going, chat? Who's ready to put on some retinol? I love putting on retinol now that I found it. Let's, There we go. That's beautiful. Ugh. You know what else is beautiful? You, chat. How's everyone doing tonight? How we doing? We got a lot of people out here. Put that goop on your nose. We got the... Okay, so, guys, I gotta be careful because on my desk, I have super glue, right? Hairspray, and, retinol somewhere. Oh, where did the retinol go again? Did I lose it again? I've got to be really careful. I don't want to put, like, either of these on my face. Super glue would be the worst. It would be very bad to do. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Operation, where did my retinol go? Oh, no. Ah, found it. All right, found it. Yeah, we got to be careful because we got the retinol, yeah? Retinol, super glue, hairspray. So, got to be very careful with grabbing bottles of liquids on my desk to put on my face because at any point I could be just a second away from disaster. No, because I have super glue down here because this broke. As you can probably see the super glue on this right here. This piece of metal broke, disconnecting this from this. And I cannot get a hold of Blue Microphones to get a replacement. So, it's just like this now. Just like this now, I guess. The super gluing didn't work. What's up, Dan? Can confirm super glue sucks for about a half an hour. The tiny layer of skin dies and then you get free. It's yeah. And like that's why whenever I like super glue something, I always end up getting some on my fingers, right? And like you let it dry and then your fingers just feel weird as fuck for like 2 hours and then it just kind of goes off. All right, guys, let's go ahead and restart our sub goal. Daily subbies. 13, starting amount 0. What's today? The 12th? Okay, so we will end this at midnight. All right. Hello, what's up, Alar? Every time. We had a prankster at my work who got fired for putting super glue onto a person's. Uh-huh. Okay, so can you explain that a little? So are we talking that they like super glued it so the water bottle would be super glued to their hands? Or did they put super glue in the bottle so they drank the super glue? Okay, I'm gonna put some retinol on my nose. Guys, my nose is still red again. My nose be red every day, and I hate it. I didn't have time to put on makeup because I've been dog sitting all day. I like got home, like normally, you know, I start at like 5:30. I got home at like 5:40. I quickly washed my hair. Got started. Nope, to his lips? What? Wait. Hold on. What? God, the smile line crease right here. Really starting to get to me. Guys, I need Botox. I'm gonna have to get Botox. Wait, so he I'm so vain. So he super glued. Oh my god, he super glued it to. Okay, hold on. My dad's ringing the doorbell.
My name's Blurry Face and ровный бег моей судьбы. Ночь вечер.
Ah, Anyways, I thought I unmuted it. I pressed it, but I double pressed it. It's fine. Should be fine now. Anyways, so I said, yes, that's right. Famous Horse's dad, infamous horse. That is true. That is true. Chat, why does retinol taste sweet? Is it just this retinol cream I have, this retinol resurfacing? It's got licorice root extract and niacinamide. It tastes sweet. I accidentally got it. Avoid contact with eyes and lip. If contact occurs, rinse thoroughly with water. Well, it tastes sweet. It got on my lips and it tasted sweet. Yeah, muted. I blame Ricky Gervais for people who do these pranks. I don't think you're supposed to eat it. You're definitely not supposed to eat it. It says on the bottle, do not eat it. But, you know, some ended up in my mouth and tongue anyways. And, you know, it tasted oddly sweet. And I thought that was kind of freaky. You know? It's eating your brain. A face cream and icing. That's right. It's the best retinol possible. You can use it as icing on a cake. And you can use it to make yourself look a little bit younger. Chat, I am gonna get Botox. I'm gonna do it. So holy shit, dude. Yeah, in that video, the audience really isn't jamming except for like the 3 dudes in the front who are like just like totally stoned. They got some of that sick Mongolian dirt weed, which was like in the USSR. Well, actually, the USSR had hydroponic weed, so I mean, they probably had some good weed. There's that whole excerpt from the book about Stalin. Oh God, you know the quote I'm talking about. Where hold on, let me pull that up. Stalin weed quote. Stalin weed quote. Let's see if I can find this quote. Yeah. Okay, so it's from not from Stalin. It's from Reefer Madness: A History of Marijuana on page 140. Okay, Reefer. It's a very funny quote. Reefer Madness: History of Marijuana. Anyways, anyways, you're saying that a dude fucking put super glue around the mouthpiece of a coworker's water bottle, and then let said coworker drink from it, and then they got their lips glued to the thing because, like, obviously they did, right? Like, that's obviously what happens. And they thought it was like funny. Huh. That's wow. That's pretty deranged, honestly, right? I have to sign up for Scribd to pull this up. I just want a PDF of this shit. I'm not buying it. Is it this one? It might be this one. Hey, what's up, Jade? Yeah, I think this is... Oh, no, fuck this. Anyways, I'll just pull up the fucking quote from it. They say weed grown in the USSR under Stalin was some of the most potent ever known to man. Under the guidance of Trofim Lysenko, Stalin assembled a crack team of growers whose marijuana was known for the intense body high and clarifying mental effects. In his personal diaries, Nikolai Bukharin writes, Joseph Stalin came to me one night as I was struggling to finish a final edit of an issue of Pravda. He handed me an ounce of marijuana that reeked of skunk. The smell alone was enough to make me tremble. This is a gift from Lysenko and I, he said, and left almost immediately. I smoked that weed and was never the same. Reefer Madness: A History of Marijuana by Larry Sloman. It looks like Lysenko. Turns out Lysenkoism was right about marijuana, I guess. I don't know. Lysenko somehow figured out how to make good weed. Wow. That's true. Actually, yeah, so this is a real photo. This is true. Stalin smoked a marijuana cigarette and he ate all the grain in Russia. There's actually a story I heard from a Russian friend of mine, right? Who during World War II, things were very difficult, and they were having to eat like scrounge root vegetables during Operation Barbarossa, and they barely had enough to eat. They slaughtered their final cow, and they made a nice borscht meal because, they hadn't had a full meal in a while. And Joseph Stalin comes to their door, and he says, "Oh, the soup smells delicious. May I have some?" And, the grandmother of my friend says, "Of course, Commissar, of course, but we have so little. Please only take a spoonful." And he said, "Yes, of course." And he went outside and came back with a spoon this big, and he took the entire kettle, he took the entire pot of borscht and ate it in one spoonful, as the children around him cried. And she said, "But Mr. Stalin, we're all so hungry." And he said, "You said I could only have one spoonful." That's a true story. I read that in the Black Book of Communism as well. Something is a very similar story. True story, though, that my friend told me. His grandma told him, and similar stories are in the Black Book of Communism, so I know it's true. You've heard many stories like this, right? Unfortunately, such tales are not uncommon. He apparently had the biggest spoon in the USSR. That's right, Chimera. They took the commie super weed from us. Yeah, obviously he inhaled. Obviously he inhaled, right? Like, Buchanan said that after he smoked the skunk weed Stalin gave him, he was, quote, never the same. So I'm guessing he fucking got his ass blasted. All right, so anyways, chat, how are you all doing? Everyone having a good evening so far? Happy Friday. So we have some stuff, like some actual stuff to talk about, some goofy stuff to talk about. We'll kind of intersperse it. But of course, there's further updates on the search. Well, I'm not going to call it a raid because that's Trump's framing, right? But the search at Mar-a-Lago over the documents. It really is looking increasingly. I've read the warrant. I don't know if you guys have read the warrant yet. It's looking increasingly like he really did have nuclear secrets there that he may or may not have been planning to sell. Also, Florida has ramped up their efforts of a genocide of transgender people, very unfortunately, and they have passed some health regulations that would basically make it so that at the end of the year, gender-affirming care for anyone is no longer covered by insurance. Basically make it next to impossible to actually get gender-affirming care in Florida after 2022. I mean, this was always the end goal. That was kind of obvious that this was always the end goal for these people, right? The worrying about children, transitioning early or whatever was all a red herring. That was just to get the discourse going, to get people to be, worried about transgender ideology or whatever the fuck they talk about. That's right. That's right. You're chilling. Hi. Nice, Tay. I remember my grandfather saying he had to ride a horse into the woods overnight. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sure during like the Civil War too, that just like everyone got plundered. That wouldn't surprise me, right? Like it was until like the 20th century. Well, late 19th century, as far as I'm aware, most large armies lived off the land, right? They lived off the land, which meant that as they traveled, they would plunder, right? That was just kind of what you did, because with technology as it was for most of human history, it was very difficult to establish long, robust supply chains, right? You didn't have cars, you didn't have convoys, you didn't have trains, you didn't have airplanes or cargo ships, anything like that, right? So supply lines deep in enemy territory were very vulnerable and very difficult to set up, so it made a lot more sense to have an army live off the land, and it would also incentivize the army to continue marching inward, right? Because they're starting to get hungry. So go find some Italian farm. Yeah, always, right? I mean, war was always very rough on peasants, right? Because they're the people who are getting plundered, right? That same thing, I mean, that still happened during the Napoleonic Wars. Although I think Napoleon did have fairly robust supply lines, for an army at that period. I mean, the revolutionary French army, and then Napoleon's army. I mean, there was a reason they won like most of the fights up until towards the end, right? Because they were the first real professional army. Very modern army. Headed to the GFs to hang out with some friends and stay the night. Then tomorrow you're going to see your parents and flex. Nice. Nice flexing. Also, Horse, GF said you're a character and enjoyed the different ways you tell your stories. Cool. Well, I have Greyhound's GF stamp of approval. That's right. Thank you. That's right. Hey, what's up, Jade? Well, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, well, Napoleon, he also kind of did, like, ethnic cleansing in, Haiti. I mean, the best thing I can say about Napoleon is that he fucking plunged Europe into chaos, and that's very cool. Yeah, you don't win in Russia. A lot of land, a huge amount of land. I mean, like, you know, the Red Army too used like a lot of guerrilla tactics against the Nazis during Operation Barbarossa. Like, I remember like growing up seeing like pictures of these sort of like ant trap style bunkers that the Red Army would build in areas where the Nazis were advancing, where they'd, you know, dig out something, right? Dig out like a tunnel, kind of reinforce it that could fit like 2 or 3 people, and then basically like put a hay bale on top so you could just kind of poke the barrel out of the hay bale and pick off some Nazis. Yeah, it was, and then things got worse until 1914. Hey, Jade. Hey, Jade. Hey, Jade. Yeah, of course you can't get to your water. There's a charging cord over the bottle. Okay, well, I'm gonna put on a video in just a minute because I have to deal with some personal matters, it seems. By which I mean I have to deal with the guild shit still. So let's find something funny to watch, and then we'll start on our news stories here. Oh, hell yeah. By the way, the crypto money laundering service got shut down, which is so fucking funny. Okay, here we go. Something about Elon Musk. Another Elon Musk scam. Let's fucking go.
Really fundamental message that consumers should be taking today
He's
is
such
that
a fucking
it's financially insane to buy anything other than a Tesla.
Yeah, dude.
It'll be like owning a horse in 3 years.
Yeah. What's up, guys? I love tier
Autonomous
pieces.
cars will definitely be a reality. A Tesla car next year will probably be 90%
Yeah,
capable of
always.
autopilot. Like, so 90%
I
of miles.
start most days. I start most days at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Hey man, it's my job. But anyways, so I'm just playing a video while I chat with you guys to hang out.
This could be on auto.
You guys are
Zero
muted.
highway travel.
How is that going to happen?
Yeah.
With a combination of various sensors.
Tunner.
You combine cameras with image recognition with radar.
What's up, Tunner?
Long-range ultrasonics. That'll do it.
I will.
We're probably only a month away from having autonomous driving, at least for highways and for relatively simple roads. I mean, my guess for when we will have full autonomy
That's right.
is about 3 years. 3 years, approximately 3 years.
I think probably by end of next year, self-driving will encompass essentially all modes of driving and be at least 100 to 200% safer than a person by the end of next year. We're talking maybe 18 months from now.
All cars being produced
Yeah, Tesla's stock price is ridiculous.
have all the hardware necessary, compute and otherwise, for full self-driving. I'll say that again. All Tesla cars being produced right now have everything necessary for full self-driving. All you need to do is improve the software. We expect to be feature complete in self-driving this year, and we expect to be confident enough from our standpoint to say that we think people do not need to touch the wheel, look out of the window, sometime probably around, I don't know, second quarter of next year.
Well, I mean, Tesla really faced a severe threat of death due to the Model 3 production ramp. Essentially, the company was bleeding money like crazy. And just, if we didn't solve these problems in a very short period of time, we would die.
And we expect to have the first operating robotaxis next year, with no one in them, next year.
Just so we understand the definitions, when you refer to feature complete self-driving,
Yeah,
it
and
sounds
now
like you're
now your
talking level
son's
5,
now your
no
son's
geofence.
working
Is
a
that what's
job as a
expected in
streamer.
here? Just so we're all on the
Yes.
same thing.
You say what is the net present value of a robotaxi? Probably on the order of a couple $100,000.
Yes.
So buying a Model 3 is a good deal. You say, what would be the probable gross profit from a single robotaxi? We think probably something on the
I'm
order
muting
of
in and out. I'm
$30,000 per
muting
year.
myself and unmuting myself when I
If you
talk.
buy a car that does not have the hardware necessary for full self-driving, it is like buying a horse. And the only car that has the hardware necessary for full self-driving is a Tesla. Like, people should really think about their purchase.
Sure, man.
Any
Sure.
other vehicle.
Sure, man.
It's basically crazy to buy any other
Yeah,
car
man,
than Tesla.
definitely. It's got full self-driving, dude. It's totally crazy. Uh-huh. I forgot. I did forget that they said that Teslas would turn into robo-taxis and that you could just, like, while you're asleep or at work, turn on the autonomous mode and your Tesla would operate as a robo-taxi and generate you income while you were at work or asleep.
I remain confident that we will have the functionality the basic functionality for level 5 autonomy complete this year. I am absolutely confident that this can be accomplished with the hardware that is in the Teslas today, and simply by making software improvements, we can achieve level 5 autonomy. I'm extremely confident of achieving full autonomy and releasing it to the Tesla customer base next year.
Well,
now it has us driving
Tesla.
on the wrong side of the road and it disengaged full self-driving. So let's get back on the right side of the road there, shall we?
No, that's never happened to me, Aloe.
To me, the robo-taxi business, if Tesla solves it, makes Tesla a multi-trillion-dollar company.
It is fascinating. I mean, it's just what next is Elon gonna do? What next is he gonna challenge? You know?
SOF has uniquely been one of the leaders of the grassroots movements of Tesla does zero marketing, literally zero marketing, but they're one of the best-selling cars in the world.
What are you talking
in the
about?
US because of word of mouth and because of people like SOF sort of spreading the gospel.
Zero marketing. Oh, fuck off.
Tesla is like 5 years, 7 years ahead of competitors.
Yeah, this is so fucking funny. Like, hey, we're Tesla enthusiasts. We're Tesla enthusiasts. Study, Tesla will likely be the U.S.'s worst car maker for reliability and build quality. They're the greatest cars I've ever seen. They don't do any marketing. They're just so good, people want to buy them. Anyways, please subscribe to my Tesla fan podcast, my Tesla fan podcast, and my Tesla YouTube channel, and my Tesla Patreon, where we talk about Tesla. Yeah, that's probably good.
I think it's way more than that.
It's about, I think, a 10-mile,
Yes,
10
they were.
square mile area.
Got sued together with Musk. Likes to talk about AI and neural networks, but occasionally struggles with the concept of square numbers.
Or maybe 10 mile by 10 mile.
God.
I think it's 10 square miles.
I know. They're one of the most valuable companies on Earth, despite the fact they don't make that many cars. They are worth, like, oh, I don't know, so many billions of dollars, like 700 billion or more.
10 square mile area of Chandler.
Okay, and alright, well, no, it's not correcting itself. So it was aiming for the opposite lane again. Don't like that, so I disengaged.
It was aiming for the opposite lane again.
Not good. I stopped it. I had to hit the brake. Don't go. It's red. Don't go. Told you. See, it does that sometimes. Like, it'll stop at a red light and then be like, I think I'll go.
Hot Wheels.
Okay, we shouldn't aim at this car. This person has done nothing.
Didn't get it. Wow, this is like not good.
Stop. Sorry, I couldn't let it go any further. So we need to turn left here, but the
Damn,
van's
this
kind of in our way.
technology is great.
So, okay, you're just gonna turn into the van or what?
Yeah.
There have been instances where I felt that I was in danger of hitting another vehicle or another vehicle hitting me.
There's
And
times
needed
I
to
felt
take
in
over.
danger.
These are the areas that you need to be vigilant.
That's right.
I
Tesla.
cannot stress enough, please, as FSD Beta rolls out to everyone in the larger
That's
fleet,
right.
please be
We
careful.
love a good suicide pod.
Please be responsible.
Please be
Be
careful.
aware. Don't be looking at your phone. Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Watch in all directions. The last thing that...
So, literally... Okay. So, the advice from the beta testers and from Tesla is if you're using the full self-driving, to keep your foot on the accelerator, foot on the brake, keep your hands on the steering wheel, and be looking around. So basically driving normally, except you have less control over the car, so it's more unpredictable. Great. Great. It's basically like playing a game with your car where you're driving it, but you might have to suddenly correct when the car decides to turn into a child.
that we want. Is something going wrong on FSD Beta?
I cannot say strongly
And that is
enough
true,
that
Eller.
Driving the software requires complete attention.
You're having to really
Complete
pay
attention.
Like, look, right now my car is kind of weaving around.
Oh God! Once again,
Squeeze through there.
once again, it just wanted to go right into that car. Wow. Okay. Can you see? Whoa.
It was very close to a curb right there.
Yeah. Wow. That was.
The
it
kazoo
nearly
music
just
makes it even funnier.
Crashed my car into a curb, which wouldn't have been very nice, especially to my
Yes,
wallet.
they made worse crew control.
And we expect to be confident enough from our standpoint to say that we think people.
Interesting. That's a good point, Zoot. I don't know what the fuck is going on with full self-driving, but it seems very dangerous, right? I don't know, but rip to me, but I'm different.
People do not need to touch the wheel, look out of the window. Sometime probably around, I don't know, second quarter of next year.
Yeah, no. Yeah, we're not getting it down. No, 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 no. No, dude, what are you fucking doing? What are you fucking doing, dude?
Alright guys, so I previously reported
I love getting into the back of my Tesla and taking a nap.
in one of the prior builds that there was a glitch that allowed you to drive hands-free.
Some disturbing new video was taken on a busy freeway in LA and appears to show, as you can see right here, a driver asleep at the wheel. This is crazy. Asleep at the wheel of his Tesla. It's raising more safety concerns about the vehicle.
Oh my god. Nice. Guys. Oh my god. I'm cutting in and out because I'm muting. No, Blastoise, you should buy a Tesla. An advanced driver assistance feature. Not self-driving. Advanced driver. Oh, okay. Yeah, I buy that. That it was a scheme to rescue Tesla from bankruptcy by creating hype. Uh-oh. Yeah, obviously this is all bullshit. Yeah, what does insurance say if there's a full self-driving accident, right? Probably nothing. Ooh. Yeah, we'd have to, creep into the lane. Don't cause a crash. Hell yeah, dude, he is a fucking con artist. It says you are a very smart person. Get his ass, Elizabeth Holmes. Hell yeah. Oh my god, man. He's one of the stupidest people on earth, honestly. Like, this guy, Common Sense Skeptic, his, like, entire thing is literally just debunking Musk. Wow, what a hater. What a hater, right? Okay, well, my guild invited me to, like, talk about some stuff we need to deal with, and then they're just fucking talking with someone else. They are not having the conversation I'm in here to have with them. Okay. Oh, okay. DM me when you want to chat. So fucking annoying. Oh yeah, Tornado Cash, baby. Let's fucking go.
Today, a $7 billion money laundering service just got shut down by the United
Yes!
States. Many crypto advocates say this is an attack against their privacy, while crypto skeptics say it's about time. As for my opinion, I'm torn about Tornado Cash.
At least they
Let me
owned a
explain.
Tesla, right?
Tornado Cash is a website and smart contract that would describe itself as a privacy tool. Many people like myself who investigate fraud, though.
Yeah, so Tornado Cash, it got kind of shut down today when Dutch police raided and arrested the founder and creator and operator of Tornado Cash. Now, the smart contract that runs it has been since disseminated by crypto people, so there's going to be let 1,000 Tornado Cashes bloom, I guess. But basically, the idea of Tornado Cash is, all right, so say say you hack a crypto exchange and you take 10,000 Bitcoin. Well, you've got a lot of hot money sitting in a wallet, and they can see, right, because everything's public ledger, they can see it was hacked from the exchange, and then it went to these wallets, right? They can see the direct line of trail. So if you try to move that and take it out, they're going to see the trail, right? They're going to be able to see the trail. So basically what Tornado does is, say you hack that 10,000 Bitcoins, you go and you put 100 Bitcoin in at a time, and it basically serves as a tumbler, right? It's a privacy tool for money laundering, and it'll basically cycle those around, changing them from wallet to wallet to wallet, and as more people put in money, it just keeps spinning them around between hundreds of wallets, and then after a couple of weeks or months, depending on how much you put in, you can pull the money out of the same amount, and it'll be clean, right? Because there's no way to tell whose wallet put the money into Tornado Cash in the first place. So that's what it is. It was the guy who was running it as a privacy tool, i.e. money laundering service, and he got shut down today.
Have seen it used primarily as a money
Like
laundering
RazzleCon.
tool.
That's
But
right.
what's the truth? Well, Tornado Cash is a bit of code that has one job. It takes your money in and hides where it's going. It does this by mixing it together with a bunch of other people's money, thereby making it untraceable. Hence why Tornado Cash is called a crypto mixer, which obviously, if you're a criminal, sounds very appealing.
Yeah,
Just think
dude.
about it. On a blockchain where everything
Oh God, shut up, Ellie. Hey, Ellie, how's it going?
is traceable and public, Tornado Cash represents a break in that chain. Which is why anytime there's a hack, like for example, the $620 million Axie Infinity hack, you'll usually hear the name Tornado Cash getting thrown around because that's how criminals hide their funds. And because it's used by criminals so much, the US Treasury put Tornado Cash on a special list called the SDN list, which is the ultimate banned list. It's what Russia...
And the funniest thing is the reason they put it on there is because they suspected that North Korea had used Tornado Cash to clean some hacked money. And they're like, oh, North Korea uses it. We got to shut it down.
Russian oligarchs go on the ultimate blacklist at a party, except that party is the global financial system. And what it means is that everyone's
basically
forbidden from interacting with people or things on this list, which means if you now send money to Tornado Cash, you could be liable as a criminal and be put in jail for up to 30 years. And so far, all of this makes sense. Wow. Who doesn't want to put the bad guys away and stop them? But what makes this story
Correct,
tricky
Alar.
is that while the U.S. government implies...
But it is specifically just for money laundering. That's very obvious that it's like literally just for money laundering. That's its main use case. Although the idea of returning privacy in crypto, that's cool. Whatever, right? Sanctions violations, those are cool.
That only criminals use Tornado
No,
Cash.
for violating U.S.
This just
sanctions.
isn't true. Anyone who wants to conceal their money might want crypto mixers, and it isn't just the bad guys. In fact, according to Chainalysis, 10% of the funds sent to Tornado Cash were stolen. Another 17% came from sanctioned sources, which probably is a bit conservative. But even so, that means that 27%
Wait, how much?
of these... That means it is a bit conservative. But even so, probably is a bit conservative.
Uh-huh. Stolen funds, 10%. Sanctions, 17%. DeFi.
But
so mostly
that
legitimate.
means
50%
that
legitimate.
27% of these funds are essentially criminal, but then the rest, a lot of it, is not criminal. So why would a normal person need to use Tornado Cash? Well, assuming most of us are past the fifth grader argument of, if you have nothing to hide, why do you need privacy? It basically boils down to wanting the government and society, out of your house, your life, and of course, your money. Which is why there are many pro-privacy arguments to be made in favor of Tornado Cash and why it was helpful. Like, just ask yourself, assuming a crypto future where everything is on chain, do you really want anyone to be able to see everything you buy? Do you really want that anime body pillow to be public information? Do you want your donation to a dissident political figure to be public? Do we really think that governments can always be trusted? Obviously, the answer to all of those is no. So now that we've gone over the negatives and positives of crypto mixers, what do we do? Well, the answers aren't easy because while crypto used to be the Wild Wild West, if you actually expect regular people and grandmas to use it, you have to take the scam and fraud problem really seriously. And Tornado Cash is a huge part of that problem. You can't just expect the government to sit back and watch as billions of dollars get sent through untraceable pools of money. So there's a balance I think we're heading for, like it or not. And to be honest, it's not perfect. But here it is. You fundamentally need the government to be able to investigate crime, and you also need privacy for your citizens. But ultimately, this is not a binary, it's a balance, because this doesn't work if it goes too far in either direction. If the government can just surveil people all the time,
Ruby.
theoretically they
Hey,
can
I'm
fight
good. How are
crime
you?
perfectly. But nobody wants a surveillance state. And on the other extreme, if the government could never invest...
Nobody who wouldn't be running a surveillance state wants a surveillance state, right?
Investigated crime because everyone had maximum privacy, crime rates would skyrocket, and nobody wants that future either. So the balance has to be a reasonable expectation of privacy, but if you're implicated in a crime, law enforcement has to be able to investigate. And this is already how most of the world works. Your banks, for example, the government can't just search your accounts, they need evidence and they need a warrant. So you have a reasonable expectation to privacy, but it's not perfect privacy.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear
that's
it.
Sort of the problem.
Your
with
roommate
Tornado
bought you
Cash
some
is that
LaCroix?
it's
Hell
too
yeah.
good at its job. There are no warrants available for Tornado Cash, no investigation tools, nothing that can trace funds sent through a mixer.
By the way, we're streaming on
That money
YouTube too,
is
guys.
gone, even if you can 100% prove that it was stolen, which is why I think the banning of Tornado Cash was inevitable, like it or not. The dream of perfect privacy just can't coexist in a world where criminals will abuse that perfect privacy for fraud and scams.
I hate when
now,
that
right
happens.
as I was going to finish this video, I did discover
Is
a
it?
final M.
Well,
Night
that's
Shyamalan
not
twist
good.
to this whole saga. The users of Tornado Cash have started to get a little sassy and started sending tiny amounts of ETH to a ton of wallets, including famous wallets like Jimmy Fallon, Steve Aoki, and Logan Paul, presumably to make it so difficult to figure out who's the real money launderers that it becomes impossible to implicate anyone. Now, will all these crypto influencers go to jail for 30 years for this? No, obviously not. But it is pretty funny.
That's so funny. So they're using the illegally laundered money and they're just putting in a bunch of famous people's crypto wallets. So they're all implicated in money laundering. Oh, that's okay. Crypto people are really funny sometimes. Well, some bootlicker creeps want a surveillance state. That's not good. I haven't heard much about that, but I guess Europe's in drought.
And it shows that they can take away your right to buy an anime body pillow in private. They can take away your right to money launder in private, but they can never take away your sense of humor about it.
Oh my god. I love CoffeeZilla. But yeah, like Tornado Cash getting banned was like fucking inevitable, right? Tornado Cash has been like a big topic for like a year. I've talked about Tornado Cash tons of different times when we've talked about rug pulls and other crypto and NFT scams. Because Tornado Cash is really like, now that people like actually, now there's things like ETH Scanner and stuff like that. Like now that people know how to track transactions through the blockchain, and more importantly, law enforcement knows how to track transactions through the blockchain. Because if CoffeeZilla, fucking YouTuber, can use blockchain ledgers to track down fraud, which he has done. He has tracked down multi-billion dollars in fraud, probably like $3 billion fraud on his channel. Then law enforcement can, right? So Tornado Cash was like one of the few ways you could evade law enforcement if you were involved in something illegal or untoward on the internet and you're using crypto, right? And of course that has its positives and its negatives. You know, like you can argue In that sense, it was pro-anti-imperialist as it allowed countries like North Korea and Iran and Venezuela to evade American sanctions regimes. But, you know, it's also being used for massive amounts of money laundering, other really unsavory things. So it was kind of inevitable that Tornado Cash was going to get shut down at some point. Now, apparently the United States blacklisted it last week, right? And they sent notice to him and to the Dutch authorities saying that you've been blacklisted. You need to cease operating the site today, right? It's done. You have to cease operating it now. And he said, go fuck yourselves. And he did not stop operating it. And a week later, today, Dutch authorities show up at his house and say, well, you're going to be coming with me, man. You're going to be coming with us. And they arrested him, took the site down. However, crypto people have responded in typical crypto fashion, and they are now spreading the smart contract all over the internet. So basically, now anyone can make their own Tornado Cash if they know how. Right, you know, like a lot of people are saying, you know, privacy is normal, it's good, you should have privacy, and I agree. And then people have started to make resistance art to protest the resistance art of the Tornado Cash dev. This is a copy of the Tornado Cash smart contract encoded as art. So they're like sharing this around too, which basically this will let you make your own Tornado Cash if you want. Why are you so confused? US has affected our world, Humor. Why? Why are you gonna cry? All right, Ruby. Come here, Jade. But yeah, so people have been like sharing this around. I have also been sent music made from the code, but I won't share it to protect the anonymity. Just in, Tornado Cash Discord has been deleted. Uh-huh. Okay, well, this is not really true. He's saying Tornado Cash is not a person or a business entity. It's an open source software tool. Yeah, it is open source, but the guy who coded it was operating the website. So, like, that's, you know, he was continuing to operate the website. But it's, like, really funny, though, that the crypto people were surprised that this happened, right? It was like, they were, like, shocked that Tornado Cash got shut down. And it's like, what did you think? Did you think that you would just indefinitely be able to operate the money laundering service in the open? Like, whether or not it's for criminal activities, sanctions evasion, or just privacy, it is still laundering money, right? Now, the majority of that was not illegal money laundering, but it was still hiding the source of the money. Right? So, like, obviously the United States and other countries are going to want to shut down something that's violating financial law in broad daylight. So, you know, it was going to happen. I'm not surprised, but it was really funny that they're like, I can't believe they would do this. Like, what? They shut down Tornado Cash? It's like, yeah, of course they shut down Tornado Cash, man. Why do you want to cry, Ruby? Oh, just because he was teasing you? Oh, it's fine. He was just teasing you. It's fine. Wouldn't feel bad about it. The crypto wars are starting. That's right. Okay, this is a pretty good tweet from a crypto guy. Thankfully, I have never used Tornado Cash to launder money. I use Deutsche Bank like a normal person. Okay, that's pretty good. The crypto guys have some bangers sometimes. I use Tornado Cash exclusively on my 7-year-old's laptop. Today was a particular harsh but good lesson for him. OPSEC also includes what others do with your equipment. I exclusively use Tornado Cash on my 7-year-old's laptop. Rest in peace, brave child soldier. Oh my god. There we go. Tornado Cash dev is a political prisoner. Mm-hmm. Come here, Jade. Ooh, Tornado Cash from a guy named Dystopia Broker. Cypherpunk interested in building better infrastructure. Tornado Cash has compliance tools built in. Users can prove their funds are not North Korea. You just go into Tornado Cash and you're like, yeah, I'm not North. You check a box that says not North Korea, and they're like, all right, you're good. Yes, dude. Deutsche Bank is like one of the most notorious money laundering services. Like, Deutsche Bank is so fucking bad. Yeah, Deutsche Bank has like a real reputation for that. What the fuck? Oh, they're doing the podcast. But, yeah. Are you headed out? Okay. Take care, Ruby. Thanks for checking in. Okay, this is a good point. Tornado Cash dev arrested for writing code. NFT devs rugged 10 million plus, probably on Project 5, living carefree in California. Though this guy has a good point. Like the NFT scammers, they've done so many. Apparently, guys, now I'm gonna see if I can find out that this is true. But it seems like Pixelmon, which was one of the biggest NFT projects in terms of cash on hand, has finally been rugged. I have been waiting for Pixelmon to be rugged for months. And in case you don't know what rugged means, a rug pull, right? So basically, you pull the rug out from underneath your customers. You take all the money out, right? Like it has like all the money in the ledger. You just pull that all out and you vanish. You go vanish into thin air. Pixelmon. So fucking funny.
Today,
basically, let's see if there's something about it. So Pixelmon basically was a pixelated Pokemon, right? Pixelated Pokemon made mostly with stolen assets that were run through a voxel filter. And somehow this project gets 40 plus million. I've heard it was as high as 70 million in funding from their NFT sales. 70 million in funding. That is more than many AAA games get for their studio to develop a AAA game, right? 70 million for a game. And the guy running it is a 20-year-old who has never made a game before, has no one on staff, and all the assets he's been using in the demos, he has been stealing or buying on Unity and then running through a voxel filter. So it seems, the rumor is that it has been rugged. Now, somebody just literally went and made their own version of it that actually works in Minecraft for free. But this is what it looks like.
Pixelmon was sold as the greatest NFT game ever. They promised the largest and highest quality game the NFT space has ever seen. That's the promise that investors spent $70 million on. The hope for a virtual
all right, you guys are all still talking?
Friends,
okay, I'll be back in
and
whatever.
Trade Pixelmon and more. The founder was anonymous, which is always a good sign. This guy,
Yeah.
Cyber. He told people
I love being
Pixelmon is
Cyber.
the next blue chip. This is financial advice. Don't do your own research. And oh boy, did people listen. Zero research was done, and $70 million was raised.
Woo! 70 million, baby.
Roughly $10,000 per JPEG. Now, what do they have to show for it? Well, we've been waiting patiently here at CoffeeZilla, and finally, the team revealed their NFT artwork.
Who's that? Pixelmon. It's Kevin.
I assume they modeled him after the average NFT investor, and brace yourselves, because it gets much worse. Bulbor. Get it a light bulb with eyes. $10,000, guys. $10,000. And also we have Bormon. Now, Bormon, I've got to tell you guys, is my favorite because he has the same expression I had when I realized people paid $10,000 for this. Now, off rip.
$10,000. I know they all look so sad and they're so terrible. And this was worth $70 million. And apparently that money has gone bye-bye.
Let's be honest with ourselves. This looks bad. Actually, that's being polite. It looks horrible. We've regressed in time. This looks worse than Gen 1 Pokemon back in 1998. I mean, need I remind you, back then you could spend $30 on a finished game that you could play with your friends. Now in 2022, NFTs have come out and people are trying to charge you $10,000 for an unfinished game where the only friend you can play with is Kevin. And nobody likes Kevin. Now, unsurprisingly, Pixelmon have already lost 90% of their value, which is still way overpriced.
Okay, you guys
many
done?
People might be wondering, how did this happen?
Okay.
How does this keep happening?
all right, I'm
Every
gonna mute
week,
myself on
I feel like
stream.
we're reading about the same story. And as the internet detective, I'm here to explain it for you guys. But I also have to credit two guys, ZachBXT and Kobe on Twitter, who helped document this meltdown. Go give those guys a follow. But now let's answer the question, what went wrong? Most of Pixelmon's success is because of a game demo that was given before launch, which looked kinda good. There wasn't a lot to it. The demo lasted like a minute and was only a basic world. But you have to understand, in the world of NFTs, even the smallest amount of effort makes you seem like you're the next Mark Zuckerberg, which is why it basically sold out despite some noticeable flaws. But given how ambitious this project is, you might wonder, who's behind this? Who's the founder who's going to execute on this dream of Pokemon meets Metaverse meets NFTs? Because as the saying goes, it's the man that makes the project. And in this case, that man is a boy. His name is Martin, and he's 21 years old and in charge of $70 million. Now, we have to pause here a second and appreciate $70 million, that's AAA game funding. Like, you could get a Blizzard or Activision game with that, and instead, it's been spent on someone with zero experience, which I think personally is an interesting experiment. Because already I'm playing $70 million games made by competent people, and I hate them. I'm kind of curious what happens when someone who doesn't know what they're doing gets in charge of that $70 million. I mean, could it get worse? Well, according to early reports, yes. For example, this investor minted his NFT and literally got nothing. He didn't even get a Kevin. He got the Minecraft default cube. And I've got to say right now, that's probably the only thing I would have paid $10,000 to see. The look on this guy's face after seeing this concept art and getting this. He says, quote, "Thanks, Pixelmon. I got an invisible character, worst mint of my life. At least give me a character. I can't even give away this." Now, I know that looks bleak, but to be fair to the Pixelmon team, they're saying that, look, that's just the NFTs. The actual game is going to be way better because they're going to outsource that work to an actual game studio, Magic Media. But if this is their plan to outsource the work, I've got to say, things are looking pretty bleak. I mean, it's kind of like being relieved Theranos hired a blood scientist to help make the tech work. It's not exactly a vote of confidence that all of the actual work is being outsourced. I mean, the problem remains. The leadership, the massive promises, just having tons of money to throw at the problem doesn't mean you'll succeed. Millions of startups get funded and fail every year. What makes the difference is the idea and the leader, which in this case are both mediocre. But of course you might be thinking, wait a second, there is another option. The founder could just return the money, which investors asked about. Can we be refunded? The response is classic crypto. No, that's not how the space works. Overpromise, underdeliver? That's how this space works, right? So you might be wondering, if no refund is coming, how does a 21-year-old with no experience build something no one's ever done before? Well, the answer is simple. You just go steal work from people who've done it before. See, apparently some of the sneak peeks of Pixelmon were actually just stock assets on the Unity store, like this snake, which can be found for $159. Here's another example of the founder looking for this baby dragon he wants to use. Another guy sources it and he says, "Oh yeah, haha, bought that yesterday." Now, I want to be clear, the Pixelmon team claims they didn't use these assets for the actual NFTs, but instead paid artists to modify these assets slightly, which isn't really that much better, especially considering that some of the artists that were hired didn't even know their work would be sold as NFTs. For example, this guy who designed some of the dragons said, "I don't actually endorse NFTs because exactly this, other people get rewards for the artist's work." And he's right. He made $6,000 designing dragons for Pixelmon, and Pixelmon made $70 million. Now, not only that, remember that this whole thing is supposed to be getting designed by some AAA game studio, Magic Media, that actually has the experience. But so far, that isn't what's happened at all. In fact, in some of the models, you can see Upwork, which is a freelance website, listed in the save file. So apparently part of the $70 million game you guys just bought is being designed by freelancers. who might not even know if their work is going to be used as NFTs. And all this just shows the inexperience of the founder. He's rushing around trying to fulfill impossible expectations, and the result is exactly what you'd expect: a mangled mess of stock assets, freelance work, and botched art. But to be clear, I don't think the founder holds all the blame here. Pixelmon doesn't seem like a rug pull the way a lot of NFTs are. It's a terrible investment, absolutely. But that's not the same thing as a scam where people just run away with the money. That actually hasn't happened yet. Instead, the situation is you just have a 21-year-old inexperienced developer with a $70 million war chest. And I think that's kind of on the investors. They're the ones who put millions of dollars into a game with zero credibility and that isn't out yet. And honestly, I don't think there's a good answer for this. I mean, I think it's on the people who wanted to get rich and decided to gamble, because it's fine if you want to do that, but when you lose, it's kind of on you. Now, of course, I'm sympathetic to you guys, so I'm not going to leave you guys hanging if you lost money on Pixelmon. I do want to help you guys out with a friendly tip. There's actually an open world game called Pixelmon as well that is out today. You don't have to wait for it. And believe it or not, you can play it even if you're broke because of Pixelmon. Because, well, this Pixelmon is free. And comparing the two, a free game which is already out to a $70 million disaster, I think the only reaction to have here is this. So that's basically it. Pump the stock by liking and subscribing. See you in the next one.
Yep. Talking about WoW still.
One of the executives,
right, trying to get ready for the
largest
first raid.
NFT marketplace in the world just got caught insider trading NFTs for personal profit, proving once again that the real way to make money in these markets is insider trading, baby. And if you don't have that insider knowledge, by the time you hear about it, you're 10 steps behind. Let me walk you through this money laundering disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the $10 million studio.
Sorry, guys. We're almost done here, I think. You're cutting out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. Oh, right. Wow. Yeah. No, I know. That's the part I'm worried about. Yes. That's mostly what I was worried about, was the pre-raid grinding, because while I can do a lot of grinding while just doing like mindless grinding while I'm playing the game, like while I'm streaming and doing other things, I'm more Oh, no, when I was gearing for Sunwell and stuff on my Warlock, every single stream I just ground moats or farmed moats the whole time in the background. However, yeah. We'll put this on.
It's me.
Christian Game Show. Let's fucking go.
I have a question.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
so.
well
It's
do
more
you
of
know
just
the
like
Bible?
what I am concerned about is
went to
balancing
church
the time
sometimes.
commitment in the first couple of weeks,
not
as
much.
because it's going to be coming out right
Okay.
as
So do
class,
you think
like
you're ready
a month
for,
after
say,
classes
an
start.
American Bible challenge?
So
I'm
that's
as ready as I'll
that's what I
ever
was
be.
concerned
I
about.
think
That's
the
what I was
show's
concerned
gonna
about.
be
Poo poo pee pee.
educational.
Fuck
I
you,
think
chat.
Maybe I'll know. So I
Someone's
did
in
go
my
to like
YouTube
Catholic
chat saying
day
poo poo pee
school
pee. That's
to
right.
get,
Double
to prep
dipping
me
poo
to
poo
get
pee pee.
confirmed in the Catholic Church.
Of course.
I got confirmed. So
I know.
according to
It's
the
because
logic,
my
I
YouTube
should
chat
be an
also shows up
expert
on my stream.
Yeah.
on
But
the Bible and everything. So I'm ready to
yeah, it's
kick
fine.
ass. Really.
Well,
You're
you
a
gotta
confirmed
double
Bible
dip. You gotta stream on both platforms.
I remember
Maximize
getting
engagement.
confirmed. We sit in the pews with like a big robe on,
and the priest recites some shit and you have to recite it back.
I think it's kind of cheating that like you just repeat what somebody else says.
Yeah, you don't think of it by yourself. The priest tells you what to say.
Yeah, if you're doing like an oath to God, you'd think it would be like your own words. I don't know if these Catholics really got it going on the way I think they do.
I think the Catholic Church needs like a revamp. I think they need
Yeah.
rebranding actually
I
to
think-
get the youngins in.
Yeah, I think they should probably do something with like cryptocurrency.
If they sold like a Jesus line of NFTs, you have like Samuel, Paul, you can like collect all the 12 disciples.
Yeah.
That would be sick.
You could collect all the saints too.
Yes, this dude. Are we on the verge of the next crypto? Step aside, Bored Apes.
Get ready for Bored Christ. So the American Bible Challenge is a wonderful game show.
This
Also,
looks like American Ninja Warrior.
but for
Things that are
Jesus,
showing us.
it really does.
It looked like they
also,
did.
do you like this web design? It's so you have the media player, and then you just got like ads, but the ads are like always scrolled halfway, so you have to like scroll back
Oh
up.
no. Graphic design is my passion.
Yeah, or you could scroll all the
Web
way
design is
down.
my passion.
And this is where
This
the
is-
other episodes are under the
Oh boy.
ads.
Oh good. That's a good user experience. You want to watch more American Bible Warrior? Sorry.
American
Yep.
Bible Warrior. So the American Bible Challenge is hosted by classic guy Jeff Foxworthy.
Yes, who you might know from Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Yes, and these are actually the fifth graders grown up.
Oh, okay. So they grew up, they went to Catholic school,
Yeah, they were confirmed.
communionized, they confessed. What are the 7 sacraments? I don't even know. I'm a terrible example for Catholics. I'm so sorry.
Water, air,
Water,
fire, candy,
earth,
sticky.
candy.
I'm just
Oh.
trying to think of like elements, you know?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sticky is a good element.
Horror.
For sure.
Yeah.
Horror, yes. There's just so many rules in the Catholic Church, at least.
Yeah, there's too many.
There's so many rules. They need to patch the rules, maybe make them easier to understand. They need a new update.
Yeah, they need a smaller book. So this is the American Bible Challenge, classic reality game show. Sorry. Did you hear that?
That was wow, that screech.
That sounded like one of the fucking pig guards from Jabba's palace. So they play games and do Bible trivia, and the games are also Bible themed. Don't forget.
Okay.
That's basically the premise of the show, and Jeff Foxworthy's there, and so is this lady.
That's so good.
The road to $100,000.
It is hell on earth.
All right, I'm sorry to say.
You
but
think
that's not
Warlock's gonna be better than
Like,
Mage?
if you're gonna do a game show in 2022 in Joe Biden's America,
Yeah. And they're splitting
Okay.
this within their
So all the
group.
tier lists I read had
Yeah, so that's
assuming-
not even like a good amount.
no, that sucks. Make it like $1 million. This is God we're talking about.
And then you have to give 10% of your tithing to God.
Of course.
Give
they-
it back to the show to sow into the next contestants.
Oh my God, do you think this show pays any taxes? Because it's technically religious themed.
Yo, is that how they're getting around it?
Oh my God, I think they. I mean, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they at least try?
Right, I would.
Oh dear. You can cut the tension with a knife.
This is a lot of pressure.
What could possibly prompt you to ugly cry like that?
On American Bible Challenge. Oh my God, I'm
Just
so excited.
sobbing.
I just wanted to like really fit the frame. Stretch Jeff out. Not like that though. Don't make it like that.
Don't actually stretch them out.
Oh please.
The nuns high five. There we go.
Do nuns high five.
We're going to give away more than $25,000. I'm Jeff Foxworthy.
Wait, 25,000?
Yeah, hold on, what?
What the hell,
We're
Jeff?
going lower.
What the
This
hell?
is ridiculous because what's the show? Fuck, what was the one where you get $1 million? Is it? Are you
Who wants to be a
greater?
millionaire?
You get like, oh yeah, maybe it's that one. How much money do you get at the end of Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Do you get money? I thought it was just like a test of skill.
No, you get $1 million.
What? So Jeff has
On the
given $1
top
million
chart.
before.
Yeah, to Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? I think God's people deserve more than $25,000 for this show.
Yeah, I think you're right. These people know the Bible. Come on.
Yeah, there's a lot of pages in there too.
I know.
This is the American Bible Challenge.
go. Let's
Oh,
praise.
fuck yes.
Oh. Come on, give Jesus your praise.
Sacrifice queens. Sorry. Can we just talk about all the words that were in the background of that?
I didn't even look.
Sacrifice, betrayal, history, loss, salvation.
Kings.
Oh no! Jeff
Oh, he
pushed
pushed it
his
away.
salvation away.
Don't do that, Jeff.
So are these all like things from the Bible or things that are gonna happen on the show?
Betrayal. I think that is things that happen in the Bible. That was a sentence. Those are things that happen in the Bible, I think. Probably.
I wish it's things that happen on the show.
It's the American Bible Challenge, and here's your host, Jeff Foxworthy.
Oh, they have a fucking choir? That's awesome.
That is kind of awesome. What other game show has a choir?
Nobody, dude. Literally nobody.
Exactly. I like how the lyrics are put your hands up, put your hands up.
Yeah, it's so
It's
good.
very like it's like Walmart church music.
Oh, you're so
I've gone
right.
to churches with way better music than this.
Yeah, me too.
They couldn't have hired like an actual church band to do the theme song.
Yeah, they don't even have instruments. They did a cappella.
No, they just come on. Come on.
At least they got a guy with the fedora on. Though.
Yeah, you can't
Can't miss him.
you can't have it without the fedora.
Welcome to an all-new season. I would like to thank you all for taking us into your homes and into your hearts. And I'd also like to welcome a very special addition to our show, Grammy-winning musical co-host Kirk Franklin.
He won a Grammy and that's what he
Oh.
made?
Hopefully he didn't write that song.
Yeah.
He got paid like $100.
Good to see you, buddy. All right, but right now, 3 teams,
is amazing.
including a tattoo artist, some self-proclaimed
Ooh.
divas, and a team of nuns
Yeah.
will go head-to-head in a lively contest of faith.
We got the
fun, and
nuns.
facts.
Right.
Yeah, we got the nuns in this episode. We also got a tattoo artist.
Yeah, that's actually a sin according to the Bible.
It's true.
In Deuteronomy, it's 13:4 or something.
And a chance to come back and play for $100,000 in the American Bible Challenge Grand Finale.
Let's go.
Let's meet our first.
Okay,
Yeah.
so in the initial round you get $20,000, and in the final round, grand finale, you get $100,000.
Oh, okay.
I see what Jeff's game is.
All right, Jeffrey.
The preaching divas, we go hard for God.
Oh yes, dude.
I kind of love this.
I love them. We go hard for God.
Ladies, welcome to the show. This is Sauce, and now explain a little bit about the charity you're playing for.
Yes, we're playing for retirement for our sisters. We have a few older
Aw.
sisters that paved the way for us, and they have laid everything down to follow God's call. And
So they're playing for a charity. So it's kind
Yeah.
of fucked up if they lose.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the nuns right now.
Yeah.
That's
given everything
adorable.
to us, and they've saved nothing for themselves. So we want to make sure that we have enough money to take care of them when they can't take care of themselves anymore.
That's so awesome. So welcome to the
I've never thought about nuns needing to retire.
I know, me neither.
It's
That is
interesting.
adorable.
Yeah.
That's adorable. I love them.
Well, if they know enough
Now
about
it's
the
kinda fucked
Bible,
up. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of fucked up if they don't win now.
let's hope they know their Jesus and God. Also, her name is Sister Peter Joseph.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. That's awesome.
Yeah, nuns
I
are
just-
inherently
It
funny.
just
I
sounds
agree.
like she just took 2 of the apostles' names. Just
She
like
kind- she really did.
I'm
And then we have Sister Maria Sus. Oh,
and then Sister Evangeline.
sure, we'll
She
take
doesn't
it.
get a second name yet. She's not
No.
she's not high enough ranking.
She needs to rank up on the server.
Imagine like I'm Sister Jesus. Like just taking like I'm Sister God. If you could take Peter and Joseph, you might as well just aim for the moon.
I know, yeah, why not? Just do Sister God. Amen.
I love that they have
Mother
these
Teresa
giant
would pick
Bibles
whichever
in
side
front
was
of
evil.
them.
I know, it's so out there.
It's great set design.
All right, here's how we're going to do it. You're all going to start out playing together as teams of 3. Now, as the game goes on, you're
Dude, this is insane drip.
Wow.
This is so good.
Wow.
So they
this
got
is like Daughtry.
Daughtry.
or Nickelback. They look like they should be in Nickelback.
A Nickelback cover band.
Members. Yeah.
Well,
or Puddle of Mud.
What's also great is it's like I just want to analyze this shirt forever because it's like it's the Shadow the Hedgehog logo.
Yes. Oh.
Like straight up. And then a bunch of text at a 45-degree angle going down the shirt.
What's it saying? Also,
I can't tell because it's a weird, like, it looks like the Constitution font. But it's also stretched and distorted, and also at like
I see
20%.
Omega.
Oh yeah, Omega, begin.
Omega.
It must just be
okay.
Bible shit, right?
Probably. Oh, okay. Because there's a Bible thing that's like.
I am the Alpha
he's
and
the
the
Omega
Omega.
and the Alpha. God's
beginning and
actually
the
the
end.
true Alpha male. Yeah, the
True.
beginning and the end. The Alpha, the Omega, the redemption, the Red Dead Redemption.
Also, it looks like this guy tried to take both of these guys' hair and combine it.
Yeah, he did. I don't know how successful he was, but
Gonna go down
oh
to two
well.
players, and then finally just one player. And at the end of the game, the top two teams are going to go head to head, and the team that has the most points at the end of that is going to be leaving here with $20,000 for their charity tonight.
Oh, they're all playing for charity. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes it better.
I also can't help but think about the logo. It looks like the Hot Wheels logo.
Oh, wow.
Doesn't it just?
It really does. Oh my God, it really does. Because it's like the font
Mm-hmm.
and the way that it's in the flag.
Yeah, that's.
It's so good.
And a shot at $100,000. All right, you ready to win some money for your charities? Let's play the American Bible Challenge.
Hell yeah.
So,
The choir is still standing there. The choir is still just. I guess they have to like cheer and stuff. They're not even clapping. Look, they're just standing there.
dude, they need to like sit down or get off
I
stage.
know. Look at them. They're not clapping.
All right, our first game is
Get out of
called
there.
Listings and... This week's TV God.
Oh.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Are these,
Oh,
like,
instead of TV
fake-
Guide.
Okay. I'm still like, I don't know if that tells me anything
TV, but
about what I'm about to answer.
but okay, think about TV Guide, but it's TV God.
So there's like advice, pieces of advice.
No,
Like,
it's TV God.
oh, okay.
Fun,
Good.
All right. These are the listings for TV shows that might have entertained viewers with their Bible stories way back before the American Bible Challenge. Each correct answer is worth 10 points. Wrong answers are minus 10 points.
We love an
Let's
open
take a look
Bible
at the
state.
board. First question. How I Met Your Mother, Mary.
Now
my
that's
God.
funny.
That's gold.
Joseph is beside himself when 12-year-old Jesus is missing. Here is the question.
Oh.
Where did his parents find him?
Oh,
In the
okay.
temple, in the market, in the desert, in the line at the Apple store.
Okay, pause. Ah. Okay.
Okay, the
Okay.
answers are up
We
here.
have in the temple, in the market, in the desert, in line at the Apple store. Ha ha ha. Very funny.
Well, don't write that off right away because you don't really know what was around in Jesus' times.
You're right. Aliens. What do you think it is?
I think it's in the temple, right? Is that just too obvious an answer?
I don't know. I was gonna. Oh,
It's either temple or desert, because what the fuck would he be doing at the market?
I don't know. Buying fish or something.
Whatever they did back then.
But was Jesus a pescatarian? I feel like he was.
I don't know.
Can we get some Bible experts in the comments, please?
Yo, can we get some Bible experts and or fish experts in the
Yeah.
chat?
I'm gonna guess in the market just because you guessed the but I'm gonna keep score.
Okay, I'm gonna actually, because I said 2, I'm gonna guess for sure in the temple. The final answer.
Okay, mine is
Yeah.
market.
Just writing down the actual score.
I am. This is important.
I'll probably have Nicole, my editor, keep track too.
Okay, I'll send her a picture of this.
Okay, good.
All right, I'm ready.
Scott.
In the temple.
In the temple is absolutely right for 10 points.
What did I tell you?
All right, next question.
I know
Damn.
everything about Bible and Jesus.
Depressing. A depressing L for me today.
Well, I went to youth group and we danced and sang Christian rock, so
Wow.
yeah.
The lore of Ethan is expanding.
Take a
Before
look
my
at the board.
eyes.
Project Runaway. After the prodigal son returns home, he is rewarded with a stylish outfit, much to the chagrin of his competitive brother. Here is the question. Also known as the lost son, the prodigal son was given what from his father to wear? Robe and ring, crown and mantle, shirt and boots, cloak and dagger.
Is the fourth one just always a joke answer?
I know. Is that like Assassin's Creed? Like, what's happening?
Cloak and Dagger is a Marvel comic.
Oh.
Yeah. I like
Inspired by the Bible?
Yeah, of course.
I have no fucking clue what this is. I'm gonna guess robe and ring or something.
Yeah, I was gonna guess that, but since you already guessed that, I'll say
I guess we could have the same.
we could. But I'll do a different one because we're just getting started with the American Bible Challenge.
Okay. All right. You're right.
I'll say shirt and boots.
Okay. I'm robe and ring, your shirt and boots.
Yeah, I'll go with the simple answer because I don't know. You know, maybe it was a humble gift, but his brother was still jealous.
Yeah. It's pretty good. Educated guess.
Robe and ring. Robe and ring is absolutely right.
Man, fuck you. Fuck you.
Let's go.
Fuck the Bible. This is bullshit.
Let's
Project
go.
Runaway.
1 and 1. Neck at neck. However they say it.
Yeah, it was on the first time. His father gave him a robe and a ring. My dad gave me an orange vest so my brother wouldn't shoot me deer hunting. So that's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, you're supposed to do. That's like what you do in deer hunting. That's what everybody who's ever gone hunting has done. You always wear. It's not just for your brother not to shoot you. It's for everyone not to shoot you. Because if you're wearing camouflage, you're gonna get shot.
I learned something new today.
Jeff Foxworthy's like, I'm just like one of y'all. I'm only a multi-millionaire.
He's like me for real.
Divineliest catch.
They didn't even get a lot of laughs for that one either.
I know.
That was a stretch, Jeff.
They tried. Day miraculously picks up when Jesus arrives and the crew becomes overwhelmed with their
We love
abundant
religious
catch.
game
How
shows.
did they handle it?
I love when we Dish TV God.
Backup boat. They call for a sushi chef. Sister Maria Suso.
I can't.
What do you think?
Okay.
Do you think they
I
call
can't
for
believe
a
that
sushi
all
chef?
these people
Why
knew.
is there always a joke answer?
The nuns know everything.
It's funny. It's comedy. It's Jeff Foxworthy. He's a funny guy.
Yeah.
What were the fucking? I
Well,
think
just
they let
DM
the
me if
fish
you need
go.
anything else from me,
That would
guys.
be the
I'm
most, like,
going to be
answer that
around. I'm
makes
going to have my
sense.
Discord up. So
Yeah.
Because
Why
the
would
rest
just let me know if you need anything, guys.
Don't see.
All right,
like,
I'll talk to you all
can't
later.
Call for
See
a
ya.
backup boat. It's Jesus times. Pray for less fish doesn't make any sense.
Pray for less fish.
Sushi chef, maybe, because then they could
Sure.
eat the fish. Yummy, delicious. Also, can we talk about how the text doesn't fit anywhere and it's all
Oh my
stretched?
God.
This is stretched.
They
this
all
is
look
stretched.
different.
This is stretched.
Okay, we're gonna let this
These
play
are
for a
all
few more
stretched.
minutes, but
That's
Jesus
amazing.
was
all
a
the
sushi
text
chef.
on the answers look different.
This is the only text that looks like it actually fits where it's supposed to go.
That's crazy. Just make the text smaller. Why do they have to stretch it?
Because Jeff Foxworthy's nephew, who's never done a TV show before, got the job to do all the graphic
Is
design.
this
I guess.
is this going
wild.
live? Is this meme for my going live tweet too far? It might be too far.
Absolutely. They
What?
call for a backup
What?
boat.
What do you mean? How? With a phone?
How? Yeah. What do you mean?
It might be too
What?
far.
I
Did
guess
they
they
go
send
all the way
someone.
back to what? Like swim?
Yeah, like I have no idea. They send a letter,
Did they tell Jesus to like
telepathically communicate.
exactly? Like he can phone the friend. He's the only one with Wi-Fi.
Yeah, where's the citation here? I want to review their Bible knowledge.
Yeah. I'd
What
like
they do. All right, now I'm going to give each of you a chance to pick up 25 additional points, and you won't be ringing in for this. We
You
asked
didn't hear, dude? They basically just passed a law to make it so that, or not a law, rather they changed medical guidelines to basically make gender-affirming care not covered by any insurance.
100 YouVersion app users this question.
And what's up, PJ?
Given the choice.
Virgin app users?
What the fuck did he just? What words came out of his
It's
mouth?
true though. My chatters look like
I have
that.
no clue.
So this is like a Family Feud style question, I guess. Like it's 100 people surveyed, and they have to like match
Okay.
the most common answer. I'm assuming.
All right.
Would you rather fast for 40 days or eat only
Oh.
manna for 40 years?
Only what?
What percentage of the people said they
Manna?
would rather fast for 40 days than
What?
eat manna for 40 years?
Why
According
is
to the
Jeff
Bible, it's an
Foxworthy
edible
doing this, by
substance
the way?
with which God provided for the Israelites during their travels in the desert during the 40-year period.
My favorite is the ancient aliens hypotheses that the manna was actually that the Ark of the Covenant was actually like a nuclear-powered alien device which produced mushrooms, which were the manna.
Following the Exodus and prior to
Easy
the
money.
conquest of
Easy
Canaan.
money.
So what's funny to me is that
Manna
if you have
for-
to describe a food as an edible substance,
Then maybe it's
Yeah,
not
it's free
fucking
and
food.
nutritious.
The taste of it was like wafers
Oh.
made with honey. That doesn't seem that bad.
I was gonna say that sounds kind of good.
Yeah, wafers made with honey.
Yeah. Okay.
So either eat nothing or eat wafers made with honey for 40 years.
I would feel like people would probably choose the food.
Yeah, over nothing probably.
I hope so.
65%, 41%, or 8%.
That's so fucked
Eight.
up. Guess like what percentage of people would have said this? That's like impossible. It's just a guess. You can't know that.
No.
This is just a survey from an app.
Honey is the
I would
worst.
say 8.
I'm gonna go with 41%.
That's true. Fasting wasn't all day. What's up,
because it's just a
Chester?
guess.
All right.
So teams,
What's up,
talk it over
Mr.
amongst
Mod?
yourselves while you talk it over together at home, ladies and gentlemen.
This is a trash question.
Oh, we're getting music.
Yeah, let's go.
It's also really funny because like they're trying to talk about the answer while they're like blasting this chorus music. So all the teams are like, "What? I think it's 8%." And also, what do you mean talk it over amongst yourselves? It's just a guess based on a
Jesus
survey.
Yeah.
You can't. There's no logic to do there.
There's
No, it's fine.
educated
You can
thing
figure it out
could
easily.
base this
You have no
on.
context.
No, there is no context.
He's trying to talk. He's like trying
to talk.
I love these guys. These
We're not
guys
even
look.
talking about it.
These
No, they're not even
guys
acknowledging
are
him. He's
neo-Nazis.
like, "Please, we gotta get the
100% these
answer
guys are
right."
neo-Nazis.
So I couldn't stay awake for 40 years.
Can't eat manna every day for 40
For
years.
40 years.
All right, well, the correct answer is actually 65%.
What the fuck? We were both wrong.
That's absurd.
I mean, so 65% of people, they would rather fast. 65% of people would rather not eat anything than eat manna for 40 years. I guess it's only 40 days, but you would die also if you did that.
That's not how
40
fasting works.
days. I thought they were the same amount of time.
Eat nothing
That's
for 40
not how
years.
fasting works. You just don't eat most
You
of the
figure it
day.
out.
Whoopsie.
I that's what I thought it said, but still, like, you would rather not eat anything for more than a month? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, manna's not that bad, according to the Bible. That's sacrilegious.
If you had to eat the same thing for every meal, though.
God gave it to you, though. Think
40
about that.
years. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, God.
Now it is time to get you out from behind those podiums and to do something a little physical.
Hell yeah.
Are they gonna fight?
Okay.
Are they gonna fight?
Stick a fork in it. All right, here is how it works. Under the cloth are 5 drinking glasses representing 5 people in the Bible. When the clock starts, I'll read you a fact from one of their obituaries. The first player will head to the glass with the answer you think is right and try to use a spoon to flip a fork into that glass.
So what is
What?
is different?
What does that have to do with the Bible? All right. Anyways, so let's start talking about some other stuff now, guys. So, 2 Cars has done some sourcing for us, and we found the YouTube video that the shooter must have watched. So a YouTube video called "Can a Nail Gun Defeat Bulletproof Glass?"
All right, time for the moment of truth, and the one that I'm most excited for, the bulletproof glass. So here's our bulletproof glass. You can see that we have shot the out of this thing. There's bullet holes all over it.
Can a nail gun defeat it? He
Definitely
watched
been
this and
put through
decided
paces,
yes.
But this section right here is pretty much untouched, and that's probably where I'm going to try to put that nail through it. So over here, you can see how thick this stuff is. I would say it's 1.5 inches thick. I don't know if you guys can see those layers, but I believe there's 5 layers to this stuff, and it's kind of unique bulletproof glass because it's technically not glass. It feels like it's made out of some sort of plastic, and it stops pretty much every pistol round that I've tried. Rifles do get through it, but pistol rounds don't stand a chance, and you can see all these bullets have been stopped in this thing. Even shotgun slugs, like down here, you can see shotgun slugs do not get through. A lot of pistol rounds
Can a nail gun
barely even
get through?
The first layer. Again, all that we've had get through this stuff is like 5.56 and up. So pretty good stuff and stops bullets pretty easily, but can it stop a powder actuated nail gun? Let's find out. All right, the biggest nail we got is the 2.5 inch nails, but this is obviously more than enough to get through that bulletproof
A powder
glass if it's
actuated
powerful
nail
enough.
gun.
And of course, for this one, I'm going to use the yellow 22 blank again, since it's the strongest one I got.
Wait,
Put my glasses on,
literally a gun
and
with nails.
let's see what it does.
It's literally a gun with nails. Hey, it went through. See, he watched this and he was like, see, it goes through
Straight
bulletproof
through it.
glass.
So this might not surprise a lot of you guys as much as it did me, but that is freaking impressive, dude. Look how easily that nail went straight through that bulletproof glass. That's so interesting. I know a nail is completely different than a gun, and it's obviously really sharp for one, but it's this small, concentrated area of pressure, and with that really sharp nail, it just blows through stuff that bullets can't really get through. But it never ceases to amaze me how easily these nails can penetrate stuff like this, when I've shot that bulletproof glass with hundreds and hundreds of pistol rounds, and none of them even come close. And yet again, the powder actuated nail gun is victorious against the bulletproof glass.
I think he thought he could
All right,
shoot
everybody, well, that's
through.
all I got for today. I hope you enjoyed the video.
So he thought probably, from what I'm guessing, is that he watched this YouTube video, right? He watched this YouTube video, saw that a nail gun goes through bulletproof glass, and thought he could just shoot it with the nail gun and break the glass and then climb through it, I think is what he thought. I don't know. Honestly, I have no clue what the guy was thinking. I have no clue what the guy thought was going to happen. Like, what he was thinking, what he thought was going to happen. I have no fucking clue. But I guess he was under the impression that he could somehow break the bulletproof glass with a nail gun. I don't know. I don't know what he thought was going to happen, man. But it didn't happen, and now he's dead. So, get wrecked, Ricky Schaefer. All right, so guys, we've got the warrant here. So we have the search warrant. Thank you, 2Cars, for sharing this with us. This was leaked to Breitbart first. So as far as I'm aware, that the Trump admin or Trump's lawyers decided to one-up the DOJ by leaking this to the press first. Too many movies and TVs. Right, it didn't break. It just went through, right? Maybe he thought he could push, like, go like, do, in a circle and, like, cut out a hole. I don't know what he thought was going to happen, honestly. Yeah, he had an AR as well. He had an AR, and I think his plan was to use the nail gun to get through the bulletproof glass, and then, because it was the visitor center, right? So the FBI building has a visitor center with the bulletproof glass and a sealed door and then fences around it, right? So, and then there's a courtyard on the other side of the visitor center, which then the building, right? So you have to get through that security and then you could get into the building, maybe. So I think he was thinking like he could just go like and shoot it through and then get into the building. I don't know. Just an idiot. I mean, he was like in his 40s. I mean, he's a true patriot. He tweeted on, or he truthed on Truth Social while on the run from the police and the FBI. Yeah, no, he was never getting anywhere, right? Like, if he somehow broke that glass, took out the agent or agents in that room, and then found the button to unseal it, because I'm certain the doors are mag sealed too, right? Like, to somehow open that door and get through the courtyard. Then he still has to get into the other building. And there's tons of federal agents who are all armed in the building. So, like, he's completely lost any element of surprise at that point. I play The Witcher, but you ain't Geralt. I want that kind of faith, right? Like, yeah, you can't understand what the fuck he was thinking because it was dumb as hell. No way in hell was he ever getting through, right? Like, it was doomed from the start. I bet he didn't even fucking, like, look up the... he probably went by there once or twice. So anyway, so here's the search warrant, as well as the receipt from the feds. Hotline Miami fan. So, search warrant has been signed and approved. You are commanded to execute this warrant before August 19th. At the daytime. The premises are Ocean Boulevard, described as a resort club and residence. That's the location. Locations to be searched include the 45 office, all storage rooms, and all other rooms or areas within the premise that were available to be used by the former POTUS and his staff, in which boxes or documents could be stored, including all structures or buildings on the estate. So it was a blanket warrant to search every room of the estate for any files. It does not include areas occupied, rented, or used by third parties, or not available to the staff. Okay. So all physical documents and records constituting evidence, contraband, fruits of crime, or other items illegally possessed, including the following: any documents with classification markings along with containers or box in which they're located, information including communications in any form regarding retrieval, storage, or transmission of national defense info. Right, that one's interesting, right? Any communications regarding the transmission of national defense info. Any government or presidential records created between 2017 and 2021, or any evidence of the knowing alteration, destruction, or concealment of any records. Receipt for the property. Bunch of boxes. Okay, and this is what's in it. This is really fucking funny what's in this warrant. So, 1. Executive grant of clemency for Roger Stone. Yeah, that Roger Stone, the one that Alex Jones sent nudes of his wife to. Info regarding the president of France. I wonder what that is. Is that like... Are those like hacked emails from Macron or something? Leather-bound box of documents. Various classified TSSCI documents. So top secret documents. Potential presidential record. Binder of photos. Handwritten note. Boxes. Miscellaneous secret documents. Boxes. Miscellaneous top secret documents. Boxes. Miscellaneous top secret documents. Boxes. Miscellaneous confidential documents. Boxes. Miscellaneous secret documents. Box. Confidential document. Just one. Box. Miscellaneous secret documents. Box. Miscellaneous confidential documents. Box. Top secret documents. Box. Miscellaneous top secret documents. I think he might actually be fucked here. I don't know. That's a lot of top secret and like just like the highest clearance level documents, and he just had boxes of them, right? I don't know, chat. What do you think? What do you think he was doing with that shit? Miscellaneous state secrets, right? Trump was known for flushing just a little bit. Like, okay, so something interesting, right? So these documents have been missing for a while, right? Since he left office. 2 years. They noticed them like 8 months ago, 6 months ago. Just recently, the Saudis gave a $2 billion loan to Jared Kushner. And then they awarded the Saudi golf tournament to be hosted at Trump's golf club. Just saying. Just saying that a bunch of top secret and above top secret documents go missing, basically, right? The highest classification documents go missing, right? A lot of them are kept in a pool closet at Trump's estate. The rest are kept in his safe. And after they're missing, his son-in-law gets a $2 billion loan from the Saudis for a project, and he gets awarded to host the Saudi golf tournament. I'm just saying. Right? Those are just statements. Those are just statements of fact. There's no, I'm not suggesting that these three events are connected in any way. Him having top secret documents, the Saudis giving his son-in-law money, and him being awarded the golf tournament by the Saudis. I'm not saying any of those are related whatsoever. They are just three events that all factually occurred. Yeah, it's like, hey, Saudis, come to my golf course. Okay. Can you tell us how to make a nuclear weapon? Yeah, sure. I'd be more than happy to. This is so wild. Like, he honestly might act like He might actually get in trouble for this. So here's another scoop from News Nation on it.
Really, it is Friday, August 12th. This is News Nation Rush Hour. Let's get right into that breaking news. And here it is. A judge has unsealed the search warrant for the FBI raid of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home, as well as the property receipt, which shows everything taken in that search. Our News Nation correspondents are combing through each and every page of the documents to break them all down for you. So we'll start with News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton, who is live outside of Mar-a-Lago. Brian, what does the warrant say was taken?
Interesting. I forgot about that too, Cars.
Get into a lot of specifics.
Okay, so let's look at this real quick before we watch this. So this is the guy that's fucking the FBI agent. So let's look at this. This is from 2019. Trump admin weirdly eager to hand Saudis nuclear secrets. Lawmakers want to prevent Saudi Arabia from getting a nuclear weapon. The administration isn't worried. Something you may have picked up over the past 30 months is Trump admin considers Saudi Arabia to be a close personal friend, the kind of whom they would do just about anything. Thus far, this has included arming the erratic, murderous kingdom with billions of dollars worth of missiles and letting it get away with murdering a U.S. resident, while one-time allies like France, Germany, and the UK and Canada are told to rot in hell. Hell yeah, fuck off. And now, the U.S. is taking things to the next level. According to the Daily Beast, the Trump admin has given 6 U.S. companies the green light to sell nuclear technology to Saudi Arabia. Interesting. Federal law stipulates companies obtain clearance from the U.S. government for exporting nuclear technology or engaging in the production or development of special nuclear material in Saudi Arabia. The authorizations, known as Part 810s, refer to the clause in the federal regulations, allow U.S. companies to divulge specific details about plans for working in Saudi Arabia and certain information about nuclear technology. For example, a company would need a Part 810 to transfer physical documents, electronic media, or the transfer of knowledge or expertise to Saudi Arabia, according to the DOE. It's unclear to what extent the U.S. government and U.S. companies have communicated with Riyadh about nuclear energy, especially in the wake of the brutal murder of Jamal Khashoggi and amid claims by Democrats on the Hill that individuals in the national security community attempted to discuss a nuclear deal with Riyadh without going through the regulatory process. Oh, yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Earlier this month, first son-in-law Jared Kushner had an intimate reunion with his buddy Mohammed bin Salman. That embassy staffers were barred from attending, raising concerns that Kushner and MBS had discussed a nuclear deal with no oversight. The meeting, it should be noted, came just a week after Kushner received top-secret security clearance because Donald Trump demanded it, overriding the concerns of the FBI, which expressed question on whether Kushner's business entanglements and utter lack of experience would make him a ripe target for manipulation. Yes, obviously. Cool. So there's a precedent for this.
Which is really no surprise. We expected that because
yes, right, Nom, it does.
Are allegedly classified documents, so they weren't going to spell it out in the public release. But we did get more information than we've had, and I want to read through this list of exactly what was listed as taken from Mar-a-Lago. 20 boxes, classified TSSCI documents, which stands for Top Secret Sensitive Compartmented Information, which is the highest level of secret documents. 4 sets of top secret documents, 3 sets of secret documents, 3 sets of confidential documents, photos and handwritten notes, information about the president of France, and a grant of
that line is so fucking funny.
For Roger Stone. I am told, Nicole, right now, all of those items remain at the FBI office here in South Florida.
Okay, so those items remain at the FBI office there. Is the FBI alleging a crime was committed?
So it's important to point out that
information.
President Trump has not been charged with a crime.
It's like Macron's dick pics. It's like pictures of Macron's penis is what's in there.
But we know that this search warrant basically revolved around 3 areas. Number 1, removal or destruction of records.
I don't know.
Number 2, obstruction of an investigation, and number 3, violating the Espionage Act. So those are 3 possible charges, but of course right now the former president is not charged with anything.
Okay, yeah, so just to reiterate, the former president not charged with anything. Has he responded?
Oh, yes, he has. He has been very, very active on his Truth Social account over the last several days, and he was...
Also, how fucking funny is it that because he like couldn't handle not tweeting, he decided to make his entirely own social media platform where he could never get banned.
On their posting shortly after this this document was made public, he said in part, number one, it was all declassified.
Nice.
Number two, they don't need to seize anything. They could have had it anytime they wanted without playing politics and breaking into Mar-a-Lago. It was in secure storage with an additional lock on as per their request. And it is.
Okay, so he is admitting now that he had classified documents there, but he's claiming they were declassified. But if they were declassified, then this wouldn't have happened. And also, he was apparently asked repeatedly by the records admin and the DOJ to turn over documents, and he turned over some of them, 15 boxes, but apparently there was 32 boxes left that he didn't turn over.
It's interesting what he says there.
It's
We
just
do
Twitter.
know,
It's just Twitter
that
with
the
a different
FBI
color
was
scheme.
at Mar-a-Lago in June. They asked for this additional lock. There are a lot of missing puzzle pieces to this, Nicole. They were obviously in discussions. They were there in June. They saw the boxes. They asked for the lock. We still don't know exactly what led up to the search warrant.
All right, so we know, based on this, all of the items that they were looking for. Do we know where they were actually found?
So this part of the information is not in the search warrant, but I am told by sources that the classified documents were found in two different locations within Mar-a-Lago. Number one, the documents were in the president's office, which is in an old bridal suite above the ballroom.
No. I mean,
and number two, other documents were found in a storage room.
I'm just laughing. Left Flank Vets is doing their podcast, and they have a caller in right now who say like Trump didn't do any crimes.
I'll actually feed your position a little bit here.
Marcus is losing it.
The FBI was investigating Hillary Clinton, correct?
In a room, in a hallway off of the pool area, I am told, about a 6 by 10 room, a room that had boxes all along the wall. That is another area where some of the documents were found, Nicole.
All right, Brian Enton live for us outside of Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for that. All right, let's give you a live look now at the federal courthouse. This is in West Palm Beach. Still, of course, a lot of moving parts in today's
Marcus is
breaking
busy as
development.
fuck today, is he? Twitter's UI is very easy to replicate. What's up, Grimpy? Marcus doesn't deserve this. Deserve what? I love Marcus. I'm a big Marcus fan. Marcus is my friend. But yeah, it's so fucking funny having this guy being like, he didn't do a crime. He didn't do anything. This is the Lion FBI. And Marcus is just like, oh my God.
Let's bring in News Nation correspondent Kelly Meyer now to help us break down the actual documents. So Kelly, you've been digging through all of these. How did we get here?
Well, Nicole, this is all a part of the investigation into whether former President Trump wrongly kept hold of the classified material and what's inside those pages. The unsealed search warrant revealing the FBI is investigating Trump for potential obstruction of justice in violation of the Espionage Act. The former president's lawyers are arguing the president declassified these documents before leaving office. And while he has the power to do so, there are federal regulations that lay out a process for doing it. The DOJ says it has asked Trump for these documents. The department says it subpoenaed him to deliver it, and he didn't. The search warrant came about after he allegedly refused to give the material back. The former president pushing back today, saying the FBI could have had the documents anytime they wanted. And we know Attorney General Merrick Garland approved the decision personally. The warrant itself was granted by a federal judge after the FBI was able to show there were reasonable grounds to search his Mar-a-Lago home. Both the AG and former president.
Oh my God. Did you just listen to Chapo earlier today, Belsky? Because that's exactly what Chapo said. That is literally exactly verbatim what they said on Chapo, Belsky. They said that, remember, the FBI does not do anything good. The FBI doesn't do any good things that have any good outcomes, but they do funny things that have funny outcomes. They stole it from a tweet.
Called for the release of this search warrant. Nicole?
All right, so Kelly, the warrant's been released. We're all able to read that now.
Don't mess with career librarians. Yeah,
don't
seriously.
we know at this point?
And that's also key here. The former president and his team don't have the affidavit, the document issued in support.
I think
of
the
warrant
Chapo
that
episode came
contains more
out,
sensitive and
let's
important
see,
details
yesterday?
explaining the cause of the investigation. The affidavit would explain the evidence used to persuade the judges there was probable cause a crime may have been committed.
The warrant is actually...
Yeah, their
it might
episode
be
came
the
out
best
yesterday, so they...
soundbite
I don't
but
know.
it's
They might have seen
actually
it.
the least important and the least informative. The warrant is sizzle. It makes the noise. It sounds cool. It looks cool. You see
What?
the flame, but the steak, what you want to eat, what you want to cut up and chew on.
What the
and
fuck is he
digest
talking
and
about?
enjoy with a nice bottle of red is the affidavit in support of that search warrant.
Uh-huh. Thank you.
So still waiting for the steak.
Yeah, right? He's very hungry. Like, they just, like, interview this random legal guy who's, like, just starving. He's like, and the search warrant, ooh, it's the sizzle. And you hear that sizzle is so good, but what you really want, you want the nice, juicy steak. Ooh, a good 20 ounce of ribeye with the perfect sear, perfectly seasoned, just juice dripping off of it, and that's the affidavit. Oh, God, I'm so fucking hungry.
There, and we don't know, Nicole, at the lengths at which
We'll be
the
right back.
DOJ
My
went
food's
to
here.
get these documents from Trump. What were the conversations between the DOJ and Trump's legal team? As far as the affidavit, that could be out sooner rather than later as the calls for its release grow. Nicole?
Yeah, certainly a lot of pressure. All right, Kelly, thank you for that. All right, let's bring in now my colleague, Leland Vittert, host, of course, of On Balance here on News Nation. All right, Leland. Reading through this search warrant here, help us put into context the new things that we learned from these documents today.
We sort of suspected that this was going to turn on the issue of classification, and we can see right now unsealed documents reveal that there were top secret documents taken. We talked to the president's former lawyer yesterday, and she kept saying, well, the president has the right to unclassify things. He unclassified all of these documents. So, in other words, saying that because the president, and she is right, has the unilateral ability to unclassify anything he feels like, he can't be charged with a crime for having classified documents. What's interesting from the search warrant, and probably the key thing that we thought was most interesting, is that it was that he is being looked at under the three laws, Title 18, U.S. Code 793, better known as the Espionage Act. So the security clearance levels don't really matter in terms of what these documents were classified as, because the Espionage Act does not require any of the documents to actually be classified in order to be a violation of the Espionage Act. Simply having documents that relate to U.S. national security and not returning them when asked qualifies as a violation.
So classified or declassified doesn't matter in this case. I want to focus on something you said there. You had the former president's, one of his attorneys on your show last night. What did she say about releasing the warrant? Because, of course, they've had a copy of it this entire time.
They have, and they said they were waiting for the Justice Department, and there was a sort of debate about decorum, if you will, which is sort of an odd answer. What's so difficult at times like this, right, is that we have two organizations, the Trump world, and the FBI, as it relates to Donald Trump, going back to 2015, who both have serious issues with telling the truth about the situation. Mr. Trump's lawyer brought up yesterday the Russia investigation. Lisa Page and Peter Strzok, who were consistently found to have engaged in misconduct as FBI agents as it related to Donald Trump and investigations of him. Crossfire Hurricane, the Steele dossier, the list goes on of misconduct by the FBI as it relates to Donald Trump. And that's a big part of his argument of these people just cannot be trusted. And on the flip side, you have President Trump, who has his own issues with the truth. So we're at an incredibly serious moment in American history and for our government and for the rule of law, without really being able to unquestionably trust what either side says.
All right, so Leland, let's talk about the contents, of this search warrant. Does it justify what some would classify as a major raid that came about because of it? And also important to know, though, there was apparently this subpoena weeks ago.
Right, as you said, apparently. So we don't know exactly what the subpoena was for and exactly whether or not documents were turned over. Clearly, the judge thought it justified it, and Kelly Meyer's report made a really excellent point, which is we don't know what is in the affidavit supporting the search warrant, and that would probably inform us all a
Jade
lot
is
more
aggressively
in terms
stupid.
of
Is
is
so
this
stupid.
justified? And what I think is pretty interesting is 48 hours ago,
She
when
just
we were
ate her
talking
entire
about this,
bowl
there
of
was
food and then
universal
just
agreement on the left
immediately puked.
and on the right that under no condition would simply violations of the Presidential Records Act, with simply having documents with no really underlying crime, investigation into corruption or investigation into January 6th or some other issue, would justify this. That simply documents in Mr. Trump's possession could in no way justify this raid. And now all of a sudden, especially people on the left, have completely forgotten that universal agreement, and now all of a sudden are into, well, the documents were very special and they were highly classified, so somehow this is some
agreed to that,
huge
you
deal.
moron?
We still are not past the point that these are documents that President Trump had as president, were under lock and key, evidently, in Mar-a-Lago, a compound guarded by the U.S. Secret Service 24 hours a day. Whether or not that rises to the level of the unprecedented raiding by the FBI of a former president's office.
Yeah, I would say, certainly whichever side you're on, lots of questions that still need answers. Leland Vittert, thank you so much. And we'll let you know you can watch On Balance with Leland Vittert every weekday right after rush hour here on News Nation at 7, 6 Central. All right, let's bring in another pair of smart voices to help us understand all of this even more deeply. David Weinstein, former federal prosecutor, and Tracy Walder, former CIA officer and FBI special agent. All right, so I ask this question to both of you, David and Tracy. Based on what we now know, could we eventually see some potential criminal charges filed here? Let's start with David.
We could. He's simply proving that he has in his possession documents that were not declassified, that should not have been removed from a secure area, and the fact that he had them, that is going to potentially support one of the three charges they're looking at, which is the charge under the Espionage Act. Whether or not they can establish they've not been declassified is going to be.
Well, they keep showing up on my timeline, and they're the only ones that seem to have breaking stuff on this.
Break down for us the difference here between a warrant, an affidavit, and a property receipt.
They're painfully centrist and
Thank you for having me again, Nicole. So with a warrant, simply what they have is something that has been issued by a judge, and they are able to go into the home and seize the items that the judge has given them permission to seize.
The press doesn't own the documents.
The affidavit is going to really be that probable cause that they have gained in order to be able to receive that warrant that is given to a judge, and then the judge will sign off on the warrant. A property receipt is something that you leave when you leave.
I'm the president.
Whatever the place
I can take
is
whatever
that you
I
have
want.
served that warrant at, and it's generally a rather general list of items that were taken. In this case, obviously, it's broad because some of those items were classified.
All right, so David, let's go over to you now. Some information we know is redacted. How do they pick and choose what is actually made public?
Well, part of what was redacted was identities of law enforcement officers who made these seizures. We heard the Attorney General talk about that yesterday. Other information, and I'm looking down at the warrant itself, signatures of people who took it. Again, that's law enforcement officers who have taken it. Aside from that, they really haven't redacted much other than case ID numbers. So the fact is, we know what, not specifically, but the general contents of those boxes. Some of them contain information that they've labeled top secret SCI, which is the highest level of security, and I'm sure Tracy can attest to that as well. And those are supposed to be kept in the SCIF or in an area that's designated as a SCIF, most likely somewhere in or near the White House, not in Mar-a-Lago. And even if there's 2 locks on the door, that's not going to cut it for the security that's required for these top secret security documents.
All right, so David says that won't cut it. Tracy, I want to go to you now. There's some reports that are pointing to a possible mole inside Mar-a-Lago. So explain for us, how does that informant process work when it comes to then reporting something?
So yes, that's an interesting question. What I think is really going to shine a lot of light here is obviously the release of the affidavit, because then we will know how this probable cause to obtain this warrant was acquired. When I went through the released documents, and it seemed
I'm going to guess like Eric Trump was the informant.
Like the areas they were searching were actually a lot broader than what I thought. It basically gave them almost carte blanche to search really all of former President Trump's facilities within Mar-a-Lago. So in all honesty, that points me away from the fact that there may have been a mole, and really points me towards the fact that perhaps this was information, these documents were
You never
information
loved
that
me,
was
Dad.
acquired throughout the course of perhaps another investigation, and they realized that these documents may be missing. And the reason I say that, I used to sort of think that perhaps there could have been a mole, and I'm not saying that that the possibility is gone, but what I think is very interesting is to really hone in on that Title 18 Section 793 of the Espionage Act, where it's more than just the classification of the documents itself. It's also, that section talks about intent to injure or advantage foreign nations. And I think that, to me, is pointing really, with the broadness of the search warrant, to that perhaps this was information that came out of other investigations.
All right, yes, certainly. We are waiting to see, and also waiting for that affidavit, as you both mentioned. All right, David Weinstein, Tracy Walder, we thank you both for your time.
You're welcome, Nicole.
And of course, with a story like this, there are always political implications and calculations. So let's drill down on that angle.
Yeah,
now let's bring in Julia Manchester, national politics reporter with our partners at The Hill. So Julie, the former president,
Her smile's
writing
creeping me
on
out
Truth
so hard.
Social that his poll numbers have now never been high.
Talking heads have like the creepiest smiles and facial expressions of all
That
humans.
Republican
They're not real.
fundraising is breaking records. Is this part potentially of a political strategy?
I think it very much is, Nicole.
That's
in
right,
fact,
Grimsby.
you saw in the hours after the raid and the days after the raid, the former president was even fundraising off of the raid, and the
sure
Republican
was,
National
and he
Committee
did a
was
good
also
job.
cashing in on that. So absolutely, I think this is a part of a political strategy. This is very much Donald Trump trying to make himself seem like a martyr who's representing his base. And they're saying, look, the political and government establishment in Washington is trying
They
to
wanna
get rid
shut
of
me
you,
up.
your
Folks,
representative.
folks,
And
they
he's
wanna shut
trying
me
to
up.
galvanize
They
his
don't want
base
me.
that way.
They
And
don't
they're
want me
also
to do
seeing
the
it
thing.
happening on Capitol Hill as well. You have House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, for example, saying that if Republicans win back the House in November, they will move to investigate Merrick Garland, the Attorney General.
Hell
so
yeah.
Politics is written all
Retribution,
over this.
baby.
Okay, so, the former president has yet to say whether or not he will be running in 2024. But, depending upon what unfolds here, could there be a situation that would bar him from running again?
There could be a particularly legal situation where he would be barred, especially when it comes to the Presidential Records Act or, what happened to this classified information. I'm not a legal expert, so we're not at that.
Are you, unironically, I wonder. Oh, I heard my dad doesn't love me while I wasn't paying attention. And you're assuming about Eric? Yes, it was. I think the Dem strategy is to stress Trump out so much that he gets a heart attack.
That point yet. However,
Honestly,
I'm sure
like,
there
this
could be
might
something
actually end up
that
being
could
a
happen.
huge
That said,
political
though,
hit against
I think
Trump.
that's going to open the door to a
Because,
lot
like,
of
honestly,
legal-
like, there's nothing you can do to win over Trump's base, right? Like, the raid is just gonna, or him being searched by the FBI is just going to make his base even more ardent and even more militant, but you were never going to be able to reach those people in the first place. Like, that 20% of America, they're not going to budge no matter what, right? There is nothing Trump could do, or that could happen to Trump, that would make him, or make them not support him, right? So it doesn't really matter.
Challenges. You're going to see lots of legal back and forth. You're going to see a lot of, pushback.
I think the funniest thing about this entire thing.
Oh, what's up, Mel? Yeah. Hello.
Oh no, I just think the funniest thing about this entire thing is that the liberals are so upset, that they think that like this somehow undermines like the U.S. government. But like it's so goofy. He just walked in there and just took stuff, and nobody stopped him. Like no one gave a single shit at it. Like he probably I saw someone making a point that he probably took a document so he could just like put it in his house and be like, yeah.
Well, that's not what happened at all.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but like,
there's-
how comical this was. Like,
I
the
mean, it's
fact
very comical, yes.
able to do it, like the fact that there were no systems in place, right?
Mhm.
Did they? I haven't been following this at all. Did they find out what nuclear stuff he took?
No, not yet. It hasn't been released, at least. But, like, we're talking like 32 boxes of all secret documents, many of which were top secret, like the highest classification of top secret, and then confidential and secret. So we're talking like 30 boxes of documents he should not have had with him. And apparently they've been trying to get it back for a while. They went to Mar-a-Lago and told him that he needed to keep it in a safer location because he had them in a pool closet with only one lock. So he put another lock on. And then I guess the FBI just couldn't get him and his lawyers to give the rest of the stuff back. So they searched the house. But I do... Yeah, there's the receipt. Yeah, we already read the receipt earlier, CG, but yeah, I'll pull this up so Mel can see it. I do think you're right, though, Tukars, that, like, how, like, sycophantic so many of his fans are probably does turn off independence. Right, so, right, grant for clemency for Roger Stone, which is just incredibly funny. Info on the president of France. Various classified TSSCI documents. That's like the highest classification. Binder of photos, handwritten note, miscellaneous secret, miscellaneous top secret, miscellaneous top secret, miscellaneous confidential. And there's like a whole other page of all of these like documents that he has that he was not supposed to have.
Guy is so goofy.
Saw a funny tweet. Nuclear secrets hidden in a fortified mansion in Florida is a fucking hitman mission. Yeah, right? Look, I honestly think that he might have just, like, kept these because he was planning on, like, turning some stuff over or selling some stuff to the Saudis. You know, like, he already wanted to give the Saudis nukes when he was president. And on top of that, Jared just got a $2 billion loan from the Saudis, like 6-8 months ago. Oh, yeah, we'll never know what the documents are specifically, right? But Jared did get a big loan, multiple $1 billion from the Saudis. You know, Trump's hotel or golf course was hosting the Saudi-funded golf tournament. So I don't know, maybe he did try and sell some secrets to the Saudis.
Popular position with President Trump's
but yeah,
base,
like
and
the
even
libs
maybe
are like,
some people
oh, rating
outside
the
of
president, the Trump
base.
supporters.
You
like,
know, we'll have to see where it goes, but right now we're not at that point yet.
All right, Julia Manchester
Jade, you
from
are
our
on my
partners
shit
at the
list,
Hill.
dude.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jade's on my.
Jade's a monster.
She's on my shit list, dude. She just ate her entire bowl of food and then immediately sprinted upstairs at full speed, made herself sick, and then puked it all over my hardwood floor.
My cats do the same thing. I
don't
tell
know.
my cats every day that I hate them, even though that's not true at all. I love them.
But I don't know why she does this. Why does she
She's
always
a cat, dude.
Yeah, but like, come on, like you don't have to puke. You don't have to
What
eat until you
explanation do you need? She's a fucking cat.
I know she's a cat, but she doesn't need to eat until she pukes. There is a mission where you retrieve a dirty bomb from a high-end hotel. That is funny. Come here, Jade. Hey, Jade?
Jade's gonna be in a Hitman mission.
Uh-huh. Speaking of Hitman mission. Have you seen this skit?
Mr. Welburn, I had a question about my...
Jenkins, get down.
What?
Get down, for God's sakes.
Oh, I miss this show so much.
Yeah, this like there was some really bad like sketch humor in some of their stuff.
You're a good kid.
But
How
this
long you been with
was
the company?
this was an amazing sketch.
Some
years
of
the
their
same,
sketches
I
were,
started
how do I put this? Problematic, ooh.
Yes, no, exactly. Some of them were problematic. Yes, this was.
And
a
I don't
really
mean,
funny
I'm not even like saying like lib problematic. I mean just like, man, they really just fucking put this on TV and thought it was okay.
Yeah, some of them are like that. This one's pretty funny though.
company
I haven't seen this in like
45
4
years
years,
ago.
but I remember this being funny.
Built this empire with my own bare hands. And I
Oh,
wasn't born with a
interesting,
silver spoon in my
Blastoise.
mouth either. I started out in my
I don't
father's
think I don't
tool
know
shed.
if they're gonna charge
I won't
Trump at
lie
all.
to you. I had to claw my way to the top. Might have stepped on a few fingers and toes. Heck, may have
And
even
hey,
split a few
Boop.
throats along the way. But that's business. I forged this corporation with my own blood and sweat. And it cost me 2 marriages, 1 heart attack, and every weekend of my life to get this company where it is today. And this morning I walk into my office and the sons of bitches over at Bergman Sachs put a sniper on the roof.
Come again, sir?
A sniper, trained killer specializing in long distances. Quiet, stealthy, but above all else, patient.
Sir, I don't think they would put a sniper on their roof.
Sure they would. It's the right move. They don't want this merger to go through any more than the Kayazukis, but they've got the cojones to actually do something about it. That's why we're number 2. But let me show you why we're number 1. Slide me that case behind the pouch. You see, business is all about being able to adapt. You gotta learn how to roll with the punches. I'm gonna need you to pop up and give me a 20 on him.
What?
I know he's on the 75th floor, but I can't figure out if he's the 3rd or 4th window from the left.
Okay.
Now don't worry, he's got a bead on me, so if you're quick, he won't have enough time to readjust. Now, go.
Oh my God, you're right. Oh my God, you're right. Holy smokes. He's the 3rd window from the left.
Julie, could you send in one of the interns, please? You see, everything worthwhile takes sacrifice. You'd be good to remember that. You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs.
More coffee, sir?
Jesus! Oh my God!
You see, it takes about 3.5 seconds to reload and trace another target, which gives me an adequate window to fire off a couple rounds. Pure business.
Pure business.
That is a kill. You see, patience and sacrifice yield rewards. Business. It's probably them now. I'll bet they want to talk. Calvin, you son of a bitch, nice try with that sniper. Yeah, you took out one of my coffee boys. I'll bet I scooped his head clear off. Now let's get down to brass tacks. This merger's going through whether you like it or not, but how much is it going to cost to keep you from tying things up in the Trade Commission? Flash bomb.
Jesus God!
Jenkins, quiet down. I'm on the phone. 10% is robbery, and you know that. Meredith didn't even get 5% in the prenup.
Just got mortars.
What I'm saying is 5% domestic, 1% international, and that's my final offer. You still there? I'll bet we have a deal. All right. Say hello to the missus for me. Uh-huh. I'll see you on the greens. Business. Plain and simple.
Business.
Now, what was it that you came in here for?
My brother's getting married in 2 weeks, and I was wondering if I could have that Friday as a vacation day. Would you sign my slip?
No.
Rest in peace, Trevor Moore. Yeah, that one was a very fucking good one. Yeah, that sketch, you want me to link it? It's the sniper business sketch. Yeah, I don't know. Like, honestly, I think a lot of the rats are going to turn on Trump, but I think a shocking amount of people are just going to hang around, right? Like, I really feel like if people haven't, like, abandoned him at this point, there's, like, nothing that he can do to make them leave him. I don't know. That's just my take.
I mean, at this point, like, they haven't, I'm not trying to be like a fucking pessimist, but they haven't charged him for shit.
Yeah, they haven't yet.
So,
no.
like, I mean, so, it's like, if they're never gonna charge him,
mm-hmm.
Then he's just never gonna get charged. And
yeah, like, I find it,
at.
yeah, I find it very hard, to believe that the Democrats would have the, I mean, well, then again, I didn't believe that they would have the political courage to raid the House in the first place. So, you know, maybe they are willing to fucking swing for the fences here and go, you know what, fuck it. Let's charge him. But, I don't know, man. The big MAGA accounts are not turning on Trump. Hell yeah. Rats are capable of empathy. Oh, yeah, you're right. That doesn't seem like they're turning on him, huh? Well, that seems, deranged. Steve Cortez. Yeah, fucking
American
Steve
Patriot.
He says, let's make it a nuclear MAGA Friday, people.
What the fuck is wrong with these people?
And then people are replying like, boom. They're like, yeah, if Trump can't be president again, if they're gonna arrest Trump, he should start a nuclear war somehow. Interestingly enough, Roy Cohn. So speaking of Trump and nuclear secrets, chat, do you know who Roy Cohn is?
Roy Cohn just sucks.
Yes, the MAGA people are a lost generation. Okay, so Roy Cohn was like very bad, or very good at being bad. He was a super sleazy lawyer. He was a criminal. He was a huge piece of shit. Like, he was involved in all sorts of dirty shit throughout the East Coast in the 50s, 60s, and 70s and 80s. Roy Cohn was Trump's mentor, right? He basically taught him everything he knew. Unfortunately, Trump wasn't a very good student. Well, I guess fortunately for us, I guess. But Trump wasn't a very good student. But Roy Cohn is the person who got Ethel Rosenberg the death penalty for stealing nuclear secrets. So I just wanted to, it's just a fun irony of history that Trump is now in trouble potentially for stealing nuclear secrets, or at least mishandling them, when his mentor, his big case, was getting some alleged Russian spies executed for stealing nuclear secrets.
Roy Cohn is just like a cartoonishly evil person.
Yeah,
like whenever I think of like the stereotypical like mob boss, like the dude, like the Grand Theft Auto villain guy that will like break your fucking kneecaps if you just look at him the wrong way. That's
look at this guy. Like, look at this guy, right? Like, he was a lawyer and prosecutor who came to prominence as his role as McCarthy's chief counsel during the Un-American hearings, right?
I mean, this guy's literally the most like despicable person you could ever
Modern
think of.
historians view him as dependent on demagogic, reckless, and unsubstantiated accusations against political opponents. In the 70s and 80s, he became a prominent political fixer in New York. He represented and mentored real estate developer Donald Trump during his business career. So Cohn played a prominent role in the 1951 espionage trial of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. Cohn's direct examination of Ethel's brother produced testimony that was central to their conviction and subsequent execution. Greenglass testified he had given the Rosenbergs classified documents from the Manhattan Project that had been stolen by Klaus Fuchs. That was the Soviet spy. I think this was the Soviet spy. Yes, he was the Soviet spy. Yep. This was Klaus Fuchs, if I remember correctly. He was the reason that we bombed Hiroshima. Pretty much because
all these people are just fucking evil.
Well, no. He was slipping nuclear secrets to the Soviet Union. He was telling them what we were doing on the Manhattan Project, but they found out that he had done so, and they wanted to show the Soviets that we were willing to use the weapon. So they knew that Klaus Fuchs had leaked that the Manhattan Project was complete.
It was like half of the reason why the bomb was used was like, one, they just wanted to kill a bunch of Japanese people, and then the other one was just like they wanted to scare Stalin. And Stalin was like, "Well, it's too late. I already got the bomb. I don't care."
Yeah, I'll be right back. Hey Jade, will you stop being a little brat?
I love her. Stop being mean to her. Love Jade.
Jady cat, I love you. My tiny little kitty who's soft and true. Till you fall for this trick that I always do. Oh, Jady. She always falls for the same trick. Every time. She falls for the same trick. You'd think that she would have learned by now. Whenever I try to get her, if she's like hungry, like she's hungry right now because she ate her entire dinner and then puked it all up 5 minutes later, all I have to do if she's avoiding me and I want to pick her up is put like 2 or 3 pieces of kibble on her bowl. and she just runs right over, and then I scoop her
Love
up,
her.
and she's always like, "What? What?" She's so suspicious of me now because I always pick her up, but she falls for that one every time. I love Jade though. She's so cute. She's the perfect
love
little
her.
angel. Yep.
She's such an
Aloha,
angel.
good evening, and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. I'm Tulsi Gabbard, and I'm here in for Tucker. Now,
Tulsi.
Aloha, good evening, and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. I'm Tulsi Gabbard, and I'm here in for Tucker.
Why is that so funny?
It's very funny.
I love how Tulsi Gabbard went from weird liberal to just
Just
worse
a Glenn
liberal.
Greenwald
Just mask off.
conservative.
Yeah, just like a mask off liberal.
Hey, JD. Well,
Still the same.
No, she's like a Hindu fascist.
Yeah, she's like she's basically like US BJP supporters.
Yeah, well, no, she's Hindutva. Yeah. So yeah, she's like not just like a BJP supporter. She's like we really need to make an ethnic state just for Hindus, which I am one.
ML.
Holy shit, this is a funny tweet. Me seeing a cat that looks exactly like one of the any 10,000 cats I've seen in my life. Aren't you just pretty? Yes, you are. So true. I just learned that I am mutuals with Carl Zaw again, finally. He followed me at some point, and I don't know when.
I love Carl Zaw.
Mm-hmm. Carl Zaw's cool. Hey, Jade.
I love being mutuals with Carl Zaw.
We love being mutuals with Carl Zaw.
I love when he just like says like Lamau and like puts Mao in like
Uh-huh.
parentheses.
Uh-huh. That's right. Wait, what? 1986. Donald Trump has imposed upon all of us his idea of class, more of a dynasty notion of panache than anything even faintly invoking the uptown swagger New York epitomizes. Forget his noxious tactics with tenants he wishes to evict. Forget the sheer cheesiness of Trump Tower, Trump Plaza, and his casinos. Forget the way he seems to have the Times in his back pocket. Forget the hustler on his best behavior manner. In fact, forget everything concerning Donald Trump except the stupid things he says. It would take a half an hour or take an hour and a half to learn everything there is to learn about missiles. I think I know the most about it anyways, on his desire to handle nuclear non-proliferation negotiations with the Soviet Union. Oh my god, I love him so much. He's like the dumbest man who's ever lived. He was meant to be president. Like, he was meant to always be president.
God, he's so fucking funny. I hate
He's-
saying that. Everything that he does is so funny.
It is so funny. And
Like,
once-
like it's comical. Like, Biden is so status quo and such an old white dude. Like, at least Obama was kind of cool. Like when Obama would do stuff, it was kind of cool. At least he would be like, "Well, yeah, I kind of like rap music." You know, I don't know. Like he would lean into some of the stuff. He'd be like, "Yeah, I love basketball." You know, like fuck.
Right. Like, I mean, at least he pretended to be human. Biden's, like, incapable of human emotions.
Oh my! Except when he goes up to people and like says, and pushes his finger into their chest and calls them Jack or whatever.
Yes.
He did that to that union leader.
Yes. Yes, that is really funny when he calls people Jack or Fat or Tony or like, okay, wait, it's removed all my tags? Guys, I need to re-tag my stream. God damn it. Okay, educational, chatty, leftist.
What happens if you type in exclamation point cat?
I don't know, because they work as hashtags now, so I don't know.
I don't know how Twitch works.
I know they've added like new tags. Oh, this goes. Wait, I can't say this title may conflict with Twitch's moderation policy. Can I not say anti-LGBTQ?
Because that would be obviously you don't want that stream.
Okay, well no, I can't say anti. Is it? I can't say nuke. Is it? I can't say nuclear. Let's see. Let's see if it was nuclear. I couldn't say no. What? Trump stole nuke info. What? Florida goes full anti-queer. Okay, goes full. Can I say turf? I can say turf. Okay, I can say turf. I couldn't say anti-LGBT or anti-queer, so I guess that makes sense why that's a thing. But Trump claims he declassified all the. There'd be documents if he declassified it, dude. Right? Like there would be. Do not. Grumpy, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna have to delete your message from my chat. You're gonna get me in trouble, Grimpy.
Grimpy, shut up.
So, anyways, though, but yeah, like I feel like there'd be like, oh, we're up to 30 now. I feel like there'd be a paper trail, right? If he declassified documents, right? I feel like there'd be some paper trail, something there if he declassified them. And if he did declassify them, they probably wouldn't have been this drastic, but I don't know. But yeah, The Onion once again swinging for the fences. Mar-a-Lago assistant manager wondering if anyone coming to collect a nuclear briefcase from Lost and Found from 2017. March of 2017. Palm Beach, noting that it had already been there for 2 weeks, Mar-a-Lago assistant manager Chris Mahoney reportedly wondered Monday if anyone was coming to collect the nuclear briefcase from the club's Lost and Found. Someone noticed it in the dining room and dropped it off, and it's just been sitting in the bottom of the bin ever since, said Mahoney, adding he had been asking people to come collect their lost scarves and sunglasses if they might have also misplaced the briefcase attached to a pair of handcuffs. You'd think whoever it belongs to would have realized they lost it by now. Well, I'll give it a few more weeks. If no one claims it after 90 days, it's up for grabs, and I'll see if anyone on my staff wants it. At press time, a man had mistakenly claimed the briefcase on his own before going home to discover all the unfamiliar buttons inside. Proletaire was streaming under that tag? No fucking way. What's up, Arun? Like, honestly, no. Like, yes, but like, I could have very easily guessed something like this, right? Like, early into the Trump admin, it seems like clear how reckless he was with everything, and the fact that he was like constantly taking classified things to Mar-a-Lago, holding classified meetings at Mar-a-Lago, just doing everything for Mar-a-Lago. It definitely wouldn't be unreasonable to be like, oh, imagine if somebody just like if Trump leaves the nuclear football there, right? Like. Yo, the Trump people are really going nuts. The nuclear MAGA. Look at this guy. It's MAGA-geddon. End of days and the triumphant return of the Lord of Lords, King of Kings, Yeshua the Messiah. Thumbs up, nuclear emoji, America emoji, 100%. Let's see what nuclear mag, if anyone's tweeting nuclear MAGA. Oh, a lot of people are tweeting it. Nuclear MAGA. Love it. Retweet this if you're nuclear MAGA. I support nuclear MAGA. Dark Brandon is no match for nuclear MAGA.
What the fuck? So Dark Brandon and nuclear MAGA are fighting each other.
Reap the whirlwind, nuclear MAGA. Now all like the Trump supporters are like Possadists, and they're putting the radiation symbol in their bios.
I just
nuclear
fucking,
MAGA and proud.
So we have butthole anarchists, we have Gonzalites, we have Maoists with red book, we have Gaddafi with green book. We have Dark Brandon, we have Nuke MAGA, we have Pat Socks, I guess.
Oh my god, that's so fucking loud.
There's
Nuclear
so many-
MAGA.
How many groups? Like, I can't. Horse. There's socks emojis.
Yeah.
Rose. Stop. Everyone left.
There's also
Stop.
spicy. There's also spicy pepper.
Stop putting fucking emojis in your political ideology. I can't stand it anymore.
We the
No
people
flags-
stand with
no
President
flags
Trump.
in bio. No emojis in bio. No stupid thing. No ideology in bio. Just say you're like an anti-imperialist or something. Stop it. I hate
Nuclear
all this nonsense.
MAGA. Nuclear MAGA. Donald Trump is only nuclear when it comes to stopping these sick fucks from their evil plan to rule the entire world. They are terrified of him putting power back in the people's hands. This is war. Nuclear MAGA.
Everyone's
This
in
is
on
so
the Great
goofy.
Reset.
I can't
Well, almost everyone. There's one guy who's got the power to do something to stop it, and you know exactly where I'm going. And they made a mistake. They tried
Arun,
to get
there's
Trump
so
on their
many
side,
people.
so they invited Donald Trump to Davos, I think a couple of times. But in January, when Donald Trump, I think, really began
Yes, I
to
agree,
see the
Dan.
beast that he was up against, he went to Davos, to the World Economic Forum, and
Yeah,
he
these
was like-
guys all should know how terrifying nukes are, right? But they're like, nuclear war, let's fucking go. Nuclear MAGA. How
many of
nuclear
these-
MAGA are you?
So many people politically right now, regardless of these Trump people, like so many people are like in favor of the nuke. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even just nuclear MAGA people. It's like liberals.
No, I know.
It's like the weird anarchists that would rather just blow up every single pipeline.
It's all started with Wasbapin wanting to nuke Syria and Russia, remember?
I can't
But
stand
like
any of
it's
this.
like I feel like it's like the American, like it's like a very American phenomenon, right? That we're like so hopeless and powerless that these people are like, you know what, like I just want to see everything destroyed. I just want everyone to die. Like it's like this out of control death drive that they just want to annihilate everything, including themselves, and they get like this like sick sexual pleasure from the idea of like annihilating the entire planet. That's the only thing I can think of, because it's like a very American thing. I don't think you're gonna see people in China, Russia, or the UK, maybe the UK, but Germany, right, being like, we should nuke the world. Like there's no one like that except for Azov something.
I've definitely heard of like Chinese netizens and people in Russia saying
don't know.
Well, okay, but in the context in which they say it, they're being hyperbolic about it in like Russian or Chinese, right? So they're just like they're frustrated because they're told.
I have
their
not seen
entire history-
anyone post anything like that on that. But...
No, they're not posting it. I'm just talking about like people like talking within like Chinese social media or whatever. It's a very minority group of people, right? But they're not asking, you know. Yeah, Rude, you're right. Like there's probably like people in India, like I mean, there's just people in various. Like they are just minority groups within, you know, China, Russia, India, all of these countries that are probably not advocating for nukes the same way Americans are, but they're just kind of like, look, if America does something first, we have every right to strike back, and if that's the way the cookie crumbles, then so be it.
Right. Well, that's not what I'm talking about at all. That's
Okay.
completely unrelated.
I just wanted to clear that up. I don't know.
I mean, that's unrelated. I mean, like, yeah, like, I guess, like, people are like, yeah, sure, if America strikes, we'll strike back. And I'm sure there are people in Israel and maybe, like, Hindutva, like, fascists in India who are, like, kind of like the idea of nuclear war. But I feel like this idea of wanting to use nukes is, like, a uniquely American derangement. It's, like, the full embodiment of, the American public, like, civil society's death drive just going into just stuck in red gear. Like, it's just a very uniquely American thing that's just like, I want to see the world nuked. I want fucking Armageddon to come. I want everything to be torn apart. I want the land to be irradiated for 1,000 years. Like, that's so fucking cool. Like, it's a very deranged thing. For the past week or so, Songi Twitter has been losing their mind over Forrest Gump clone that released in India.
Cool. Forrest Gump
What does
I don't
Songi
like
Twitter
Forrest
mean?
Gump.
Oh my god, guys, remember this? The greatest post of all time? Star Wars is fascist. Harry Potter is fascist, neo-feudal Drek. Selfie obsession is fascist. British soap operas are fascist. Sci-fi is generally fascist. Ironic detachment is fascist. Porn is fascist. Mass cult under imperialism is inherently fascistic. Sorry to spoil your fun. One day people will ask, how did Anglo-Americans not see their own fascism? And the answer will in part be, they were entertained by it. Rest in peace, Phil Greaves.
I mean, I completely forgot he was banned today.
What, Phil Greaves is banned?
Yeah, he got suspended.
Got him.
That's why some people are posting like some of the funniest shit he ever posted. Oh my god, I feel so old.
Mm-hmm.
Phil Greaves was a notorious poster.
Yeah, he was, Phil Greaves was, like, always very deranged, and he hung out with this, woman named Red Kahina, and if you don't know the deep lore on the Twitter, like, they were the original tankies, right? They were, like, ML in name only, they were just, like, very deranged, theory brain, poisoned weirdos.
They originally had good takes about Lenin and good takes about... They were good MLs, and then something happened. They got so Twitter-brained that anything online they would just take as serious. So like if I'm an ML account, right? So if I just said, you know what, I really like Star Trek, they would go, wow, you can't enjoy Star Trek because Lenin didn't write about it.
It's kind of like that. Oh, I unplugged my light. They were kind of like that. They just generally thought like everything was fascistic, except for certain things that they did.
Oh, I never knew that.
But Red Kahina,
I just thought they were anti-fun. Like I just thought they hated.
Well, they
fun.
were anti like everything. Like Red Kahina, for example, who was like infamous, and she like had a very public like mental breakdown on Twitter and just spiraled. Which was just made worse by her being on Twitter and being so notorious. But she was the heiress of the hustler fortune. So this was like this woman who was doing like the whole holier than thou bit on like I'm the most politically like I had the best politics, the most correct politics, and her dad was like the creep who started Hustler. But Red Kahina and Phil Greaves really went off the fucking deep end hard during COVID when they started saying they were the first ones to promote Lysenkoism. They're like, genetics aren't real, Mendelian genetics are fascist, Lysenko is right, viruses don't exist, bacteria don't exist.
Oh,
that was like their whole thing. It was like viruses aren't real.
So ridiculous. I forgot.
I have a screenshot saved somewhere. Let's see if I can find it because I sent it to my biology professor.
I actually remember the Yeah, you're totally right. I remember they started Lushenkoism on Twitter.
Yes, they started doing Lysenkoism. It was very, very, very funny.
It was the two people I saw fighting the most were the Lysenkoism and the Posadas on Twitter. They would the Lushenkoists would put like the chili peppers in the bio, and then the dolphin people would put like the nuke and the dolphin emoji, and they would fight each other.
Wait, who had the chili pepper?
Some of the people from the Lushenko camp were putting like chili peppers and red books in their.
Well, I don't remember that part at all. Let's see if I can find it.
Maybe it's just 16-year-old kids that were copying them.
I think that was just the. I just remember the MLs putting a chili pepper in their bio, not nothing to do with Lysenkoism. I think it was just the MLs, Mel.
I don't remember. Everyone just puts these stupid fucking things in their bio.
There's like a couple Posadists. Well, that was pretty early on. They were some of the first people to do it because they did it in response to the sock dems, and they're like, well, our takes are spicy, so we got a chili pepper because we're correct.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
You really need to fucking brush up on your Twitter lore. You're embarrassing yourself.
I don't care. I don't give a shit about any of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe you should.
No, I refuse to.
Oh my god,
everyone assumes that I know Twitter lore, and I'm like, I don't.
Oh my god, I just found I have a bunch of screenshots saved from the infamous SDL addressing the allegation stream.
Oh my god, okay, let's just laugh, I guess. Fine.
Yeah, so I have some saved from that. It was also even funnier that he accidentally put the stream on sub-only mode, and then...
Oh yeah, and then he got a hype train!
Yeah, and then he got a hype train, but he put it on sub-only mode, and people, like, I guess paid for subs to harass him and, like, make fun of him. And he was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't trying to profit off of this or anything. I just didn't know any other way to keep trolls out of chat. It's like, dude, you could have put it on. It's like, I was watching too. And it's like, you literally could have put it on, like, follower-only mode for, like, 2 weeks or something, and, like, anyone who didn't already follow you wouldn't have been able to talk. And then he like apologized and he's like, you know what? So we're going to donate the proceeds from making it on sub only mode to Trans Lifeline. And I'm going to match it. It was $58. It was $58. And I do not believe that there was thousands of people in that stream and tons of people were subbing. There's no way it was only $58. He was fucking lying.
My partner got so mad about it. My partner like tripled the donation and then subbed and screenshotted it. And like somehow and she like typed in his chat, I think at one point, like, this is how you do it.
Oh, and like some amazing things. Synth is here was in chat. Synth is here is like the notorious right winger who like pretended to be lefty. SDL putting a screenshot up on stream of him saying, "Time to sexually harass my followers. Damn, my dick is dry, yet you possess lips. What is the deal?"
What the fuck?
There's also someone in chat saying, for the record, I'm the youngest moderator. I'm 18. I have not been harassed. I guess I saved a lot of screenshots from that.
I like forget this was a moment in history a lot of the time.
Him pulling up like sexual DMs with someone. Cool. I still remember
the fuck. Wait, I can't believe he went over all of these and then was just like, ooh woo, I'm sorry.
And like the stream had like close to 2,000 views. It was like really
I've never seen him.
A big event.
Well, yeah, because he advertised it.
Poor SDL? No.
He really loves he really loves or hates Asian people, because
The funniest part though, by far the funniest part of the entire stream was when completely unprompted, he said, "I do not have a secret harem Discord server." And that was really funny because nobody had ever accused him of that.
Oh. Hey, I think he had one.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was a rumor that he did have one. He just like his mods just deleted it.
Well, the funny thing though is like that was not a topic that had ever been discussed publicly though, as far as I'm aware. So it wasn't like one of the allegations circling around, which was kind of like why everyone was like, wait, what? I can't seem to find the Phil Greaves Lysenkoist screenshots, unfortunately.
Damn.
That's too bad. He's like the bad luck Brian of Edgy Boys, the only one to have their streaming career ruined over it. Yeah, and then he like came back by making a Dark Brandon meme with a Adam Waffen mask, with the Adam Waffen mask, and then when I called him out over it, I got like ratioed by a bunch of globe emoji accounts that fucking sucked. Yup. That's right. Hey, Jade. What are you fucking doing, Jade? Wow. Looking at some old screenshots from my stream when I had I think I took a screenshot because I was like, holy shit, guys. I have like 14 viewers right now. This is crazy. From like 2 years ago.
This is crazy.
This is nuts.
You have more average views. You have like double, triple most nights now.
Yeah, I have like my average views are like like 5 or 6 times what they were a month ago.
I'm so proud of you. Hey, remember back in like 2020?
Thank Left Like Vets and Rob, yeah.
Remember back in like 2020 when it was literally just like me, you, and Ellie and Blastoise?
Mm-hmm. Well, there was not 2020. It would have been like 2021 because 2021 was when my stream basically died for like half a year.
Oh yeah, when he
after-
came back, it was just like me, you, Ellie, and Blast.
Yeah, when I came back this summer, it was just like 5-6 people in chat, and it was basically always me fighting the same boss in Final Fantasy 14, Pandemonium 3 Savage, and no one wanted to watch that. What's up, Magic City? This is since you started going hard in late June, you've definitely boosted a viewer count. Oh yeah, totally, like probably tripled at least. Sometimes when I turn off ad block, I find advertisers have put me in the gang-stalked QAnon member cohort. Put foil over your doorknobs. If you haven't been doing this already, you need to start tonight.
Katrina's the edgiest member in chat since forever.
Yeah, that's true. Katrina is the edgy poster.
Following since summer of 2021, unfortunately. Katrina has not stopped posting since
Katrina's
year of being edgy.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Yes. Holy shit. Brianna Joy Gray tweeting, Marjorie Taylor Greene is right about the FBI, bad faith or not. I argue the left should take advantage of the acknowledgement of systemic bias and push to abolish the FBI. Which is really funny because they're not acknowledging the systemic bias that we're talking about. They're saying that the FBI is mean to Republicans.
Tim Pool,
Brianna
doing Joy Gray, MGT,
and then
Haas.
And then he replies with a fire emoji, and then a fucking Pat Sock goes, "Yo, you should check out Infra Haas."
I'm having a stroke. It's a nightmare blood rotation.
Mm-hmm.
There's 4 people just like sitting in there talking about the working class. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I want to see
do a band.
I want to see Pool and Haas hang out and go at it. Just have fun together.
Dude, Tim Pool, Haas, Brianna, and MGT should make a band together.
They should, and it can be called "Where in the World is Virgil, Texas?"
Isn't he a pedo?
Yes. Which makes it even weirder that
where's Virgil, Texas from again?
I don't know, but what makes it even funnier is that he got outed as such, and Brianna Joy Gray has, like I've talked about this before, she basically blocks anyone who asks her where's Virgil, Texas, and the banner and header and bio and profile picture of her podcast are all pictures of her with Virgil, Texas, and Virgil, Texas has been gone for like over a year.
That's fun.
Virgil, Texas's last tweet was in 2021. He tweeted, "Happy birthday, June 8th, 2021. That was his. He has not been seen since then. And if you click right here, Bad Faith Pod, he's still in the header with her, and it's Bad Faith with Brianna Joy Gray and Virgil, Texas. Why hasn't she removed him?
Oh, I forgot they did the Bad Faith Pod. That's what I...
Yeah, why hasn't she removed him? Brianna, why haven't you removed Virgil from your bio? Where is Virgil? Where is Virgil? Chat, where is Virgil? We need to find him.
Where in the world is Virgil?
He was the guy who was on Chapo, and then he, like, unceremoniously left, and then he, like, started a new podcast. Wait, is he actually a writer at a psycho-Catholic mag? I thought that was, that turned out to be not true. Hold on. I thought it wasn't true. Want to do some action movie style opener where a guy arrives at the cabin in Virgil, Texas, emerges with a beard? So he was tagged. He was tagged in the roster for this. So he was tagged in the roster for an Orthodox Catholic magazine, I guess.
Man, that sucks.
And the tweet was deleted. He was already Catholic, though, beforehand. Let's see. A lot of the former milieu of the dirtbag left have moved towards the fascist right. Red Scare starting the Dime Square. Virgil, Texas, writing for a Catholic mag. Mm-hmm.
The dirtbag laughed.
What shared interests could Virgil, Texas, and a Catholic priest have, I wonder?
They're really good at talking about
Mm-hmm.
None of them should be near school.
Mm-hmm, that's right. I mean, like, Felix is great. I was always incredibly sus on Virgil from the beginning. It was a different guy with the same name. Okay, so that's what it was. Interesting. Hey, Jade? Jade. I don't know where Jade is. It makes me upset. That's what Belsky is saying, that they tagged the wrong guy. So we mentioned this briefly yesterday, but chat. If there was any magazine that would come out as endorsing a Fourth Reich, what magazine do you think that would be? You're going to a concert? Nice.
What show are you going to, Arun?
Nice. Rat taking a shower. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Boop already knows the answer. Yeah, that's right. So, The Economist has basically made a cover article or cover story, making it sound like they are calling for a Fourth Reich. Thanks to Vladimir Putin, Germany has woken up. It must reclaim its place in a stronger, bolder, and more determined leader of a united Europe. And then showing the Bundesadler coming out of an egg. Your paper's not is old enough to see this happen 2 times before. Perhaps you could open the archives and see what happened after 1933 and 1914. How did it lose its place again? Germany is trans. Germany is cracking the egg, yeah. Thanks to Vladimir, Germany has woken up. And this is amazing. Just the first paragraph is absolutely amazing. All right, guys, are you ready for this? To borrow a phrase from the late Emperor Hirohito.
Oh my god.
What? To borrow a phrase from the late Emperor Hirohito.
Late? What do you mean late?
Well, he's dead.
I know he's dead, but just the like.
Oh, that's how you say it.
Late is usually like an honor term.
Yeah, the late Emperor Hirohito. The war in Ukraine has developed not necessarily to Vladimir Putin's advantage. That seems like a real deep cut for the Hirohito heads out there. It has sent Finland and Sweden bolting for the cover of NATO. It has deepened Ukrainian nationalism. Strengthened the democratic alternative Ukraine offers to Mr. Putin's own tyranny. Democratic, are you sure that's the right word? And led customers for Russia's energy to look elsewhere. It has prodded a sleepy giant, Germany, rousing a country that has both been Russia's best partner and its worst enemy. Hey, Mr. Economist, when was Germany Russia's worst enemy? This is not a joke. This is not a joke. I wonder when Germany was Russia's worst enemy. Interesting. Mr. Putin's warmongering may prove to be the catalyst that turns Germany into his own nightmare. A stronger, bolder, more determined leader of a united Europe. Well, no one has an industrial base anymore except for China. I just, can't believe that they would publish this and, coming so strong out of the gate with, in the words of to paraphrase the late Emperor Hirohito, Very suspicious. I don't know, Economist. If it was me, I would simply not do that. I don't know, man. I mean, rip to them, but I'm different. I simply wouldn't, you know, do that. I simply wouldn't write an article saying that Germany needs to reawaken. I don't know. Like, that just seems like a bad choice of phrasing. Oh, shut up, Elsky. Anyone who wants Germany to be a leader in Europe cannot be trusted. White people, stop making a fool of yourselves by trying to cite Japanese history. Well, I don't think that's what they were trying to do there, Nam. I don't think they were doing that. I think what they were doing there, they were doing a little fascist dog whistle. Right? Because they're talking about...
The Economist is, like, the worst fucking rag ever to exist. Like,
right.
Lenin was alive to roast it.
Right. Well, so they're doing, like, you know, they're doing kind of, like, a lot of overtures to fascism in World War II there, right? And they're talking about Germany re-emerging as a leader, and they just happen to reference the Japanese emperor aligned with Germany during World War II. Like, that's sus. Yeah, The Economist is fucking wild. What, chat for or against Roger Waters? I don't think anyone in my chat would be against Roger Waters, Cold B.
Roger Waters is cool. I didn't realize how cool he was until
I didn't realize how cool he was either. I knew he was cool, but
I knew he was cool, but like fuck, dude, he's getting real cool. He like openly said that like Biden was a war criminal. Got mad.
That's right. Okay, I'm gonna do something really deranged here, guys. I'm going to do something really deranged here, and I am... Really, Cold B, would you really think that anyone in my chat wouldn't be pro Roger Waters after that interview? I'm going to do something really deranged, and I'm going to mute myself to vacuum the floor for like a minute, because I just found cat hair on the floor, and it's now driving me crazy. This is normal behavior. Guys, this is normal. This is a thing that normal people do.
I hate Horse so much. I hate when he does normal behavior like this. Roger Waters is the founding member of a band called Pink Floyd.
I'm normal.
Everyone should yell at Horse and tell him to clean up his room. There's all these things on the floor.
Guys, I'm normal. I am normal, okay? Riveting content. Unmute, coward.
normal.
No.
I
Clean up your
literally
room,
said-
bucko. Lobster's daddy is upset at you.
Hell yeah. I convinced chat that you're a dirty person and you need to clean your room. Chat will tell you to clean your room.
I mean, you know, my room's still a mess, but... Sorry, chat. It was just driving me crazy knowing that, like, my bare feet were sitting on cat hair. And I'm like, no, we gotta clean this up. Now, this is the...
Literally nobody cares, horse.
I cared! That's why I did it! This is my stream, Melanie. I can vacuum the floor if I want.
I know you can. I don't give a shit. I just think it's funny.
Yeah, you know, just accept that's what I do. The cartoon flower.
I'm gonna make a stream, and I'm never gonna vacuum.
Yeah, okay, whatever you say.
We're gonna call it the anti-vacuuming floor stream. No vacuuming the floors allowed.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, no vacuuming the floors, whatever you say. Oh, by the way, this is really funny. From Carl's according to this, 34% of American voters cannot find Taiwan on a map.
Amazing. I know where Taiwan is on a map. I mean, if it was a real country, but you know,
It's
it is
not.
on a map though.
It is. Taiwan is on a map. I'm loving all the Americans who put Taiwan as Russia, Taiwan as as Australia. Oh my God. Taiwan as Korea, Taiwan as Japan.
Okay, I'm actually insulted if people are putting Taiwan as Japan or like for people that consume nothing but Japanese and Korean. Like, fuck's sake.
Look at this. Look how many people voted for Korea.
I absolutely hate everyone in America now.
Americans also putting India. Amazing.
Americans just hate Asians. I swear to Christ. Like, Americans will be the first people that'll be like, yeah, Panda Express is my favorite food. It's my safe food. I have to go to Panda Express every day. Meanwhile, don't know where Asia is on a map.
I mean, Asia isn't real, is it? Can anyone prove that there's a continent called Asia? That's right. No one can prove it, can they? So, good news. Speaking of Asia, guys, good news. It seems like the Japanese society has collectively agreed that Shinzo Abe's assassin kind of had a point. The people who chose New Zealand. I sneezed and dropped my phone on my big toe. And you chose Central Russia. Only 34% chose right. Yeah, so guys, Japan has seemed to have collectively just gone, you know what? Yamagachi had a point. Shinzo's assassin kind of had a pretty good point. It is pretty fucked up that the ruling government party has been working with a cult for like 60 years. That's kind of fucked up. Yeah, so funny Japan collectively decided Shinzo's assassin had some pretty good points. So Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida's cabinet reshuffle appears to have done little to ease voter concerns amid anger about the ruling party's ties to the Unification Church. I'm sorry, I do not trust a man in a tuxedo like this. This guy looks suspicious to me. Well, I mean, the reporting I saw on it showed that, like, with all that coming out, people were starting to get increasingly suspicious of the LDP over their ties to the Unification Church. Probably a little bit, yeah, probably, that's true. I'm sure that factors in. But, I mean, the prime minister has reshuffled her cabinet to try to get out people who are more closely associated with the Unification Church, if I understand correctly. Oh, no, they haven't been in power continuously for ages. They have been the only ones in power since Japan formed. They were out of power for like a day. I mean, he did have some good points. Well, I'm just sure. I mean, I'm trying to find a good source on it because I can't read that one. Interesting, though. There's a lot coming out about it. Also, very funny. Unification Church says that Japanese members have received death threats. Yeah, I bet they have, dude. Cool. The fungi in your head? That's bizarre. So it looks like they have dropped several high-ranking members of the cabinet over, well, ostensibly concerns of their ties to the Unification Church. Yeah. Fumio Kishida's culling of several high-profile cabinet members with ties to religious organization includes Nobu Kishi, the brother of Shinzo Abe. Oh, Kishi got ousted? Ha ha. Attempts by the Prime Minister to dispel concerns the church has any influence over the government have been described as hypocritical and an excuse to purge. Oh, boo-hoo. With public support rate declining and questions being asked over the degree to which the Unification Church has infiltrated the halls of power in Tokyo, Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida swept the house with a cabinet reshuffle on Wednesday. He retained a number of close allies, Foreign Minister Yoshimasa Hayashi, Finance Minister Shunikichi Suzuki, and Hirokazu Matsuno, the chief cabinet secretary, but called Nobu Kishi at the defense ministry. Get wrecked, bro. Okay. So they have confirmed, so Koichi Haguida has confirmed that he gave a guest speech at an event linked to the Unification Church, has lost his role as industry minister. And left. Okay. So he was moved to the post of policy chief for the LDP. Oh, it's still been controversial. Many in the party have welcomed the departure of ministers with any hint of a link to the Unification Church as a decisive move to dispel public concerns. Others say Kishida, a moderate in the LDP, has used the situation to rid his administration of a number of ministers who were close to Abe. I think either way that sounds good. Getting rid of the furthest right people in his administration, who also happen to be all the same people who are close to Unification Church. That seems like a win-win. Oh, I don't think that they're actually doing this out of sincerity. They're doing this as a PR stunt, but I find it very funny that, like, it's blown up in their faces now.
They have no choice at this point. Like,
Well, the assassination has forced their hand, which is why, like, it's just ironic that, like, even if it's a gesture, he still got what he wanted, which was people to discuss the Unification Church openly.
love how we're getting as many like fascist L's as they're getting like W's sometimes. It's very.
I mean, and also it sounds like he's also taken the chance to, for the same reason, purge Abe's loyalists. And I'd be guessing that's a 50-50 sort of thing, that he's doing this to quell public concerns over the LDP's ties to the Unification Church, and at the same time, getting rid of people who were further to his right and loyal to Abe. Ken Kato, a Tokyo-based businessman and grassroots member of the LDP, said Kishida was right to shuffle the cabinet, and it was a good opportunity to demonstrate the cult has no influence in the government. Oh, okay. He's wrong here. He says, I don't think the church was able to control politicians or affect policy. Well, that's not true. I mean, I'm sure some of these people might get brought back after, like, bigger profile people might get brought back after the heat dies down. That sounds very much like something that they would do. But either way, though, it is still really funny to see this cause such a backlash that they felt necessary to make some public statements and try to distance themselves. Well, that's what they've done with some of them, right? They've moved them into less visible positions.
Testing.
Hey, Nom.
Hey, sorry. I just sort of want to push back on this. It's like, yeah, like.
I don't know what they're. Oh, okay.
Why is it duplicating?
What are you saying? Because you probably still have the stream unmuted.
Yeah, stupid me. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to push back. It's this kind of stuff always happens. Like, let's say someone in the cabinet says, quote, why is a pretty girl like you not in the kitchen and taking care of children? Quote. This shit always happens. They pay lip service. They're very good at it. It's a function of Japanese politics.
Right.
I guarantee you nothing will functionally change. It's just new faces, but the people still sing from the same songbook.
Yeah,
like,
I wouldn't be surprised if things don't functionally change. Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the Japanese public has been outraged enough over it that they felt the pressure necessary to shuffle these people around and to make public statements on it.
No, it's just okay. So in Japan, there's this, well, for lack of a better word, it's a kabuki theater that you have to go through of face saving.
Theater.
Sorry, Mel. What?
Right.
Sorry, I didn't catch you, Mel.
Anyways, well, you're saying yes about saving face, yeah.
Right. It's funny that I use that, but so they make a show out of it, and making a show out of it is the entire thing. It's all theater, right? No one expects anything to actually change, right? If anything was expected to change, we would not have, the same sexist attitudes from the 1960s fossilized into Japanese culture, right? Nothing changes culturally speaking in Japan. It's the same group of people, the same oligarchs, the same families in power since the Meiji era. So, no, it's not going to change. The only people that are going to change is whether, certain people will visibly be in charge of the league. I mean, there always is going to be outside groups working with the LDP to chase out communists or anyone that is the enemy of the party. And it just so happens to be the Moonies. But in this case, I guarantee you, nothing will functionally change and they will still be in the background, still wielding power.
Yeah, I think you're kind of missing what I'm saying, Nam. I'm not saying that's not the case. I'm saying that his goal of drawing attention to the LDP's cooperation with the Unification Church, the Moonies, succeeded, as at least right now, public opinion is very sour on it. To the point that they felt necessary to do a show about it, right? To try to save face and do a show that, oh, look, we're purging some people. We hear you. Oh, totally, this is a thing. We agree, this is bad. We'll do something about it.
No, but what I'm trying to say is in Japanese culture, there's an expectation that you make a big to-do.
Sure.
That you make a theater out of things.
Right, yeah.
Right? And it is just doing it for the sake of doing it. It's an intentionally hollow gesture, and people know this, but still expect it. And that's all it is. It's a little bit different. Like there is no actual public sentiment behind this. Like they just wanted a public acknowledgement, a little bit of theater, and that's it. Everything will go back to normal.
I mean, the public polling, okay, because the public polling I saw was like very strong in the opinion that they wanted something done about it. I mean, if you're saying people don't really expect anything to be done, that's one thing. But I'm just telling you that the public opinion seems strong enough to force them to do theater.
No, but they always do theater is my point, though. The expectation is you're supposed to do theater. There's a whole thing about this. Like there's actually like an unwritten code of if you do X and Y, you're supposed to do this, and all the way up to kowtowing. Like there are actual unwritten codes of how you're supposed to do this public theater.
Depending on how severe it is. Yeah.
Exactly. So.
Yes, I'm aware. Yeah.
So, nothing's going to change. But the other interesting thing that's sort of buoying the numbers is also the public general distrust in outside, or what they perceive as outside cultures, or anything outside of the norm.
Sure.
And so whether let's say it was, I don't know, a Christian group, the same thing would happen. The same numbers would happen. It's just, it's not the bog standard, at least in Japan, Buddhist/Shinto culture groups. So they're not looked upon favorably. And this is the one a socially acceptable way of expressing this bigotry. So that's partially what's reflected in the figures, the polling figures. But really, I promise you that it is all theater. People were just expecting theater, and they're gonna move on.
All right. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if people move on. They'd move on the United States just as easily. But I was just surprised to see that, polling showed 85% of people polled wanted the LDP to publicly cut ties with the Unification Church.
Yeah, but it's here, and it's publicly, right?
So nearly
nothing would change.
85% of respondents said politicians must cut ties with the Unification Church and Kyoto and any affiliated group, according to Kyodo News. The survey found the approval rating for Fumio Kishida's new cabinet rose only slightly to 54% following his reshuffle aimed at reviving sagging public support amid the intense scrutiny over the links. The support rate in the 2-day nationwide phone survey from Wednesday came after the figure dropped to 51 in the previous poll. So while 84.7% called for severing ties, 12.8% said it was not necessary to do so. They additionally showed 89.5% want the LDP and its lawmakers to sufficiently explain their links to the church.
Right, but these people will mostly still vote for the LDP anyways, even if the election was tomorrow.
Right. I mean, probably. I mean, a good chunk of them certainly would. And I mean, LDP is also kind of the only game in town for everything, right?
Oh, no, I guarantee it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the only thing is maybe less people overall might vote, but it's still going to be a higher rate of voting than in Canada or the US.
Uh-huh.
Still going to get the majority at similar rates. I guarantee you they won't even lose seats if it actually happened, no matter what the poll says. Right? Because you have to remember, just this past election, which was a few months ago, they only lost a handful of seats at most, if I remember correctly.
What's up, y'all? Sure.
So,
I mean, like I'm saying, like their position is pretty unassailable for the most part.
Well, I'm sorry to have scared Mel away.
Did Mel leave?
Made my point, and see you later.
That's fine. All right, well, I'll see you in chat, buddy. Yeah, I'll see you in chat. I'm just checking this. Gross. Hunter Avalone is debating, are there only two genders on modern day debate? Disgusting. These people are fucking freaks. Taft AJ? Never heard that name before. Don't like that name. At least 3. This guy's such a fucking freak. Absolute freak. I'm sorry. I do not. Can you tell I don't like Hunter Avalon? It's true, I don't. I feel like he's a bit of a freak. Bit of a freak. I love how these people are still be like, you know what's really good content? To debate over whether or not trans people exist. I think that's good content. I think we should do that. Uh-huh. Sorry. Gotta reply to something here. Anyways, though. So this is very cool. So Florida has just changed their medical guidelines for, I believe, state insurance. So Florida has just added that puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and gender reassignment surgery as not medically necessary to treat gender dysphoria. It will put all Floridians who receive hormone therapy off their coverage for their medication. This is for trans adults, and private insurance may follow. So Florida Medicaid does not cover the following services for the treatment of gender dysphoria: puberty blockers, hormones and hormone antagonists, sex reassignment surgery. Any other procedure to alter primary or secondary sexual characteristics. So Florida has just now said that Florida Medicaid, Florida insurance will not cover any gender-affirming care, period, right? Nothing. They are not covering anything. You are fucking on your own. Just like really fucking grim. It's going into effect on August 23rd. And basically, since they couldn't get legislation through and they knew there'd be a significant pushback, what they ended up doing was changing the medical guidelines for insurers and treatment. So that way they could backdoor this in while they don't have to pass any law or really have any big deal about it. Nothing that'll, no laws, no debating in the public sphere, really. They can just slip this change through, and all of a sudden, if you're on Medicaid in Florida, you can no longer receive any treatment for gender-affirming care. Incredibly fucked. Having lived with my feet in both cultures, I say it's different. It may seem that way. Anyways, so, and what's up, Matt? What's up, Unelectable? Where'd you go, Mel? Florida is committing genocide. Ron Death Science is a genocidal dictator. No, I mean, you're not, like, it's not wrong to say that what Florida is doing is genocide against trans people, right? What Florida is trying to do, and now doing what Texas wants to do, what Ohio wants to do, what Tennessee, Alabama, Arkansas, all these red states want to do, they want to exterminate the next generation of transgender people before they can exist, right? And they want to, and first, it was that, right? First, it was all up under the concern of grooming or, we're worried that children are going to be exposed to gender ideology and somehow magically become trans or gay. That's what we're worried about. We just don't want these teachers coming in and telling our kids this stuff without parental supervision. We want to be involved in the decision-making process, right? That's how it starts. We're not talking about adults. They would always, originally they'd be like, well, if somebody wants to harm themselves or by being trans and they're an adult, they can do that legally. That's fine. We're just about protecting the children, right? That was what they said at first. And then as soon as they won that victory, now they're moving to forcibly medically detransitioning adults, right? First they made it so it's a felony to provide gender-affirming care to children in Texas, to make it impossible to talk about gender issues with people in school. And remember, there are always, parental rights, that kind of argument. When a lot of the reasons some of these kids may be discussing stuff and not want it sent back to their parents, the same reason something like the Trevor Project exists. The Trevor Project, which is a suicide hotline for LGBTQ teenagers and kids, right? Because their parents may be brutally homophobic, brutally transphobic, not accept them for who they are, and beat them, threaten them, kick them out, make them unhoused, abuse them, and they're probably already abusive, right? So there's plenty of reasons why these people wouldn't want to talk to their parents about these sorts of things, right? That makes all the sense in the world. There are things that under the best of circumstances, a child doesn't want to discuss with their parents, right? That's normal, that's healthy, that's setting boundaries, and there is no reason a parent has to know all this stuff, right? But they said, no, it's not just that. If a parent decides knowingly, with informed consent and medical supervision, to decide that their child needs gender-affirming care, that's a felony. That's child abuse, right? Now they're going to go and make it so that if you are already trans and you've already transitioned or are transitioning, you have to be, your care is cut off, right? And soon they'll just make it so hormone therapy is illegal. You'll have to be medically detransitioned, all those sorts of things. I mean, that's the end goal for this, right? That's the end goal. They're trying to re-educate kids to become Republican voters when they reach 18. It's the same playbook from the 60s. Yeah. Yes, it's very similar to what they did about gay men and lesbians in the 60s and 80s. It's very similar. They have found a less protected minority, and they are using panic and fear and disinformation. A new satanic panic, literally, like the libs of TikTok shit, it's a satanic panic, right? They are playing onto the child abuse protection stuff from QAnon. They're drawing this out here, and now they're saying these people are a part of it. These people are a threat to their communities, right? They need to be destroyed, is what they're saying. And Libs of TikTok was the trendsetter on this, and the entire Republican establishment picked up on it. Hey. And very quickly learned that it was good politics. They got a lot of engagement if they said, trans people are scary, trans people are evil, we need to get rid of them, right? So you can comment on this. So Florida just passed a change to their medical guidelines. So Florida Medicare will no longer provide any gender-affirming care.
Which is
period.
bullshit, because I would just like to say, things that are gender-affirming care. Breast surgery, breast enlargement surgery,
all of that.
tucks, hair grafts, Rogaine, Viagra.
So literally
That's
all of that.
Well, but they don't consider it because they are being bullshit.
Right.
They're not understanding that those are all gender. I need your Wi-Fi password.
It's Marks was right, exclamation point.
With capital M?
I believe so. So Florida has added puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and gender reassignment surgery as not medically necessary. Yeah, no, I know hormones. Yeah. It's absolutely evil. These people are monsters. Yes, that is my password. Marks was right. Boebert's son was being a dipshit. Her husband got mad at his neighbors, and the cops were called. Nothing actually resulted from it. Laura Boebert is so fucking funny. She's pure evil, but man, she is fucking funny. Ron DeSantis is not medically necessary. I mean, these people are pure evil, right? They are ontologically evil. Like, I am willing to go that far and say that they are ontologically evil. To them, cruelty is the point. They are intentionally victimizing and torturing people who are already some of the most vulnerable in society because it's easy political wins for them, because they find it pleasurable to twist the knife. They enjoy this. That's why they're doing this, right? This is fun to them. It's literally the idea of trans people existing makes them uncomfortable, right? And that's the case for many of these people. It makes them uncomfortable, and they are extrapolating on that uncomfortability to be a moral argument, right? Which they're just using as a fig leaf to justify their desire to prevent such people from being able to exist. Yeah, I mean, they already were they sacrifice human lives to play to their voter base all the time. I mean, fucking the Iraq War? I mean, similar the surge, right? Killing all those Iraqis to appeal to the voter base to look tough. The war on drugs, the war on crime. All of that was accelerating the rate of human misery in order to play it to your base, right? You gotta be tough on crime now. You gotta be tough on crime. Everyone's worried about crack. Don't ask where the crack's coming from. It's coming from the CIA. They're bringing it to fund human misery in Nicaragua, right? Don't ask where it's coming from. But we gotta stop the crack. Our cities are war zones now. Our cities are war zones. Guys, we gotta make it so if we catch someone with crack, you throw them in jail for 40 years, right? No mercy. No mercy. We need to get these people off our street, the super predators. We have to make our streets safe. Oh, and if somebody comes in, like the fervor, same thing, that's the moral panic, the fervor picks up. And if someone tries to be reasonable and say, guys, you're really overreacting here. This is racist. This is uninformed. This is counterproductive. You're tough. You're soft on crime. You want to release criminals onto our streets. You want children to be murdered and mugged. That's what you want. And that's exactly that's how they fucking play it. So even if you aren't 100% on board with cruelty to earn votes, well, that's the game now. You got to play along with it, right? The fucking crime bill. Maximum minimum sentencing or whatever, right? The minimum sentencing for crack cocaine versus powder cocaine. All of these things. It's the same formula. Well, I do too. I think we should fucking release pretty much every non-violent offender, right? We should release every non-violent offender except for white-collar criminals who stole more than $1 million, because those guys fucking suck. You know they suck. And they any white-collar criminal who has a country club membership, they can't be released. Everyone else gets released. You know? You sold drugs, out of jail. Records expunged, right? Records expunged. You're out of jail. You did a complicated financial crime? Okay. Are you a member of your local country club? You are. Sorry, no parole. You're going to serve another 10 years. Oh, you're not a member of the country club. Okay. Cool. Yeah, you're free. Well, a criminal, I mean, it is subjective. I mean, yes, of course, it is subjective. I mean, you can say criminal in the more literal sense of anyone who has been convicted of violating a crime or a law, whether or not that law is just or logical. But its definition of what's a criminal and who's a criminal always changes. Right? You know, technically, I'm a criminal for jaywalking, right? You know, if I had been caught and charged with jaywalking, written a ticket, I'd be a criminal, right? If I got caught with smoking weed when I was a teenager, I'd be a criminal. I mean, and that's part of the thing, too, with our criminal code. There's so many bizarre laws that are still on the books, like sodomy laws in some states. Hell, in Kentucky, it's illegal to enter a bank with a ice cream cone in your pocket, right? Probably, I imagine at some point somebody used an ice cream cone to pretend to be a gun and robbed the bank, right? That's a crime. The nature of crime is diffuse, right? And I mean, like, and that's kind of the thing, is that these laws are so diffuse and so many and so complicated that really criminality in a lot of ways comes down to enforcement, in my opinion, right? It comes down to who is the crimes enforced on, or who are the laws enforced for, right? The whole thing from that old comment where it's like the ethos of conservatism is you want a group who the law protects but does not bind, and a group whom the law does not protect but binds, right? So always criminality is only found where it's looked for, where it's enforced. And that's exactly why drug offenders are disproportionately people of color, despite the fact that almost every group uses drugs at the same rate, with the exception of white people using drugs more than other ethnic groups, right? So criminality comes down to a matter of enforcement, right? All of us, every single person in this chat, everyone who's ever come in my chat is a criminal. They have almost certainly broken some law somewhere. Maybe they turned on a red light when they weren't supposed to, ran a stop sign, jaywalked, smoked weed, I don't know, purchased alcohol 10 minutes after your state's sundown or dry law went into effect, right? You can't buy alcohol after 12 o'clock on a Saturday because it's Sunday now. Well, maybe you and the store owner finished the transaction at 12:01, right? But you are not a criminal until you are charged with it. Then you become a criminal. Then your protections are stripped, right? Until that point, you are a citizen, right? Innocent, you know. But the second you are convicted and you are charged, you are stripped of your protections, and you are no longer. You cease to be a person. You now are a criminal. So it's like the old, I believe it was either Greek or Roman idea that those who were exiled, right, those who were the criminals who were exiled, they were stripped of God's protection. They were stripped of the protection of the gods, meaning that anyone could kill them, right? If I see you walking down the road and you have been exiled, you have been stripped of the God's protection, I can just walk right up to you, shank you, and I would not face punishment for that, because as your protection has been removed, you are now a criminal. Your divine protection has been removed. Me killing you was the act of the gods. That was the will of the gods. You were always meant to die on that road. So it's the same sort of idea, just in a less brutal form, right? That a person is a person, until their criminality is adjudicated, until it is proven. There was a vid on Reddit where a guy left his door open and a cop just walked in and arrested him. Some comments referenced a stupid fucking law that said leaving a door open. Yes. Yep. What's up, Connor? The laws don't... See, the laws don't apply to me technically either, guys, right? Because I also am a sovereign citizen. I have recognized the false corporation that is the United States of America Postal Service. I only adhere to Admiralty law. And by use of quantum grammar, I am able to logically defeat any cop, federal agent, magistrate, judge, or bailiff. I can simply use my quantum grammar word jujitsu, semicolon, to defeat them, period. And there's nothing they can do about it, right? They see it and they know I have the magic words. I have the word magic. And that if they try to make me a criminal, they cannot. They themselves will be, I am rubber, they are glue. And it will stick to them instead. Well, let's make crime illegal. That reminded me of like a reply to Ben Shapiro, where like Ben Shapiro said something like, oh, the Democrats want to make, don't want to make crime illegal or something like that. Yeah, I think Ben Shapiro tweeted, the Democrats don't want to make crime illegal. And somebody replied, Ben, it's illegal. Like, it's already illegal. That's why it's a crime. Because it was already made illegal. Okay. Blastoise wanted me to show you all the rat washing its hand. Get clean, little friend. Get clean. All right, guys. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry, but we have been on for 4 hours, and I have not done this yet. So, folks, it is time to plug my pluggables. So, guys, if you are enjoying the show and you want to interact more, please join our Discord community. We've got a great little Discord community, and most importantly, you can suggest content for me to cover on stream, and I will do so. Right? Give me content to cover on stream. You can also hang out. When we do open panel nights, you're welcome to come in as long as I know who you are and I know you're not going to say anything weird. Now, if you want to go further and support me, follows are free. If you somehow haven't followed the channel yet, follow me here on Twitch and on YouTube. So you will be notified whenever I go live or upload a video, if I ever upload a video. Now, if it's within your means and you want to support me financially, please consider subscribing with Amazon Prime, yeah, if you haven't done that yet, or donating $1 as a tip. People have been very generous, and I really appreciate it. Blastoise, CG, all of you guys have been supporting me a ton, and I really appreciate it. I'm actually able to, this is going to be the first month I'm able to pay my bills, or at least some of them, without burning into the rest of my savings, because there's almost nothing left, like a couple $100s. So I appreciate it. Everyone, you've been awesome and super supportive of me, and it's allowed me to continue doing what I'm doing, and hopefully continue to do this more on a bigger scale. So, see, Blastoise, I had savings for a while because of unemployment. Right, so I got the extended unemployment, the $600 a week for 6 months, and I was splitting my rent with another person, so my expenses were maybe $700 a month, at $700, $800 a month. So I literally just saved every dollar I got from unemployment for the entirety of 2020. Just saved everything. Spent almost nothing. I did not leave my house. I saved all of it, and I have burned through that over the last year. Do they? Unemployment, I think, technically still owes me money, too. But they just randomly cut my unemployment off one day, and they're like, you're done. And I'm like, what? And they're like, you can reapply. But so I've been living off my unemployment since 2021. So, well, that's not true. That's not true. That's actually not true. I ran out last year, mostly, and I worked for the university. I totally forgot that I worked for the university for a year, until the professor fired me. So, They switched ID me verification. They refused to accept your driver's license. That's so fucking stupid. Do you have to get, like, the new special driver's license or something? Like, the one that lets you, like, fly or whatever? But anyways, everyone, yeah, thank you so much for everyone who has supported me. I appreciate it. But yeah, I basically, I don't think so. If I do, it's unclear. Hello, Connor. Hello, Connor. But I have gotten very, very, very good at living on, like, zero money. Like, pretty much, like, just like, all right, like, money does... I'm just not going to spend money on anything, like, except for food and rent, I guess. But yeah, I mean, the unemployment during COVID, that was like the first time in my entire life that I hadn't been like deathly stressed about money. Right, that was like the first time, and granted I spent a fair amount of that on tuition as well, but yeah, it was like the first time I hadn't been like deathly stressed about money. And with one exception, right when I got sober, I got a really good job running a sales team, but that only lasted like a year or so. And then shit got really weird at that job. They restructured the entire company, and hey, what? I already ate, but you're getting some? No, nothing. But I mean, if you get like an extra coney, I'll eat that, but that's about it.
Jade, I saw that you were in my room while I was sitting with you, and that was a joke.
Sorry. Yeah, you know what else? You know what else she did? She puked everywhere. Oh, hey, Andrew. My brother-in-law is here. But yeah, actually, ironically, because of that unemployment, not just for me, but for most Americans who were on it, COVID actually was like the first time in a while that America's poverty rate has declined. And it was one of the first times, too, that in a while that they had polled Americans, and Americans were able to pay for a $500 emergency expense. At least a percentage of Americans who could went up dramatically. Right? And I just went into squirrel mode during COVID. I just saved every penny that I got for unemployment that I didn't have to spend, with the exception of some stupid purchases, namely this and that light. But, you know. Yeah, and people complain about America's safety net, how ungrateful. That's right. For one glorious moment in time, America technically had a safety net. Sorry, I just remembered Hunter Avallone existed and I got really mad. Yeah, that unemployment during COVID really helped me out too. Yeah, dude, it helped me out. I think it helped like everyone who got it out. It was like amazing, right? Like, wow, I'm not worried about money. I can actually save money. I can focus on other things. That's when I started streaming, because I was like focusing on school, and I was focusing on school, and my longtime partner broke up with me, said that she might not have ever loved me, kind of stuff. You know, that was a fun one. And the student loan pause, too. Yeah, and the student loan pause, right? Like, man, and they're like, yeah, we think we're gonna start doing student loans again to help fight inflation. Which is so poggers. All right, guys. So, who likes Jesus? Chat, put a 1 in chat if you are a big Jesus head, as they call him. What, Jesus? You don't like Jesus? Nobody? What's up, Banana? You're not a big Jesus head? That's fucked up, dude. We're big Jesus heads out there. Yeah, we got some Jesus heads in chat. We got some Jesus heads in chat. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, some of the... What's up, Blatt? I fucking love Jesus. Somebody came into my chat the other day. Boop, you're in all the chats just like me. So someone came into my chat the other day and said, like, would you kiss Jesus on the lips? I think most of you guys were there for that. And I was like, what? I mean, yeah, sure. I guess I'd kiss Jesus on the lips. They came in your chat. Yeah. Unicorn, calm down. Are you high? Hey, Pookie. That's all that matters. Jesus as a general comic concept is cool. Jesus came into your heart. Ooh, you might want to go see a doctor. Don't you remember the guy that injected his cum into his arm? And he got very sick. If Jesus putting cum in your heart, that's bad. I actually, when I was a teenager, my church, I'm Anglican, by the way. I'm Episcopalian, which is, I mean, I'm not practicing. But I grew up Episcopalian, which is literally the only good branch of Christianity. By the way, in response to the moral panic in the United States, the Episcopal Church announced they had an official convocation of all the bishops, all right, the highest ranking members of the clergy, and they officially announced that it was a core tenet of Anglican doctrine to support gender-affirming care. It was a core tenet of Anglican doctrine. And they went so far as to imply that if you were an Anglican physician, it was your duty to God to provide more gender-affirming care. Your duty to God to do that, to provide that, implying that they might excommunicate over it, but also setting them up to have a very strong First Amendment case to sue states that try to ban gender-affirming care. You grew up Catholic. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. The Anglican Church, I honestly have very little issues with, sorry, not Anglican, Episcopalian, right? They're the same thing, but one's just England, the one's the rest of the world. I honestly have very little issues with the Episcopalian Church overall. They have always been very economically and socially progressive. Like, all the clergy at my church were communists, or at the very least socialist. It's very weird. Honestly, it was very weird. Like, they're an interesting church, but they went so far as to say that, you know, that basically if you're Anglican or you're Episcopalian rather, you have to support gender-affirming care. And that is a core part of the tenet, and that they believe, you know, everyone's made in God's image, and therefore, if you're transgender or non-binary or intersex, whatever, right? Any care you need is what God intends. So, kind of interesting. Do they allow? Yes, they do. They allow women as preachers, and they allow preachers to be married as well. Yes, the head of the archdiocese is a woman. I went to seminary, so this is my jam. Not the denomination, but my jam. Oh, interesting. My parents grew up Baptist and Unitarian. Baptists are the most evil. In my opinion, Baptists and just evangelicals in general are like pure evil. One of my hot, spicy takes is saying that they're pagans. I like saying that evangelicals are pagans because it really upsets them. But that was all to say that when I was a teen, they had a day where one of the members of the church, a youth, would give the sermon, and I was picked to give the sermon, and I gave this long theological sermon on Jesus being a communist, which pissed off half of the church, and the other half really liked it. All the clergy liked it. All the clergy was like, "Thank you, that was good," and I was like, it was probably fucking terrible, honestly. I was like 16. It was probably terrible. No, Catholics are super right-wing and authoritarian. Yeah, most Catholics are very authoritarian, very right-wing, right? Like, you know, like Catholics, like, using contraceptives is like a mortal sin, right? Like, it's a sin on par with killing. My dad fell on more of the commie side instead of the church, taught me how to bootleg music. Let's see. In 2003, my Catholic church had all the children of the church attend hour-long presentations about how you have to vote for Bush. Oh, my God. Kind of funny because I base a lot of who I was as a woman based on former coworkers that are Southern Baptist. Interesting. One could say evangelicals. No, and Clever, you and I talk about this a lot if you want to hop in VC, Clever, but they are spiritually non-Christian. Like 100%. That's right, Nightbot. If you want to support Jade and the show, please consider subscribing or donating. But yeah, I see the only true church is the Unification Church, right? That's the only real church. Yeah, man, that's like, I remember if you celebrate Christmas, you're a pagan. See, I remember too, like during the Iraq War, my archdiocese got in a lot of heat for being very, very anti-Bush. The church also operates like numerous housing programs. Like I think something like 50% of the church's operational budget goes into housing programs. They're one of the few churches that's like, okay. Lucky you had the parents you did, yeah. So anyways, speaking of Jesus, right? The Southern Baptist Church is under investigation by the DOJ. So something unique about the Southern Baptist Church, right? So the Southern Baptist Church is very different than, say, the Episcopal Church, the Catholic Church, or most other churches in that they do not technically have a centralized authority, right? So Catholic Church has the Pope. The Anglican Church has the Archbishop of Canterbury, right? The Episcopal Church technically has the Archbishop of Canterbury, but they also have the convocation of the bishops, right? The Southern Baptist Church does not have a hierarchical structure, technically, right? So they have something called a Southern Baptist Convention. So essentially, if you have a Southern Baptist church and enough people in the church say, Mr. Pedophile's the pastor, well, Mr. Pedophile's the pastor. However, functionally, it does have a hierarchy in the form of the Southern Baptist Convention, which is historically has been run by the wealthiest and most powerful members of the Southern Baptist Church. It's still fun to bring up the clip from Jesus Camp about the kids praying to Jesus. Oh my God. I know growing up. Yeah, so I knew a lot of crazy fundamentalist Christians growing up, like a lot of them. And I have no idea what any of their denominations were. There was one family that homeschooled their kids and made them pray all day. Hell, my cousin and my aunt are unbelievably fundamentalist. They go to mega churches. Growing up, when my aunt lost her keys, she'd pray to a picture of Jesus until she found her keys. My cousin, the other day, I said we should throw Christians in jail, and he said, I agree. I would love to die for my Lord. I would love to die for my Lord. I would be happy to martyr myself for Jesus Christ, my Savior. And I'm like, dude, I was joking. Like, that was that was a joke.
I am constantly looking for excuses to die for the honor of Christ.
I'm constantly looking to die for the honor of Christ, right? So, anyways, Nashville, Tennessee, the Southern Baptist Convention is saying that they are under investigation by the DOJ. Now, the Southern Baptist Convention has been in a lot of hot water for years. They are the only church organization in the United States that has as much sex abuse scandals as the Catholic Church. Only difference is it's primarily young girls. Massive sex abuse scandal, and they did the exact same thing as the Catholic Church. They would shuffle the pastors around. They refused to fire them. In one case, there was an infamous case where a woman who was also a pastor found out that her husband, who was a high-ranking clergyman, had been abusing girls, including their daughter, for decades as a missionary, right? And they wouldn't let her get a divorce. And then when she sought a divorce, they excommunicated her. I lost touch with my extended family. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Cold B. So
user Blatchevig asks, "What is that angelic voice?"
That's Comrade Clevername. That's Comrade Clevername. The most eldritch of horrors.
Would you describe angelic as appropriate?
Well, like maybe like a biblically accurate angel. Like I'd say perhaps like divine in a very generic sense of something that is like beyond human comprehension and like you know, like a spiritual entity, something like that, right?
In a traditional sense.
Clever is very dangerous. She is a cognito hazard. She is terrifying. Guys, if you don't know who she is, do follow Comrade Clever Name. Don't you fucking post a Triune in my chat,
Right,
you piece of shit.
Tiniest Boop. That's right. Post it more.
No. Chat, we need to come up with our own answer to the Triune. Can we please, chat, come up with a series of emojis, 2 emojis or 3 emojis we can use in response to the Triune?
Everyone post it. Everyone just real quick post that.
No!
Thank you. Thank you.
No!
Stop. That's what we're looking for.
Don't. Server mute. Don't post it, guys. Thank you, Mel.
You'd say that.
Well, you're unserver muted now. Anyway, so Nashville, Tennessee. Leaders of the Southern Baptist Convention said Friday that several of the denomination's major entities, fuck you, chat, are under investigation by the U.S. Department of Justice in its wake of its multiple problems related to clergy sex abuse. The SBC, by the way, the Southern Baptist Church, we'll read about the abuse scandal first, but the Southern Baptist Church actually came into existence because the Baptist Church, there was a unified Baptist Church, half of the Baptist Church were slave owners, and one half of the Baptist Church said slavery was a sin against God, and the other half said God wants us to have slaves. So they did what good leftists and good Christians do, and they schismed, and they had a split. The party split. Real Trotskyist energy, right?
Everything always rhymes.
Thank you, Nam.
I have the feeling that this all has happened before.
And will happen again. I barely know English. I can't speak emoji except for boomer relics. Well, that's fair. Where are you from, Blatt? So, the Southern Baptist Church's executive committee and thousands of its rank and file members now have opportunities to address the scathing investigative report that says top SBC leaders stonewalled and denigrated survivors of clergy sex abuse for over 2 decades, probably far longer than that, while seeking to protect their own reputations. The report issued Sunday says the survivors and other concerned Southern Baptists repeatedly shared allegations with the executive committee, only to be met time and time again with resistance, stonewalling, and even outright hostility. The 7-month investigation was conducted by Guidepost Solutions, an independent firm contracted by the executive committee. Damn, we have investigated ourselves and found ourselves guilty as hell. After delegates to last year's national meeting pressed for a probe by outsiders. So there's been an internal war within the Southern Baptist Church over the past 10 years. This sex abuse scandal has been going on since the 50s, probably earlier. But there has been, because remember, anyone can be a pastor. It's free real estate. Hey, thank you for the follow. So anyone can be a pastor. So there's kind of a war on inside, and half of them have been pushing for them to become, accountable. And the other half has been pushing back against any sort of accountability for decades. So looks like that side won. They got an investigative a committee put together by an outside Christian organization, and they found they are guilty as fuck. Since then, several top executive committee leaders have resigned, and the body, under interim leadership, will be meeting Tuesday to discuss the report. So this was from May of this year.
It must be quite something to look at a fully Western and Rome-derived Christian strain.
Are you Blatt?
To look at the to do a internal review and come to the conclusion, oh damn, this is really bad. We can't just deny this.
No.
We're gonna have to find some scapegoats for this one. This one's a bit.
No, this one, well, because they've been having a war, and a good portion of the leadership have been pushing for accountability for 10 years at least, because there's even some leadership who were sexually abused themselves when they were teens and children. And they've been pushing, and I told you, one woman, her husband was written up multiple times for abusing their daughter and abusing dozens of children, both in the global South and in the United States. There was another pastor.
I've been having the mental image of like the first episode of the second season of Righteous Gemstones, where you have like 12 of the worst kind of pastors all together. Like this, all right, Mr. Eli, what are we going to do about this? He was found eating the innards of a child again.
Right. And like there was like another guy who was credibly accused of 20 cases of sexual misconduct in a single church. And the Southern Baptist Council, or the committee, they just moved him to another church in Texas and then did not tell the new church. So this kind of stuff, like there was one woman, like the woman who tried to get a divorce after her husband was revealed to be this monster. And the church said, like, if you get a divorce, you no longer are a pastor, basically. Like, we're kicking you out of the church. So our investigation revealed that over many years, the EC leaders, along with outside counsel, largely controlled the EC's response to reports of abuse and were singularly focused on avoiding liability. In service of this goal, survivors and others who reported abuse were ignored, disbelieved, or met with the constant refrain that the Southern Baptist Church could take no action due to its policy regarding church autonomy. That was the line they always used. Even if that meant convicted molesters continued in ministry with no notice or warning to their current church or congregation. So the report asserts the executive committee maintained a list of Baptist ministers accused of abuse, but there was no indication they took any action to ensure the accused ministers were no longer in positions of power. So they had an internal list of sex pests and abusers, and they literally just kept it for themselves. They didn't do anything with it.
I mean, yeah, we need to make sure that none of them are, like, in the same place at the same time, so it doesn't get too obvious that you're just shuffling them around.
Right. So,
like, you just give Billy Bob a fucking job out of fucking Louisiana, send him up to South Carolina.
Yep. Like, literally, just like, all right, shuffle them around. So, they are being investigated by the Department of Justice in the wake of its probe into clergy sex abuse. The SBC's executive committee received a subpoena, but no individuals have been subpoenaed themselves, according to the lawyers. This is an ongoing investigation, and we are not commenting on our discussions with the DOJ. The statement from SBC leaders, including executive committee members, seminary presidents, and head of mission organizations, gave few details about the investigation, but indicated it dealt with widespread sexual abuse problems that have rocked the largest Protestant denomination in the United States. Individually and collectively, each SBC entity is resolved to fully and completely cooperate with the investigation. Yeah, that sounds credible. We will continue to grieve and lament past mistakes. Past mistakes. They're not mistakes. It was intentional malfeasance. Related to sexual abuse, current leaders across the SBC demonstrated a firm conviction.
Accidentally shuffling known pederasts across state lines.
It's like
by accident, by an oopsie doopsie.
Oopsie!
I mislaying them all.
Oh, I accidentally dropped all the churches and shuffled them around, shuffled the pastors around. Yeah, well, the FBI is involved. It's the DOJ, right? The FBI is involved here, almost certainly. So they said they grieve and lament past mistakes related to sexual abuse. Current leaders across the SBC have demonstrated a firm conviction to address those issues of the past and implementing measures to ensure they never are repeated. There was no immediate comment from the Justice Department. No, this is the DOJ. This is the DOJ. So we've talked about how they previously investigated themselves. And, well, they didn't. They had an outside firm investigate them. And the outside firm they hired was like, dude, you guys are so fucking guilty. It is insane. And that made the news. And as a result of that, the DOJ launched an investigation. So this is the DOJ investigation into it. So there's no comment from the Justice Department yet. Earlier this year, the SBC Sex Abuse Task Force released a blistering 288-page report from an outside consultant. The firm's 7-month independent investigation found disturbing details of how denominational leaders mishandled sex abuse claims and mistreated victims. The report focused specifically on how SBC's executive committee responded to abuse cases, revealing it had secretly maintained a list of clergy and other church workers accused of abuse. The committee later apologized and released the list, with hundreds of accused workers on it. So they straight up just had a culture of this, right? this was just a part of the faith that you sexually abuse people. A guidepost, that's the investigative committee or company that did it, declined to comment on the news of the DOJ probe. Following the release of the Guidepost report, the SBC voted during its annual meeting in June to create a new way to track pastors and other church workers credibly accused of sex abuse and launch a new task force to oversee further reforms. So the bare minimum. Earlier this week, SBC's president Bart Barber, who also signed Friday's statement, announced the names of the SBC pastors and church members who will serve on the task force. The Southern Baptist sex abuse survivor Krista Brown, who has long called for the SBC to do more to address sex abuse in its churches, celebrated the news of the DOJ investigation. Hallelujah. It's about time, she said. This is what's needed. Another survivor, Jules Woodson, went public with her abuse story in 2018 and has been pushing for reforms ever since. She reacted to the news by tweeting, "May justice roll down." Oklahoma pastor Mike Keybone, who serves on the executive committee and is the vice chair of the new abuse task force, said the investigation is not something to fear. If there is more work to do, we will do it. Well, that's good. So they found the single pastor in the SBC that wasn't a pedophile to head it. Here in Bama, it's refreshing to see this come out. Nowhere near enough coverage on the local outlets. I've seen it in national news and the media content. National means fake for people. After this week, that's becoming for law enforcement too. Totally.
You know, we love to see the balkanization in action, folks.
Well, it's the phenomenon that's happening in the United States is like a combination both of like balkanization and the term of balkanization in the United States, I think it'd be more accurate to refer to it as like super federalism, right? Mm-hmm. Where always the states have been independent states, essentially, like they've been states that are all
with a capital S.
With the capital S, right? That are basically under a supercharged version of the EU governance, right? That's kind of, and throughout U.S. history, federalism has been a pendulum. It swung back and forth from total states' autonomy with very little federal oversight to what we had most recently, which is very strong federal oversight with minimal state rights, right? Now that's going to be swinging back, especially Harper v. Moore, a bunch of the cases that are going for the Supreme Court. They're pretty much going to destroy the ability for the federal government to function as an enforcement agency, which means
we will be in a quite confederative state of a lot of different little states running as they want, which of course, as we've seen, they've been slowly turning right.
Right.
Even if they are majority
correct,
non-right-wing in like popular support, which most of these states, even though deep red ones, are still not majority right-wing in their actual population. Mm-hmm. And generally don't support the actions that are being taken within their governments.
No, and you know, like something like abortion, for example, right? Like 70% of Americans support abortion. And now the framing of all of this has been misleading to them, right? Like people will say like, oh, well, you know, we need a center position on abortion, right? I don't support banning abortion, but I also don't support them being able to take the baby out when it's delivered and shoot it in the head. Like, I also don't support that, which is, you know, it's like, that's not something that's ever happened, right? Even the Roe had a viability standard, meaning that basically you couldn't have an abortion once the fetus was viable outside the womb, right? And that's how it was for years.
Yes.
Right? And like something like 70% of Americans support abortion, yet that is not reflected in the legislature or in the Supreme Court.
And you can see that all across the board with basically every talk, like any single popular or unpopular talking point that the federal and local states would never touch with the 10-foot pole. You know?
Right. Or like making clever a god.
Again. I think everyone supports that, both bad and good. But you know, we see that with the healthcare debate, as it were, wherein unquestionably, uniformly, people support expansion of Medicaid to everyone. We like further reforms in the and at the very minimum a public option, right? Mm-hmm. That's what like the American public wants, and of course that's not being discussed in the halls of government, let alone the state level.
Right,
and you can point to any debate, and I use heavy square quotes for all of these because these are quite settled issues in the matter of the public.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, it's like the same thing with, should queer people be allowed to exist? There are topics that are not really up for debate, but it is in the interest of certain people to make it a debate topic.
Both in moral and literal sense,
Yes.
right? Like it is immoral to debate the existence of queer people, in my personal opinion.
Yes.
As well as the fact that we aren't. People just aren't. People are like, yeah, that's a kind of person who can exist and does exist.
Yeah. Right. You're right. There are very specific reasons but like when it comes down to way like states are run, right? We have the issue of gerrymandering and stuff like that, where like it's basically stacked in such a way that the majority population in the population centers have their votes split with large tracts of rural area in order to balance it out so that they have less influence.
Extremely disenfranchised, if not outright barred from voting for
That as
myriad
well.
of reasons.
That as well,
course,
too. Right.
Various crimes come with the loss of voting rights for
Correct.
life.
Correct. Yeah, felonies revoke voting rights for life, right? And so there's a lot of ways people are also disenfranchised as well, right? Voter ID laws are a good way to do that, right? They say, well, if somebody doesn't have an ID, well, how can we know they're the right person? It's like, dude, there's like 5 other ways that they check, right? They reference your name with your address, and then they cross it off. So you can't vote twice, right? Like, well, except for the guy who definitely murdered his wife. This was an amazing story, Clever. I'll see if I can find it. But the guy definitely murdered his wife. She's been missing for 6 months, and he cast her vote for Trump while she was definitely murdered.
Like there's certainly some voter fraud that happens, but but
it's rare.
All of these solutions to voter fraud, to supposed voter fraud, could not theoretically solve voter fraud. That is already not that big of a problem. Right. Because what is having 4 different IDs going to do to solve voter fraud that one couldn't have in the first place?
Right, and the point is to make it more difficult for people who
and quite literally more expensive, as many of these states require you to pay a fee for them.
Yes,
I believe in Georgia you have to have a driver's license, which requires you to have some amount of money.
Right, because you have to learn how to drive a car.
As well as paying to get the license issued and to take the test and so forth. That is money. Plus needing a voter ID, which is a bespoke card, for an additional, I believe it was $50.
Right. So they're going to make it very next to impossible if you're poor, you don't drive, or whatever, right, to be enfranchised. And that's part of it. And we also had this massive tactical failure. Holy shit. Oh, Jade! Jade just knocked the cat tree over.
Rip Jade, died like in Stray.
She died like in Stray, yeah. So, where basically, like, we had this massive tactical failure where under the Obama admin, the DNC decided, well, honestly, after Bush, Republicans aren't ever really going to control the White House or Congress again, which was a delusional thing to think. So they focused all of their money, all of their efforts on national campaigns, and what ended up happening was the Republicans swept almost every single state house and governorship just across the country. Like 38 states got totally swept by the most deranged right-wing freaks possible. And just like we're seeing now, the Republicans are smart tactically. They're like, let's focus on local elections. So they're stacking school boards, they're stacking state senates, state houses, local governorships, sheriff's offices, DAs, city councils, right? They're running and they're stacking that. Whereas the Republicans will fund the most deranged person. A guy can go out to his campaign speech wearing an SS uniform and be like, I'm a proud American patriot. And the Republican's like, here's a check for $100,000, right? DNC, someone's
Nancy
like,
Pelosi will say, here's a check for $5,000.
Right. And then, the Democrats will have like a very popular candidate who's like economically populist, and they'll run an Amy Bloodbath McGrath, like some like freak that served in the army that polls at 1% to try to beat him in the primary and then lose to general. Like,
I mean, it's epic.
It's epic.
It's pretty cool. And of course, when a Republican wins, that makes that...
it is a poll tax alcoholic.
That makes that particular avenue, I'm forgetting the word, but that particular field, basically Republican for eternity, because they are immediately rigging the next election.
Well,
they are immediately
yes.
gerrymandering. They are
Right.
immediately
Well, so they've already
disenfranchising
Right.
like non-Republican voters.
And
so
that's
so
what they've
forth.
been doing. And now we have the Supreme Court has granted certiorari to Moore v. Harper, right? Which after Moore v. Harper, I'm a real doomer on this. After Moore v. Harper, I promise you no one who is not the most deranged right-wing freak will ever win a national election again. Because basically what's going to happen is how it is right now, states have the power to administer federal elections, right? The states decide how federal elections and party elections are run. However, they have oversight. So they can control large portions of it, but they have oversight from the state Supreme Court and from the federal government, the state legislatures who decide these things do. After Moore v. Harper, it's a very niche legal idea that basically it's actually just the legislature. So the Supreme Court of the state can't intervene. The federal government can't intervene. The DOJ can't intervene for civil rights reasons. So it's literally going to be, if you have a Republican state legislature, they are going to make sure the Republican candidate wins your state by whatever means necessary. And there's nothing you can fucking do. Pretty cool. Yeah, the only way to stop a bad Republican is a good Republican with a gun. So this was the case I was talking about here.
I mean, if you want to talk about the actual Democratic strategy, the only thing that can stop a Republican is an even worse Republican.
Correct. Yes, that's literally the strategy.
That is their plot, because they actively fund extremist Republican candidacies in the hopes that they turn off moderate Republican voters, and will spend a disproportionate amount of their money on attack ads against those extremists. So they are both funding the extremists literally, as well as making sure that nearly all discourse around the election is around those extremists.
Yes.
Which has a very backfiring effect, as we've seen in on nearly every case, especially most famously the Donald Trump case, who was, also an example of this tactic.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, very much so. Ellie was saying, and that's a good point too, Ellie, you'll see this with corporations. Prior to 2008, the average campaign to run for a local oversight committee was $5,000 to $10,000. Since then, Walmart has funneled millions of dollars over the years to stack those committees. Yep. So Barry Morphew pleads guilty to using his missing wife's ballot to vote for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Barry Morphew pleaded guilty to forgery for turning in his missing wife's ballot. He definitely killed his wife, dude. Why is he not? I feel like this guy had to have killed his wife. Imagine he killed his wife to vote for Trump. We gotta save America. I'm a real patriot.
It's weird how a lot of the voter fraud cases that actually have came out from 2020 have been for Trump.
All of them were for Trump.
Weird.
Well, it's because Trump and the Republicans were telling all these voters that massive voter fraud is going to happen. They're going to steal the election, right? So if you believe that, well, dude, they're going to steal the election. I got to fight back, right? Like, if they're going to cast millions of fake ballots, the least I can do is murder my wife and use her ballot to vote for Trump one extra time. So she can't vote for sleepy lion Joe Biden.
He's literally chosen by God.
Yes. In April, a judge dismissed a case against him. In April, a judge dismissed a case against the Chaffee County man accused of murder in the disappearance of his wife. Morphew used her ballot to submit a fraudulent vote for Trump in 2020. Suzanne Morphew disappeared in May 2020, but her husband, Barry Morphew, admitted to turning in her ballot in November. Morphew pleaded guilty to forgery of a government-issued document and was sentenced to 32 hours of community service, as well as a 1-year deferred sentence. If this guy was black, they would have thrown him in jail for 5 years. A judge ordered him to pay $1,000 in fines and court costs. As a part of the plea agreement, 2 charges were dismissed, including an attempt to influence a public servant. The Chaffee County Clerk's Office reported receiving the missing woman's ballot on the 19th of October 2020. When investigators asked Barry Morphew why he had submitted his missing wife's ballot, he replied, "I just wanted Trump to win."
This is her last request.
Dude, he straight up admitted. They asked him, hey, dude, why did you cast an illegal ballot for your missing wife? Well, I just wanted Trump to win, dude.
If she were, if we knew, I believe she is alive, and I know she would have wanted me to do this.
Right.
I got it in a psychic vision. So many things you could have said, but like, no, I'm not going to get in trouble. And he didn't. He basically didn't.
He didn't. He
knew he wouldn't. So
That's
he
right.
was just like, yeah, I cheated. I committed voter fraud because I want Trump to win.
Yeah, pretty much. And they were like, well, you know what? We can't fault you for that.
Fair enough, sir. Carry on.
I figured all the other guys were cheating. They quoted him saying, I know she was going to vote for Trump anyways. When the FBI agents asked Barry if he knew it was illegal, he replied, I didn't know you couldn't do that for your spouse. The ballot envelope did not have the required signature next to the voter's name, but it had a handwritten date of 10/15 and the handwritten name of him next to the signature for witness's legal name. Oh my God, dude. And he just straight up tells the FBI and the investigators, like, well, I didn't know this was a crime. I just wanted Trump to win. They were going to cheat anyways, so I had to cheat. Suzanne Matt Morphew disappeared after leaving her home for a bike ride on Mother's Day 2020. Her body has never been found, and what happened remains a mystery. I mean, he was simply just keeping his missing wife's memory alive. He knew that she would have wanted to vote for Trump. So he just wanted to honor her memory by voting for her. All right, so Clever, we have a new Legal Eagle video on the search warrant. So I'm interested what he has to say on like the potential legal penalties for this, which I'm guessing is nothing. He forged it and then put his own name on the document, saying that it was he was the witness, but he didn't sign her name on the right spot. And also, he dated it to after she had been missing.
Pretty cool.
Got him. I mean, like, yeah, like, he could have been, like, I don't know. Well, he got, like, literally zero trouble for it. He got 32 hours of community service.
You know, just did not get in trouble for it. It is fine.
Yeah.
But, you know, the hyper-federalization, or not federalization, confederalization of the United States, the destruction of the federal government, I think is one of those things that the left in the West really needs to understand and come to grips with as an oncoming event that you need to deal with. We have some benefits in the structure in that there is a minimal federal government now to deal with, and there's more power on the local state government. But that means we should be trying to prepare for the instance and getting any amount of like state influence whatsoever, because we presently have zero.
Yes, literally, yes.
And as time continues to condense towards that outcome, I think more and more it's becoming necessary to ape onto already extant regional concepts. And out of all of them, like the New England and Cascadia, I think, are the only worthwhile ones. So I highly recommend leftists to pick up and move to one of those two places. In particular, Cascadia rather than New England.
Well,
and
Cascadia is way less haunted than New England, but...
no ghosts. Ghost-free. Only new life.
There's very few ghosts. I mean, the only ghosts you have really in Cascadia are the spirits of all the drunk guys that got shanghaied and they accidentally hit them too hard and killed them.
Oh, and native people, and just a huge amount of native people. But that's fine. But yeah, no, we are sort of running out of time of creating new sort of like balkanized concepts, and have to require to some extent the ones that already exist. And out of all of them, the state of Jefferson, Dixie, it's like these are Texas. These are all bad. Generally speaking,
I don't think Texas is very good. I don't like Texas.
So yeah, no, that's sort of my takeaway on it. And for everyone, sort of, like, get working on getting dual power in your local area, or better yet, fucking leave it.
That is true, Nam. Like, like the interior urban centers are very liberal in Cascadia, but there's a lot of right-wing freaks. There was a black lady in Texas who got 5 years in prison for casting a provisional ballot on the advice of a poll worker, and she was technically ineligible. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
I'm just saying which one of these concepts are most useful, because we have, generally speaking, the similar demographics all across North America, and it's the question of, do you want to add on the time of doing the base work of creating a new sort of balkanized concept, or do you want to take one that's at least somewhat co-optable?
Yeah,
right. So
the People's Democratic Republic of Cascadia.
Yeah, no, it will work. It's a good idea, everyone. But you know,
Yes, correct. All right, I'll turn this on.
FBI raided Trump's house.
All right, so you know, I need to. I was wrapping up so I can step away because my free time has ended. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right, bye, Clever.
Well, the FBI executed a search warrant and took a bunch of documents and things. But yes, this is unprecedented in America. Yes, it could be the beginning of a criminal prosecution of the former president.
That would be so
Yes,
fucking
it
funny.
could be the tip of the spear of a political witch hunt by the Biden administration against a political rival. Or it could be a mundane effort to retrieve archival documents that leads to absolutely nothing else. We just don't know.
The FBI,
Woo!
and I
That's
give
a lot
them
of options.
credit because they're fighting forces that they're not supposed to be fighting.
But what do we know about the search warrant that was carried out against former President
That's
Trump?
pretty
We
funny.
can't make many assumptions about the FBI raid until we see the actual warrant or until, you know, we see an indictment. But here's what we do know. The Justice Department is conducting at least 2 investigations that we know of into Trump. The DOJ is looking at his attempt to overturn the result of the 2020 presidential election and is also investigating the alleged mishandling of classified records. The National Archive is charged with collecting and sorting presidential material. The National
Well, they were claiming that CalExit had funds pumped in. So Ianov, the guy who was involved in both Black Hammer, Uhuru, and CalExit, and some Cascadia stuff, and some Texas secessionist stuff, his whole thing was that he just flew around the world and found like secessionists in like every country, and then just gave money to secessionists.
Archives
That's right, Nightbot. Follow me.
It had to recover at
Click
least
that
15
link tree.
boxes of White House records that Trump took to his Mar-a-Lago resort. The records include some classified material. And we know that Trump has a history of destroying and withholding records. He was repeatedly warned about destroying documents, but according to CNN, Politico, and the Washington Post, he tore them up and threw them in the trash or on the floor. White House officials reassembled some of those records with tape. The National Archives confirmed that the Trump administration sent the archives some documents that had been taped back together, as well as records that were still in shreds. I'll be doing a separate video on the Presidential Records Act and the implications of the Espionage Act, but multiple sources told CNN that in April and May, the FBI interviewed Trump's Mar-a-Lago aides. And in June of 2022, investigators visited Mar-a-Lago to discuss Trump's removal of potentially classified material that had been taken to the Florida property. One of those investigators, Jay Bratt, is the chief of the Counterintelligence and Export Control Section at the Justice Department. Trump reportedly greeted the investigators but did not answer questions. The investigators asked to see where the documents were being stored. Trump's lawyers showed them a room in the basement where boxes of records were being stored. Some reports said that the documents were marked with top secret. On June 8th, the investigators sent a letter to Trump's lawyers telling them to secure the room where the secret documents were stored. Trump aides complied with the request and added a padlock to the door. Now, I probably don't need to tell you just how insane it is that there could be...
It's just like you're just storing them in a pool closet, and the FBI is like, hey, man, if you're not going to give us those documents back, until you give them back, will you please put, like, a padlock on the door? Like, please? Please, like, it's, like, right next to the pool noodles.
Top secret classified documents being
That's a
stored in some
great
basement
question.
in Mar-a-Lago.
I think it's a real bookshelf.
Or just how insane it is that the FBI raided...
I think it probably is, because I don't see any of the normal green screen effect you'd see behind his hair there. Like, if it is, I think he just has, judging by how out of focus the chair is and how out of focus the background is, I think he just has a fixed focal length DSLR.
These documents. But I do have to say that they even broke into my safe is probably going to go down as a quote for the ages. But the search began
Folks, they
early
even
Monday
broke into my
morning and apparently
safe.
focused on the area of the club.
They could be prop books, but lawyers aren't, like, especially, like, wealthy lawyers are notorious for having, like, tens of thousands of dollars of books.
Where Trump's offices and personal quarters are located. The investigators met with 2 of Trump's attorneys, and Trump...
No, because those are almost certainly all reference books. Oh my god, there's a giant spider next to me. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of here, you freak. Those are almost certainly all reference books and case books. Like, he's probably doesn't actually read those very often. He probably will, like, search through them for, like, specific cases.
Reportedly greeted the investigators,
right, legal
but did
reference.
not answer questions. Investigators removed more than a dozen boxes of items. Eric
Hell
Trump
yeah.
told Fox News that he was told, quote, the purpose of the raid, from what they said, was because the National Archives wanted to, you know, corroborate whether or not Donald Trump had any documents in his possession. Trump's lawyer, Christina Todd, said the FBI seized documents and Trump cooperated with the FBI. Quote, President Trump and his legal team have been cooperative with the FBI and DOJ officials every step of the way. The FBI did conduct an unannounced raid and seized paper. Although Bob said that the raid was unannounced, CNN reported the FBI and Secret Service communicated about the raid before it happened to ensure that it went smoothly. Donald Trump was in New York on the day of the raid, and the Biden administration was reportedly not aware of the raid, according to CNN. Now, we can assume this raid did not happen at the behest of a rogue FBI agent or a local
Well, yeah, it was
judge
signed
to
off.
buy-in or notification of high-level DOJ officials. Obviously, serving a warrant on a former president is an incredibly serious thing, and it's a decision that can't be taken lightly. The FBI and DOJ must follow constitutional and statutory requirements for obtaining a warrant, which we'll talk about in a moment. But in addition, the DOJ has guidelines for investigations of political targets. In 2020, former Attorney General William Barr issued a controversial memorandum stating that anyone in the Justice Department who was investigating a political candidate must run it by the Attorney General for approval. And current Attorney General Merrick Garland renewed that memo on May 20th.
No, the laptops aren't real. He's been popular for a while. Even if it's a green screen, it would be a real office shelf by now. Yeah, probably. That's right, Nightbot. If you've got those delicious Bezos bucks, throw them Jade's way.
5th, 2022. Garland's memo is titled Election Year Sensitivities. The memo reminded DOJ employees of the department's long-standing policy for avoiding steps that could be perceived as partisan and designed to influence an election result. Quote, this is particularly important in an election year. Now that the 2022 election season is upon us, and as in prior election cycles, I am using this memorandum to remind you of the department's existing policies with respect to political activities. Now, Barr's original memo says investigations, including preliminary ones, into presidential or vice presidential candidates, their campaigns, or staff cannot be opened without the written approval of the Attorney General. It also states that an investigation into a congressional candidate or campaign cannot be opened without first notifying the Assistant Attorney General and the respective U.S. Attorney in the
I'm not
going to
bother notifying
And if an
the Attorney
investigation
General.
is initiated in line with these guidelines,
he's
then
too busy.
the investigating agency has to provide regular updates to the Deputy Attorney General. Now, Trump has indicated that he
Paperwork.
will be a candidate for president
I
in
th-
2022. So the
I thought
TLDR version
I thought the Republicans hated big government and bureaucracy and red tape. I can't believe that they're adding more red tape and bureaucracy. How could
the
they do
FBI
that?
would not have applied for a search warrant without Garland's consent, and presumably they also would have gotten approval from the Trump-appointed FBI Director Christopher Wray. But what is the requirement for
I know
a federal
he
search
looks.
warrant? Well,
He does look fucking ancient there. It's funny.
a search warrant authorizes law enforcement to search a location for any of the following: evidence of a crime, contraband, fruits of crime, or other items
hold on.
illegally possessed, property designed for use, intended for use, or used in committing a crime, or a person to be arrested, or a person who was unlawfully restrained. Now, usually those first three are lumped together. Imagine a simple burglary where jewelry was stolen. You'd want to look at the burglar's house for the stolen jewelry, cash or drugs that might have been traded
Nice, I got
for
a
the
hot
stolen
dog.
jewelry, or burglary tools. And so law enforcement has to identify two different things. One, the person or property to be searched, and two, the items to be seized. Now, more to the point, law enforcement has to establish probable cause to believe that the items to be seized exist and will be located in the person or property to be identified. And probable cause is hard to define. It's imprecise, fluid, and very dependent on context. The U.S. Supreme Court says that finding whether probable cause exists is, quote, a practical, common sense decision, whether given all the circumstances, there is a fair probability that contraband or evidence of a crime will be found in a particular place. And what does fair probability actually mean? Well, it doesn't have a specific number attached to it, unlike the standard of preponderance of the evidence, which is just a hair over 50% or more. That said, several studies over the decades that involve surveys of judges generally agree that probable cause is somewhere in the high 40s, but beneath 50%. And it might be worth noting that some jurisdictions like Oregon have collapsed the probable cause standard and the preponderance standard so that probable cause means anything over 50% likelihood. But that is not the federal or constitutional standard.
How the fuck are you supposed to know whether how are they supposed to decide whether or not there's a 40-50% likelihood of the evidence being found at this location? How do you math that out? Does law enforcement have secret formulas to let them know the right ratio? Come on.
The constitutional standard is only a fair probability. Now you might ask, how specific does a federal search warrant have to be? Well, generally speaking, not that specific. We can look to the search warrant that was used against Paul Manafort. It includes something very specific, quote, a Bijon Black Titanium Royal Way watch. But it also includes general categories of items like any and all financial records for Paul Manafort Jr. Now, we'll get into what that means in practice later, but let's talk about the practice for getting a federal search warrant. Now, the applicant for a search warrant is generally a federal law enforcement officer of some kind, an FBI agent, a Treasury agent, etc. And as of 2016, federal agencies employed about 132,000 full-time law enforcement officers. And every federal search warrant is reviewed by an assistant U.S. attorney of some kind. Now, that's not required by law, but it's a policy decision by the Department of Justice. Now, the application itself is a one-page template, and federal law enforcement generally attaches 3 documents to that application. The first is the affidavit by the investigating officer.
Oh, that makes sense.
Attachment
That
A
makes sense,
includes
Nom.
the property to be searched, and attachment B.
Okay, chat's saying that they used a Roomba to come up with it.
B lists the items to be seized. Now, the affidavit is a sworn declaration by the law enforcement officer that sets forth the officer's knowledge of the investigation. It can include hearsay and even information from anonymous or confidential sources, though the officer needs to establish the reliability of that information. The purpose of that...
Oh my god, Boop, you clipped that? Boop and Two Cars clip so much shit, it's amazing. Massive tactical failure. Holy shit. Oh, Jade! Jade just knocked the cat tree over. Massive tactical failure. Holy shit. Oh, Jade! Massive tactical failure. Massive tactical failure. Holy... Massive tactical failure. Oh, Jade! She's so stupid. Oh my god. Oh, Belsky!
We'll see who cancels
Thank you so much for the gift subs, Belsky! Belsky boy! Dude, thank you so much for the gift subs, man. Oh, I love you. My king, thank you so much. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. I'll tell you who's canceling who. Jade is canceling the cat tree. I can't believe... Oh, my God. Thank you so much for the gift subs. All right. One fell swoop. Halfway toward today's sub goal. Thank you so much, Belsky. I could just watch this clip of Jade falling over again and again. You can see the exact moment she realizes she fucked up. Right here. Right here. She realizes she fucked up. She jumped the wrong way. Caught it. And then you can see her falling. Her paws stuck on it. I mean, it hit the ground. I guess it must have hit the desk or something. It hit hard enough to rock the entire camera. It's so fucking funny. Anti-cancel X5. Let's go. No woke moralists. We are 5 times of stopping woke moralists, guys. Thank you so much, Belsky. Thank you for the gift subs, King. I love you, bud. I just saw my cat go face first into the bed because she slipped on the jump up. I love cats. They're so stupid. I could literally just watch this clip. I want to download this and edit it to just, like, zoom in on Jade as she makes that jump. God, what a stupid little angel.
An affidavit is to establish probable cause to the reviewing magistrate. But the affidavit
gonna send that to
is
my sister.
all there is. The magistrate does not get to consider any additional information, just what's contained within the 4 corners of that document.
Also, the Twitch description for clips are always so fucking weird. Observant Yam Asian Glow. That feels racist.
Now, that said, the magistrate judge has to issue the warrant.
Oh, yeah. Alcoholic corn. Alcoholic corn. Yeah, you got a sub now. Welcome to the club.
there is probable cause. It's
Damn, we
not
might get a
optional.
hype train. Thank you
The
so
judge
much.
does not have discretion to say, well, there is probably probable cause, but I don't think you need it for your investigation. It's looking pretty good on its own. Once the magistrate judge has found probable cause, the warrant must issue. And what this means in practice is that the magistrate judge signs the application, the one-page template, and issues it to another officer authorized to execute it. The warrant must be executed within 14 days, and during the daytime unless there's good cause to execute it at some other time. And this should go without saying, but I'm gonna say it again anyway. Just because a judge signs off on it doesn't mean a crime has been committed. And just because you have received a federal search warrant doesn't mean that you are a criminal or have done really anything wrong. See Contra all of the legal bad takes on Twitter. And as a reminder, just because a search warrant was executed on a particular person's property, that doesn't mean that particular person is the target of an investigation.
What's to avoid offensive links?
The case, but search warrants are frequently served on Google and Meta for information and data that they keep on their servers that are relevant to an investigation. They're not the target of that investigation.
Yeah, and apparently the rumor I heard was that whoever the mole was had been feeding them information, including the location of the documents, and guided them through Mar-a-Lago. So, like, but that's weird. So Trump actually doesn't know who the mole is. Trump's circle doesn't know who the mole is, and they're freaking out. He's accusing people of wearing a wire, etc., etc., etc. So he doesn't know who the mole is. So I wonder if they like guided them over the phone through Mar-a-Lago or something. I do hope we find out who the mole is. Oh, the random. Oh, it's to avoid offensive links. Oh, to keep people from making their own links. Gotcha.
Now, and it's rare, but occasionally search warrants are executed on members of the media who have information or lawyers who represent the targets of an investigation. Nor does it mean there absolutely will be a prosecution. Just because there is probable cause doesn't mean that the government can prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt in a jury trial. That's a completely separate consideration in light of all the evidence, including whatever evidence comes out as a result of the search warrant. The beyond a reasonable doubt standard is much, much higher than the probable cause or even the preponderance of the evidence standard. Though it's always good to remind people that just because you aren't convicted beyond a reasonable doubt doesn't mean you didn't commit a crime also. So it goes both ways. Now, there are some differences between state and federal courts when it comes to search warrants. For one, the states don't have a single uniform procedure like the federal courts do. Now, they all basically get you to the same place, but they certainly won't look as uniform as they do in the federal system. And state judges have a reputation for rubber stamping applications for search warrants. The federal system has the Department of Justice that acts as a gatekeeper for search warrants, even though that's not required by federal law. So state judges are more likely to get warrants that contain plenty of grammatical and formatting issues and might not have quite as much evidence as far as probable cause goes. But in any event, the end result is that officers will show up to a location, knocking on the door, notifying the people inside of the search warrant, and then searching the scene. That means getting everyone out of the place so that they can't tamper with evidence or present a threat. The officers then search the place in accordance with what's allowed in the warrant. They can search for the items authorized by the warrant and open any containers that could reasonably contain the items, including safes, lockboxes, and the like. And using the Paul Manafort search warrant as an example, we saw that there was a pretty big category, any and all financial records for Paul Manafort Jr. So let's say that you're one of the FBI agents on the scene. You would basically look for documents and papers. And let's say that you find a manila folder that contains 100 or so pages. You might skim through it, and as you do, you see a couple of financial records that pertain to Paul Manafort. You would then likely seize the entire manila folder. There are two reasons for this. One, people typically keep financial records with other financial records or related records, and those related records might be needed to make sense of the specific financial records that they're kept with. And second, you don't have time at the scene to fully understand how all the documents link together. In other words, you don't understand the import of those documents at the scene. So you'd probably take the entire manila folder and notate on an inventory form something like manila folder containing financial documents located in the lower right-hand desk drawer in the office. Now, agents keep an inventory of what items they seized and where they found those items. They are
That's the
required
first time
by
you
law
said
to
something
do
that
this.
wasn't the
When
rose
they're done
emojis.
executing the search warrant, they will leave a copy of the search warrant as well as a copy of the inventory of things seized. Now, it's important to note they do not leave a copy of the affidavit. All they will leave is the one-page application along with the 2 attachments listing the property to be searched and the items to be seized. After that, the investigating officers would then return the search warrant to the magistrate, and it would specify the date and time the warrant was executed and include the inventory of items seized. So what's next? Well, Trump has a copy of the search warrant, but not the supporting affidavit. He could release it if he chose to. There's no legal reason why he couldn't release it. And it's interesting that he has chosen not to. And additionally, there are reports of a mole or informant inside of Mar-a-Lago, which might explain the exigency of the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago. Additionally, the Florida Times
It's not
Union,
easy
Judicial
being
Watch, and
sleazy.
the New York Times
That's
have
right.
filed a motion to unseal the records. The supporting affidavit is sealed to protect the investigation, and generally the DOJ doesn't comment on ongoing investigations because it could jeopardize the investigation and tip off other targets, or the target who is the initial target.
12 seconds later.
Except, of course, when the DOJ chooses that it's going to make a statement about an ongoing investigation. Like when you're
spider
trying to get
again.
a friggin' YouTube video out
There's too
and
many
the
spiders.
Attorney General for the United States chooses to give a press conference. Attorney General Merrick Garland confirmed in a press conference that indeed he did have personal supervision over the search warrant that was executed over the former president.
Who stays at Mar-a-Lago? Maid, Secret Service, and who could be the mole? I don't know. Now, I don't know if they stay at Mar-a-Lago, but it had to be somebody who was pretty close to the president, right? Because, like, damn, we just lost like 10 views. Someone who's pretty close to the president, right? Because they knew what files were there and where he kept them. It seems like they've been just like feeding info to him nonstop.
Because former President Trump did confirm the search warrant was executed and publicly stated information about it, the DOJ is going to move to unseal the records related to the search warrant itself. One gets the sense that the DOJ was trying to keep this quiet. And in fact, this comes on the heels of a report from the New York Times that a subpoena was issued against former President Trump to return some or all of the documents in question, and that may have not been complied with.
He did not comply with it.
DOJ's hand to execute a search warrant to get these documents.
That's so fucking funny.
Interesting situation.
That's so fucking funny. Like I told you, I've been saying that like they've been trying to get him to turn over the documents for a while, and he just straight up like, no, I'm not going to turn over the documents. Like, please, Mr. President, please turn over the documents. We need the documents. I would not honestly be surprised if he intentionally refused to comply in order to force their hands so that they had to execute a search warrant so he could do this whole thing he's doing now and claim political persecution. He probably didn't expect, though, one of the users of his shiny new social media site to post plans to commit federal crimes on his website and then execute those federal crimes.
Situation where it's the DOJ that is moving to disclose this information, and it may be former President Trump who doesn't want it disclosed. He, of course, always had the ability to disclose the receipt and the other pages of the warrant, other than the probable cause affidavit. And now he may be in a situation where he wants to keep that secret. But at least that's likely to be the last bombshell that we have to deal with in this particular case for a while.
12 seconds later.
Are you friggin' kidding me? So the Washington Post is now reporting that the documents at issue here concern nuclear weapons, which explains a whole lot about why this search warrant was executed, why the exigent circumstances, and why everyone is freaking out. It also throws a huge curveball in the people that were saying that the president could just declassify documents on the way out of the White
I need to remove that thing because I lost the remote to my background lights. I lost the remote to my background lights, so I actually I need to remove that unicorn because I can't change it anymore until I find the remote again. Hey, Jade. Hey, Jadey. Would you please come here?
Weapons related
I'll need to find them again.
Often,
oh my God,
that has to
Jade.
go through a separate regulatory agency. Often, the president is in charge of declassification, but when it comes to these kinds of documents, that is not necessarily the case. It also raises all kinds of questions as to why former President Trump took these documents out of the White House and why he might have refused to turn them back over when multiple requests were made, which is what has been alleged. So we'll cover all of the potential criminal implications of this in a separate video. But this whole situation is
once
raising
again,
all
I
kinds
have been
of questions.
bested by a 2-pound cat. I have been bested by a 2-pound cat, guys. She juked me and she ran. She juked me and ran. So fucked up. I just wanted to pick her up. That's right.
I'll have 2 honey ales, please. One for me and one for the lady, if you can call for that.
Coming right up.
How you doing?
Fucking Trotter looking son of a bitch.
Nancy? Nancy Pelosi? Nancy, it's so great to finally see someone I know here.
I'm sorry, sir. Do I know you?
Nancy, it's me, Joe. Look, I don't want any kind of your jokes right now, Nancy. We need to find our way back to the White House. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to find a way back. And when I do, I'll come pick you up.
2 honey ales.
Listen, I got to get my pints now, Nancy, but good seeing you. I'll be back for you.
I'm more confused than a horny straight guy at a drag show.
Wait, so he just makes Joe Biden in Skyrim clips?
Previously on Jovakin.
This prisoner's being transported. He was found engaging in furry-related activities near Riften. And I'd do it again, too.
Rabies, syphilis, malnutrition. I have diagnosed you as the most ill man in all of Skyrim.
There's a dragon attack on the outskirts of Whiterun, prisoner, and you have the honor of defending the city.
In the extremely unlikely event that any of them survive, they will be rewarded with their freedom.
Plan is we kill this dragon, win our freedom. I become your pimp, and we make a premium selling your patented sloppy joes on the streets of the Imperial City. The dragon somehow snuck behind you.
Oh, this is way less quality and way less funny than the other one. Did he take an arrow to the knee? Joe Skyrim. That's right. I love being Joe Skyrim. I wish I was Joe Skyrim. It's so fucking funny to me that, oh my god. What the fuck?
Dispatch, go and show no patient found. Thanks.
Why would you put those stairs in your house? Of course there is. There's a Skyrim reference in everything.
Did you know things don't always flow downstream? I have some water with mate leaf soaking in it. Watch what happens when I pour in some more water into the cup.
Whoa, look at that. A mate leaf shot up into it. This also works with chalk particles. So you can see that as I pour the water in here, you can actually see a lot of the particles easily make it up into the spout.
The reason this is happening is because when particles are floating on water, it actually lowers the overall surface tension of the water.
Very cool. Jade. Chat, can we get some pss, 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 pss? Can we get some pss, 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 to get Jade? Pss, 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 pss. Pss, 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 pss. Well, I mean, elliptical or treadmill is a little different than having that as your stairs. Pss, pss, pss. Jade. Pss, 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 pss. Jade. Oh, I'm sure you can make stairs even worse. Oh, she's running away. Jade! Jade! I'm gonna try getting her. Jadey! Oh my god! Jade! Jade, like, really does not want to be cuddled right now. Holy shit. I just stood up and went, Jade! And she sprinted full speed up the stairs because she does not want to be picked up, I guess. Which makes me very sad because she's so soft. And I just want to pet her. Oh my god. Why North Korea worships the Kim family from a channel called Asianometry? Well, that's not incredibly racist sounding, is that? JD. This also feels like it's going to be racist. I feel like if I see a video about China on YouTube, there's like a 99% chance that the video is going to be like unbelievably racist. I think it's just like just like mathematically impossible for it to not be racist. Ooh, chewy garlic potatoes. You mean those stairs exist because you can make them steeper than normal stairs and still easy to walk up to? Ah, I got you. Okay, never heard of them before. They look yummy. Pretty much any channel that talks about China is like both like Western propaganda and racist. But sorry, I guess I'm just repeating myself, aren't I?
Had power. I wouldn't necessarily conflate that with...
Your YouTube recommends are more political oriented. Yours thinks you're fluent in Chinese. Amazing. Ooh, this looks tasty. I want some mashed potatoes, making them into
my old account for asking where's Virgil. I know where Virgil is. And if you're interested in finding out, listen to my podcast, Red Flag. One of my co-hosts knows intimately where Virgil, Texas might be.
No, Rayvana says she knows where Virgil, Texas is. Interesting. Mash those potatoes. Mash those potatoes. Oh, boop, boop. Oh, I never posted that I was live in other people's Discords. Oh, I forgot. Ooh, that's a pretty fun way to make it. I'm gonna try that. I probably won't ever try it, but I want to try it. Ooh, and you put them in with ice to make them harden. Ooh, okay. I see. Okay. Chili powder. Okay. All right. All right. I'm grooving with this. Ooh. Get that good sizzle, huh? Pro Jade. The China Show is a channel that's anti-CCP but pro... I don't believe anyone who says that ever. I do not believe anyone who ever says that, because they are always fucking liars. Hot buttery nips. That's right. I mean, those look tasty. I want to make some now. I want some buttery nips. Folks, don't you like it when your nips are buttery? Oh, that's loud. Ooh, Chinese meat noodles? What? Cooking videos are truly magical, right? Seems nice, but I've been stockpiling seed oils. Butter is fine for nip, but you prefer coconut. We love weird recipes. God, I want hot pot so bad. Hot pot's like my favorite food of all time. Hot pot, hot pot, hot pot, hot pot. Hot pot, hot pot, hot pot. Daikon is so amazingly versatile. I agree. I like daikon a lot. I like radish. I like daikon. Delicious daikon. Delicious. Delicious daikon. You know what we should do? We should put me in charge of unelectable airwaves. And then we should put me in charge of every show ever. I want breadfruit and oil. Ooh, I haven't had breadfruit. I want a Doomsday Prepper meal prep video. Okay, actually, I kind of want to see if there's one of those, right? Doomsday meal prep. I'm sure there's got to be, right? Oh, this is really funny. Come here, Jade. 5 items to get before they're illegal.
Hi folks, Canadian Prepper here. Today we're going to be talking about 10 different survival prepping gear related items. Offbeat stuff that you're not going to see anywhere else. Things you probably haven't thought of. Actually, 10 items. That's a lot. Maybe we should split this into 2 videos to maximize our monetization.
Hi folks, Canadian Prepper here. Today we're going to be talking about
5 different types of offbeat survival prepping gear related items, things which you probably haven't seen or
I don't know why
heard
he
of
just
anywhere
repeated
else before,
himself.
and if you have, not in the context of emergency preparedness use. Some of these things haven't even hit the market yet. So let's get to it. All right, so you guys have seen me review the Cobra Adder crossbow. This is an auto, it's not an auto reloading, but it's a fast reloading crossbow that has a
Oh,
magazine
hell
that
yeah.
holds
I want one of
5
those.
arrows. All you have to do is there's a mechanism on
I
here.
want
a lever,
one. I want one.
lever
I want
action.
one. I
You
want
can
one.
reload
Oh
your
my god,
bolts
chat. I need one of those
really,
just
really quick.
ridiculous
Now, the
tactical
problem is
crossbows.
It's a recurve crossbow, and because it's such a narrow platform, it's not very powerful. I believe this
that's
is
a big
about
problem.
175 feet per second. Okay.
Wow, that's pretty
Georgi
fucked up.
Strov over at the Slingshot channel. Shout out to you, brother. He
You bought your
created
backpack from this
something
guy?
Even better. This is the Siege 300. So this is a compound version of that. So you not only get the fast lever action cocking system, but you also have that compound crossbow aspect. Yes. So this is going to allow you to shoot with a lot more power and intensity. And in fact, they're going to be coming out with one that has the magazine on top of it pretty soon. So
Fuck yeah.
Keep your eye out for these. I don't know if they're available just yet. We might be getting some in at CanadianPreparedness.com, but pretty cool. So let's go check it out. Fred! How did you get there, Fred? You know where I put you, Fred?
Oh.
Oh, wow! Wow! That was a homage. Homage. Is it an homage? Okay, so that was an homage to I Am Legend. It's unfortunate we're not going to get an I Am Legend 2. I hope that Will Smith keeps it together. Please,
I just got a recurve and used to shoot it, then you have a better hobby than buying a bunch of shit you never use.
Anyways, I haven't sighted it in.
You should probably get a better hobby than just fantasizing about the end of the world. However, that being said, a tactical recurve crossbow with a pump action is cool as fucking hell. That is so sick. I love it. I want one.
Be very inaccurate,
and it's illegal
but
in Germany.
I'm just going to show you how it works. So all you got to do
Nice.
is cock it, like we said before, just like that.
Yeah.
Be very careful when you cock it. It's going to be in a safety position. So the white fletching is down onto the rails. As I just demonstrated, you should never do that. You should never have your hand in front of it, like I just did there.
Yes.
Just in case.
That's a good point. You should never put your hand in front of the arrow you're loading into a cocked crossbow.
Yeah,
Thank
we're
you.
We're going to put it into a fire position, and we're going to let her rip. So, like I say, if I can even get remotely close.
So why would
I'll
this be made
surprised.
illegal?
Oh, it wasn't
I
bad.
will face the apocalypse with my Amazon Prime katana.
Okay, guys. So there's many different ways.
Oh, I'm sure
that
you
can
could,
purify
right?
water in an emergency
That was not very
situation.
fast.
But I assure you that you haven't seen this device that I'm going to show you today. I made a video on it about 4 years ago. Only got.
Okay. Okay, let's do... there's not really any meal preps. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Prepper Pantry recipes.
Hello everybody, welcome back to my channel. Today's video is going to be super fun. I'm going to be sharing some shelf-stable meals with you guys. I've got 3 easy and delicious meals to share, and these are shelf-stable meals, so it's only items that I use out of my everyday pantry and out of my prepper pantry. Y'all have asked for a few of these videos, so for the month of November, I plan on sharing some
Impractical,
shelf-stable
you
meals
might
with
as well...
guys, so let's go ahead and get started.
Wait, really? Prepper Pantry. Southern Wife, Everyday Life. Uh-huh.
So for our first Prepper Pantry meal, shelf-stable meal, as I've shown you guys, I'm going to be using out of my stock-up room Prepper Pantry plus my everyday pantry. It's just going to be shelf-stable ingredients, so it's going to be different from your house. It's going to be different compared to what I have here stocked up compared to what you have at your house. So this is just inspiration to give you guys some ideas on what you guys can use, or you can go even stock up on what you see here. If it looks good, then it's something you can go get to make sure you always have. So we always have bigger size, or we always have olive oil in general, and I always just keep that in the regular pantry. So today I'm going to be making some bacon fried rice. Super easy, very few ingredients. I always keep these bacon pieces on hand. So we're going to use this whole pack, so it's going to get some decent protein in for this meal. And then I've got one of these jasmine rice. I meant
We need
to
a
pick
potassium
up
iodine
they have,
pills and
like,
gas
an
masks.
actual fried rice one that already has the
Well, I don't think he'd be the one to use nukes first. I don't think he sold. There's no way he sold nukes to Russia. No, if anything, he sold nukes to Saudi Arabia.
veggies in it, which would be, you know, really
I'm a
good
bit of a
also, but I'm
prepper.
pretty
You've got a
tired,
month
so
of
we're just
emergency
gonna go
food and
with
2
the
weeks of
jasmine
emergency
rice.
water as a
And then I'm
backpack
just
bag
gonna
ready.
add probably about half of this can of this mixed veggies. And don't forget your
There's
seasoning.
nukes
I've
everywhere,
talked about
baby.
this before in several videos how important it is to make sure you have a well-stocked season cabinet or extra in your stock room. And then these I think are super important also. You can get little condiments and keep them in your pantry. Every time we go somewhere, McDonald's, Panda Express, I always ask for extra sauces so that way I have them put up. So I've got some soy sauce here that I'm going to use.
I mean, that's not dumb.
Refrigerated. It's just been kept in the cabinet. And then I have some of this teriyaki sauce. This is so good, by the way. So these are going to help give us some flavor and seasoning for our fried rice.
Honestly, okay, so on the talk of nukes, I don't think another country would. I think the country that would be most likely to use nuclear weapons would be the United States. Honestly. Maybe Israel. Right? Like, no other country really has, like, that strong of an incentive to do so. And I think every other country is well aware that they would be obliterated and the United States would just retaliate. So I don't trust my provisional government to not have made a deal to put nukes in Manitoba. Yeah. But, I mean, like, I think, like, you know, like, the DPRK, for example, right? I totally support North Korea doing that because North Korea is never going to use nuclear weapons. They're never going to do that. The reason they want nuclear weapons is the nuclear guarantee, right? Look what happened to Libya. Libya was an enemy of the United States for a long time. They agreed to denuclearize, right? To disassemble their nuclear weapons, and they got overthrown. So I think from the perspective of like the DPRK or Iran or a country like that, having a nuclear weapon is a guarantee against invasion, right? And there's no intention to ever use it, especially not first. But like the United States and Israel, some of the few countries, and the UK, are a few of the few countries that have refused to say they will not strike first. So almost every single country with nuclear weapons said, we have a no strike first policy. We will not fire our nuclear weapons first. We will use them in retaliation. Israel already has nukes. Yeah, Israel already has nukes. Israel's had nukes for a long time. If Israel ever gets their nuts in a twist, they'll nuke Iran. You think Ukraine has nuclear weapons? I haven't heard that before. Yes, Don is definitely trying to nuke. I mean, under his administration, they tried to sell nuclear tech to the Saudis, right? Like, he tried to sell nuclear tech to the Saudis, and it got stopped. But you know, the Saudis gave a $2 billion loan to Jared Kushner this year. The Saudi golf tournament is at the Trump golf course. I figured they didn't have anything. Oh, okay, they had nukes, right? They had nukes, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to denuclearize, like, a lot of times it makes sense. I mean, like, non-proliferation is good, obviously, right? Nuclear weapons are not something that should exist. And anyone who says, oh, it wouldn't be the end of humanity, shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter if it's not the end of humanity. It'd be end of life as you know it, though. Right? Like, it's stupid. Why would you ever support using nuclear weapons, right? Especially now that they're so proliferate. So nuclear non-proliferation, yeah, that's a good thing. Countries should dismantle their nuclear stockpiles. But as long as the U.S. exists as this like hegemonic imperialist country that makes it very clear that they're totally willing to intervene heavy-handedly anywhere, countries aren't going to voluntarily give up their nukes. No, they won't, and no, they're not, is correct. No. No. So, the Russians shelled a nuclear plant early into the war, and Ukraine has been shelling nuclear plants recently. And no, and Russia will not go nuclear in Ukraine. Absolutely no chance in hell. That would never happen. I mean, I guess I won't be here to be wrong if it does, but I think that's nigh impossible. I can't see anyone going so far as to use nukes. Right? Like, I don't see that happening. I could see Russia or China using nuclear weapons in retaliation for a nuclear strike somewhere. For example, like Australia is now considered a nuclear target because they have nuclear-capable submarines. I haven't seen any of that. If you could link me to some sources for that, because I haven't seen any of that. I don't think anyone's going to be willing to use nuclear weapons, and I don't think the Russians are also going to cause a nuclear plant to melt down. Especially since if it's the nuclear plant I'm thinking of, the one that Ukraine recently attacked with suicide drones, that one is likely going to be in Russian territory after the war. Or Russian-aligned territory, because I don't think Ukraine's going to end the war with all the land they started it with, is what I will say. I don't know. I just don't see. I at the very least giving up the Donbass, allowing the Donbass to be independent. Oh my god. I love cats. I wish my cat was nice to me. Oh, this is cool. How very cool. 4 out of 5 Americans with diabetes went into debt to pay for insulin. Very cool. Amidst rising inflation, Americans are feeling the squeeze of higher prices on everything from gas to groceries. But when inflation bumps into the already rising cost of drugs such as insulin, the impact can be serious and the stakes are high. Now, like, it is absolutely deranged that insulin costs money, let alone a large amount of money. Insulin is a drug that's been discovered for a very long time. It's like less than $1 to produce a vial of insulin, right? It's basically dirt cheap in every other country except for, like, the United States, right? It's already a fucking crime that insulin is as expensive as it is, right? I mean, that's why California threatened they may to fund the production of their own insulin, because you just have a handful of pharmaceutical companies that control the entirety of the insulin supply. According to a new study released this month from Charity RX, 79% of U.S. adults who have diabetes or care for someone who does are paying for who's paying for insulin have created financial difficulty. Unhoused. Oh, stream just crashed. Is it doing the muted again? Am I muted again? God damn it.
General Carver.
Hey!
Invasion confirmed.
Hey! What's up? Am I... Hey! I think I'm muted. I think I'm muted right now. I'm gonna have to mime.
Oh, okay. Let's see. I'm going insane here. Okay, hello. Is it still not working? I'm going insane. I am going insane. Why is my audio not working?